Actually, Thoughtswick, that's not a terrible, like, comparison there. Yeah, it is basically Azure Lane Crosswave. There are less waifus, though. Eh, Right. Egg roll, thank you, sir. We'll be right back, though. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready. Martin has once again joined me just because, you know what, our commentary makes this go a little bit, easier and more entertainingly, and also, yeah, talking for 10 hours was kind of a strain on my voice, so having another person here to decipher long-winded text and Russian names really helps. So, Martin, are you excited?
I'm here just to, revive the Romanov dynasty. I'm here to do God's work.
What do you mean revive? It never ended.
Yes, Alexei lives.
He's out there. We swear. I've talked to him.
Surely Alexei will come.
Yes, I talked to him just this morning.
Alexei will come.
What
Just
time
have
is
faith.
it? Martin, do you know what time it is?
What time is it? I don't know. What time is it? What time is it?
I don't know. That's why I
Have
asked
you
you.
verified your clocks lately?
The funny thing is, I'm using these memes kind of without context, but I have been assured that the context is memorable. Right, Martin?
Oh, yes.
Let's begin, shall we? But first things first here, I'm going to bring this up here, and I have to actually raise the volume again, because the menu music is quite loud, but you can only really turn it off once you're about to load the game. The problem is, though, I'd love to open the music player before I actually load the game, but, you can't do that.
Should I call in the Comrade Minister?
Yes, because Comrade Minister actually did a very good job keeping the show rolling, and the VOD wasn't muted, so...
Which is surprising, but at the same time, it's all, public domain music, so... Let's see what happens when I add in some, Shostatovich, if I can't fucking pronounce his name. Shostakovich. Yes, there we go.
It's okay.
Waltz number 2, you all know what it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's okay. We were mispronouncing Russian names basically all
of the last time.
All of the last time of doing this, but at least we can say funny clock man, and you know who we're talking about. But
yes, Sabaritsky.
Yes. So, and this may be, more sitting on our asses and letting things transpire, but I feel like we are going to be very close now that that their German Civil War is, holy sweet mother of Christ, Europe is on fire again. As you might have remembered last time with that big flashy event, Germany basically collapsed with the death of Adolf Hitler. And now you've got 3-4 generals in Germany fighting over control. England is...
You have Goring, you have Bormann, you have Speer, and you have Heydrich, and then you have the Puppet Master, aka Himmler.
Yes,
but Himmler's not doing anything. Himmler's not sending trucks over the border. What are you talking about? That'd be fucking crazy.
Right? Let's you know what, Martin? Just
missing nukes.
No. That's insane. You know what? Just to prove these insane conspiracy theories are wrong, let's go see what Himmler's doing right now. Oh.
Absolutely Strangeheim.
Actually, wait a minute.
Did he get it? Because I'm on a delay, remember?
Actually, hang on. Roof Korean, welcome back. Welcome back, sir. Thank you for resubscribing. But, actually, Martin? Martin, certain elements of this are not Strangeheim!
Oh! Oh, no!
Shut it down.
No, that's not supposed to happen!
Shut it down!
Oh, no!
Shut it down!
Oh, no!
Himmler has no involvement.
That's not supposed to happen!
I have it on good authority, straight from Burgundian HQ in the Ordensat. Himmler has no involvement in this in the German Civil War. He is not backing anyone. He is officially neutral, and he has absolutely no involvement in the South African War. This is factual information.
No. Speaking of which, how's that going?
Yeah, all right. Oh, right. South Africa is currently being Rhodesian Korea, Vietnam. at the same fucking time. Currently, there's only one flashpoint. Wow.
Well, I think it just began once we left last time.
Yeah, but so down here we also have a conflict between the German colonies that were established in, the middle of Africa, because remember, Germany won the war, so they had colonies, so they would keep them, and thus they would also expand. Now they've
And then there's also Madagascar.
Yeah, there's Madagascar, which
is currently a toss-up between the locals and the Jewish uprising.
yes, it's still a toss-up. They've overthrown the
They
German.
killed the Nazis, and now they're killing each other.
They've overthrown the German government, but the mutineers and the Jews are killing each other. Wow, who would have seen that one coming? Wow. But this is all gonna get very, 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 very problematic and lively, because now with the German terror bombings out of the way, everyone's gonna start coming out of the holes and underground dugouts. German bombers are no longer.
Realize, hey, there's a Russia to reunite.
Yes,
I want to be the one in charge.
Yes, German bombers are no longer destroying all that we built and keeping us oppressed. Now we can rebuild and think big. Let me give you a short example of what's about to happen. So, the former Russian territories are here, and there's quite a lot of individual states here after the breakup of the Soviet Union. You ever played a battle royale game? That's what's about to fucking happen. What?
You know what? Let me go get the Tokarev.
So, the mini-game here, or rather the mini-conflict here, is that Russian reunification is a thing, and I'm not giving you a spoiler because Russian reunification is right fucking here. You win as a Russian warlord state by reunifying the entire country and owning everything. This is how you win. Or at least these are your victory conditions. But, yeah, that's about to kick off now that the German terror bombings are no longer a thing. So,
Alright, I'm back.
I hope we win. But so, let's begin, shall we? So, Martin, if you would cue the music here.
Yep. One moment.
Let's see. Our country is, well, it's not Komi anymore. It's Ust-Solisk. Solisk. Right?
It doesn't matter because it's not going to be that once we have our way.
True, but you see, this is why I hate regime changes. You have to learn all of these new names. Who's your first target for conquest, by the way? I am not entirely sure. However, as was tipped off to me by a person who was here, and is blatantly fucking obvious, Zhukov is going to be our biggest threat. And Zhukov runs the West Russian Revolutionary Front. Up here.
If it's not still Voroshilov.
No, it's actually KV himself. Big KV!
Alright, in that case, he's still a threat, mind you, but I don't know what the chain of events is that Zhukov takes over.
Right, so Zhukov can come to power here, and if you know anything about General Zhukov, yeah, he's a threat.
Now, why don't you go over to Omsk for a moment? See what they're doing.
Omsk? Where's Omsk?
Omsk. In the east.
Omsk?
Or Middle East.
Omsk.
Or middle of the east
Omsk.
of Russia.
Who is this? Okay, so Dmitry Yazov. Why are we
yes,
here?
Good, Comrade Yazov.
What is his doing?
We're gonna have to keep an eye on this fella. Though usually the AI never win as him.
Any special reason why this man should be put on the list?
Omsk is a fringe state, so to speak, who want to enact something that we call the Great Trial.
Well, Martin, we're supporting, the return of the Tsars, and their flag has it shows similar markings to other Tsarist movements. They wouldn't be a threat, right?
Not directly to us. Let's just say once they reunite Russia, watch out Germany.
Oh. Do I hear war reparations?
let's just leave it as that and move on.
Right, moving on. Meanwhile, as for people to watch, is Durlwang... There, Durlwanger's still alive.
Ah, Oscar and the Durlowankers.
He's still out there, folks. They haven't caught him yet. Right, so, moving back to our brand spanking new country that we didn't just take over because reasons. And we obviously took it over during a completely democratic election. We didn't immediately shoot all the members of cabinet that didn't agree with us. Clearly, some of them are still alive. We're still trying to find them. One of them escaped. We're still trying to find the other, 5? Or other 3. Right. Actually, no, 4. No. Yeah. I cannot count. But 4, right? The remnants of the leftist party and the center party. We will find them, and we will secure our rule. But, Alexei Koznigin, he escaped. However, he is a smart man. He's never coming back.
Probably.
But
Probably.
by the time
all he had to do was just let the right come to power as democratically elected.
Right, all they had to do was let the democratic progress...
But now we're here having to hunt down our former enemies.
Right, you see, all they had
Speaking of which, oh yes, the former president was on our list last time.
Right, no, it's 3 days. Reports from our division and intelligence say their investigation is roughly 3 days out. But, see, we didn't ruin a democracy. They ruined it. So we fired mortars at the Capitol building. They should have just let it be democratic. Oh well. But anyway, so
What a shame.
let's re-examine what we have here, because we actually have some new things here, because we did actually make some actually pretty good progress now at actually building up our state now that the terror bombings are gone. We have more factories, and we have guns. So we are currently building up a solid base of support before we begin the sorting out of the internal politics of the new right-wing government. We already know where we're going.
Internal politics.
Yes,
See executions.
we already know where we're going with this, but we shall see. We shall see how long this takes. Actually have a fucking military for once. Actually, the thing is, we had a pretty good military, but
We're still going to have to raise it in preparation for either Voroshilov or
Zhukov.
Shit, Zhukov. My head just fucking went somewhere.
Yeah, so we, our problem here is, unfortunately, we have, we don't have that many troops, and our production to replace losses is very slow. So that's a weakness. While we do have a fairly sizable force here, as far as the warlord states go, we can't really replace the losses when the toy soldiers break. So, we kind of need to see to that. But we do have a gluttony of equipment. We just need to train the men. And, since we went, across, well, not really across the aisle, but further deeper into ours, and reached out a hand to Funny Clockman. Funny Clockman will allow us to have his elite shock troops under our command, most likely. Partially.
I would imagine that it actually spawns a unit as such, but what do I know?
They will probably assist us in our noble goal to bring back the true rule of Russia. Probably. When Alexei comes back, surely. In the meantime, though, things are going to be kind of sketchy.
However, we will be relying on the chat, of course, to teach Goon how to play the military aspects, because Christ knows I don't know how to.
We're gonna...
I just use the magical spawn button, that is, cheats.
Yeah, so, I don't actually know how to manage a military. I have had some experience playing Magadan, but, that didn't end too well.
It didn't end too well, but you did all right. It could have gone entirely worse.
Right, I know the first thing is to actually have an industry to raise and replace losses for your military, but basically from what I can tell, combat is kind of sketchy to nebulous. So the general idea is that you want to engage units, flank them, and more or less carve up the territory of the AI. If you kill enough units, or you carve enough territory, carve up enough territory from the AI, you can force the AI to surrender. This is as much as I understand. However, enacting that is still a mystery to me. And don't ask me how the fuck aircraft work, I don't know. So, we're gonna be learning a lot of things on the fly here, and generally speaking, conquest is rationally part of this entire little adventure, because, see all this? We will own this. And I probably will have to, I will probably have to make a number of saves. Select all your troops and put them in an army with the plus portrait button below. Yes, I know, I know how to do that. We actually had to do that because, unfortunately, we had to disband the army and reinstate the army. So, I will go with a general who can. What are these? Planning speed, supply consumption, planning.
Well, I would keep in mind that most of your army is infantry, of course.
Yeah, it is. However, we need to attack one infantry division. So Gleb here is a fairly okay choice. But we're probably going to need someone who can run on a
fucking mane of hair on that guy's head.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, this man. You know, give this guy a couple of years, he'll be incredibly aesthetic. He needs a porn mustache. Porn mustache and some aviators. He'll fit right in with fucking Magadan. But so, what we need, we have several harsh leaders here, but do you know how to place a front line? I know how to place a defensive front line, but not how the offensive front line works. I still need to work that out, but we'll do it. We'll have it in practice, I suppose, whenever we actually go to kill someone. But one thing we probably should look for is if we have anyone that can run on empty here a bit better, because I'm expecting to run on empty, and it doesn't seem like we have.
Usually the partisan skills are good, but I don't think we have anyone with those.
Doesn't seem like it. So we pretty much want to say, I'm assuming the general with the highest attack is probably a good idea, and then, you know, planning speed this is helpful when you actually plan, because I know if you use the front line and offensive front line, which is basically saying to your army, start here, move here, you do get bonuses when you actually engage within that plan. So, gonna learn how to figure that out, but pick a general and then you want to assign that army to a field marshal. So, well, okay, so I'm not sure how what army group works, but we make an army and then we select a field marshal. So we want to pick a general, not a field marshal.
Select a general and then put that general under a field marshal.
Right. Okay. So we have
the bigger of the two icons on the left on the bottom.
Okay. So the army group is the field marshal. You see, I haven't learned how that one works. I know how to make an army group, but I don't know how the fuck that works past that. So, right, so, division defense, division recovery rate, this means that their, order, right, green bar, that decays a bit faster. Experience gain, that's fairly decent, but he is overall a less effective leader. And then planning speed and promotion costs, it seems though, Sluchenkov? Seems like he's the better choice here.
Sluchenkov, yes.
Sluchenkov, yes. He seems like he's the good for the general. He drives his men hard, but he produces results, from what I am seeing. Field Marshal will basically oversee your general's army up to 5. Interesting. So, we don't really have enough for any more armies, but you know, one army under one general under one field marshal is probably a good idea. So, that is that, and then I suppose we click this, and then we can only have a field marshal. I'm assuming promote makes the general a field marshal, correct?
Yes.
Right, so you need command power. Okay, right. So, so who should we pick here? The old venerable elitist or this dashing young stallion here? So, harsh leader.
I'm gonna go with the dashing young Prokhanov.
Prokhanov, yes. He doubles down on what Gleb has. Politically connected, so promotion costs is effective as well. And, General
He's
Bus...
the man of the party.
Yeah, so, the party man, but also the, an urban assault specialist. Which is good, because urban fighting is one of the most difficult forms of warfare. He has you know, the same or less stats than, Victor up here, but what does Victor get?
Plus, he's more useful out here in the western edges of Russia, where there are more cities and towns.
Right. General max army group size 2. That is, we will not discount, Larionov, right? And he has the same urban assault specialist ability. General max army size plus 6. Okay, he can manage a lot of men, so...
Okay, in that case, we may have to sideline, Comrade Alexander for, Larionov.
Yeah, so he looks like, Victor seems like the better choice there. Alexander, well, as we, clearly reunite Russia under the banner of the Tsars,
The army need young faces.
Young faces, young, eager men to fill the spaces that will be available as our industry grows. I've never played this game. Are the generals FMs you can pick from historically accurate or fictional? Most of them are real people.
I'm not sure in terms of TNO and the smaller enclaves here, but as far as vanilla Hearts of Iron goes, yeah, usually.
Yeah, usually, but this game, it could be making some of these people up, but actually, as we found, playing nations like Magadan, which is well, you can go down and basically create a nation of mercenaries. Some of the generals that you can pick were actually people. Like, one of them we found a declassified CIA debrief on, which is really funny.
That was Warbell himself.
Yeah, so...
Big Boss.
No, that wasn't Big Boss, that was someone else.
That was.
Oh, that was. I thought you meant the man...
Yeah, you can have Big Boss himself as your field marshal.
No, that's what we did. There was another man, the dashing man with the beret and the sunglasses, but not the cigar. Not Warbloff.
Oh, I don't remember that one.
Right, so... there are some real people, but it's kind of maybe a bit touch and go. So, that's the funny thing about this. This is alternate history, but it's mostly rooted in fact. It's a bit eccentric, but it's mostly tied down to realism. And plus, this world is completely fucked, too, so they kind of had to pull some strings to make things start off so awful for everyone. Because really, at the end of the day, everyone starts this game off staring down the barrel of the gun with some of the worst situations that they could manage. It feels like they just kind of created a situation where they've artificially shifted really, really bad things for every country involved, all in the same setting. So, it's kind of like the Ava of, 4X games at this point, where everything's really bad for the sake of being bad. For what?
I'm calling this the Ava of Hearts of Iron?
Yeah, kind of. Really. Kind of. It really is. Things are bad for the sake of being bad to emphasize a point. And to also entertain in a very grim way. But Victor shall be our field marshal. And that seems to be good enough for a competent army. We have mostly light infantry, one mechanized division here. And I'm pretty sure some of these troopers are... those are the elite infantry. I'm not sure if those are the shock troopers, but... I'm not quite sure, but they have... we can actually see what the equipment they have. That's neat. So, we're probably gonna have a hodgepodge of equipment as we go, but Magadan's fucking silly because you can buy guns from literally everyone. Or you can get shit that fell off the truck.
Yes. Off an American truck.
Yes. But so, we have mostly light infantry, and really that's all of our industry can really support currently. However, we do have some mechanized, forces here. We have, PT-76s. And, that's about it. We can handle this, though, because we will eventually get more. We got lots of field howitzers, lots of hand grenades, lots of rifles. As our industry grows, we will be able to potentially expand our armed forces and, have bigger and better things. Such as planes, if I figure that shit out. To create an offensive front line, click on your general. In the battle plane's pane above them, Click on the 5th icon from the left, icon with a soldier with a small plus, and then you can click on a border to create a front line. Alright. Plans, not planes. Okay, right. So I figure it's this one? Or this, no, it's this one. Okay, so this is, I figured out how to do this. This is a front line. So you would say, hey, form up in the border here, and I'm assuming that offensive line is basically, you know, the maximum here. So you set the front line minimum, and then maximum, say we wanted to, you know, roll right over the border. You select, hey, stop at the enemy border. Or stop at the border with the other country we don't want to shoot yet. So I haven't practiced that, but some of that's self-explanatory, but a lot of the shit's nebulous. And Hearts of Iron in general is not very good about explaining half of this shit. And as I heard when Man the Guns came out, none of it really makes any fucking sense under even like the most skilled analyzations. Way too much shit seems random, right?
Yeah, I'd say that.
Right. So now that we have that, we don't really need to move anybody around because I don't think we're going to be declaring war. On we're not going to be declaring war quite just yet because, sweet Jesus, we're not ready yet. We just had a massive change of government. Everything's gonna be fine, though. But, hey, we can actually build something now. What a fucking shock.
All it took was the German bombers to stop coming.
Yeah, ooh, wow. I think our let's see. Actually, our infrastructure is actually pretty good. So, there's that, but, It's actually not as hard as you might think. You'll pick it up quite quickly. I hope so. Because Magadan didn't go very well, even though I figured out how to cheese the AI by taking more territory than he can actually defend. Figured out that. Figured out flanking good. Flanking good. Also river bad. Or river good if you're defending. Right, so...
Well, it depends on your perspective.
In terms of what we've got here, what do we in most dire need of? If we start producing, we're probably going to need tungsten and chromium, but I suppose at this point we should probably concentrate on just getting factories rather than infrastructure in order to increase our capacity. Our production is somewhat lackluster, however we can, with more factories we can potentially, make more shit. But now that we have more than enough infantry rifles to train the next division, we could probably spool down production here. Just kind of free up some space. And, we do have one regiment of tanks that does need spare parts. Or one division of tanks. So, we don't have any basic MBTs, which is kind of funny. But, right, so basic IFVs, we do need to keep those things rolling. And then also most likely hand grenades for the infantry, because we're probably going to be needing those. Then there's also artillery, and this list will get very, very, very long. But for the vast majority of our infantry, what do they really need? Let me remind you. Okay, so it's guns and support. Actually, shit, they don't even have hand grenades. So our light infantry is going to be our bread and butter here. Didn't Cat say no Hearts of Iron before bed? Hibiki.
It only applies if we don't go to bed like we did the other night.
You see, Hibiki, you may not have been here the last time we played this, but the thing was, we kind of actually got around that because we didn't go to fucking sleep. We were at this for 10 hours, which was an exhausting 10 hours, but an interesting 10 hours. But so...
We toppled a government.
Yes, a completely fine and, actually, upstanding democracy. And we caused the right to come to power.
To be fair, it was a democratic and fair election.
You do need to keep in mind what resources you have. If you lack a necessary resource, you need to trade a nation with a nation for it, which requires giving up a factory in place. That I understood. So we will need other resources now. Yeah, we need rubber because we're, making tanks. So we do need to actually give up a civilian factory in order to actually get rubber. The only problem is we don't actually have anyone to trade with rubber. So if we're going to do that, we're going to need to build a rubber, or rather a what is it? I said a plant. What is it? A synthetic refinery, which will give us one rubber. So we should probably actually put that on the list there. Just kind of put that there, because then we're... Oh, no slot... Reach and no slots available. I guess we have to put it here? Yep, have to put it there. Indeed, guns and bullets armies are totally totally fair for voting. Yes. Actually, the nations listed at the top are the ones with the most of that resource. So on that list, Ceylon has the most rubber. Yes, but the problem is they have the most rubber. However, our trade influence is too low to actually trade with them. I learned this one out here. We can't actually trade rubber because no one will give us rubber, so we have to make our own. Or steal it from someone. But self-sufficiency is key. Absolute key. You see, under the Tsars, we were self-sufficient. We were a mighty nation. And then the
Bolsheviks came.
Yes, before the Bolsheviks came, the communists ruined everything. So, we do actually need to make rubber, because we can trade probably other things, like, you know, like tungsten from the German sovereign zone. Wow, and Tomsk. So, we can do that. The only problem is, for rubber specifically, we have no options to trade. So we actually have to make that refinery. It's probably a good idea to invest that to give us a kind of okay, more or less backbone, emergency fallback. So that'll be complete in 97. 19. That will take 4 years. This is also the problem. This is also one of the other problems with this game. Things take a long time. So, hopefully there are other ways for us to get some support here. But, maybe we'll have that cooking just in case. But, other than that... Well, your tanks will take longer to produce then, being spit out at a less optimal rate. Well, we're not really... Producing, yes, but these are just to keep the replacements. So these are we're not really producing tanks. We're producing replacement parts. We won't. Yes, it kind of does the same. You kind of need the parts to general. You kind of are basically producing tanks, but these are just kind of so we have supply, so we can replenish losses, not to create new units entirely. We really only have one tank division, so gotta keep it so it actually has some form of fallback. They're basically just there to keep that shit rolling. So other than that, we have a choice. We have anti-tank grenades or the artillery pieces. Because we have guns, we have support equipment. The only thing we kind of had to cut off was anti-tank grenades. So generally speaking, we can kind of get away with anti-tank, but then again, we also need motorized equipment, but that... So, I suppose since anti-tank equipment is shared by literally every unit aside from the light infantry, we should probably get going on a stockpile of anti-tank grenades. The guns will need help, but I think we should probably tag the most important resources first. Even though the tanks are kind of a specialty, but we're going to need the tanks. And they're amphibious, too. They can cross rivers. A lot of fucking rivers around here. You can always count on a portion of equipment being captured. This is also true. This is kind of how this, like... I'm not really sure how this all works, because I've never actually captured a country before. So, we'll see how that all works out. I'll get the hang of it, I guess. But this is where... These are all mechanics that you basically have to smash your head against in order to learn. So, I'll learn. But, put on those hand grenades. And with that, we're using all of our factories. By the way, Martin's still a beam. Wow, Hibiki.
What does this mean?
I don't know what it means, but...
I don't understand! I don't understand!
I don't understand, but clearly she won't give it up.
Like, is it something I should be complaining about? I don't know.
Basically, when you capture a nation in a war, their stockpile equipment goes to your stockpile. That's how I hoped it would work, but we will see about how this goes. I think we honestly have a big enough army to knock over one of our smaller neighbors, but we'll see how the story progresses, because unfortunately in TNO, wars are kind of on rails, so... Mostly. I think with the Russian reunification ones are the most loosey-goosey, but everyone kind of only gets to declare war on people with certain focus trees. So it's really kind of dependent on, you know, how far you are in the visual novel, essentially. This is different than base Hearts of Iron, where you can, if you manage the system correctly, declare war on fucking anyone. But it's to make sure that things flow out at a rate that's agreeable with the narrative, which is, kind of a gain and a loss. I'd pick a nation to frontline now so that your soldiers can dig in and be more ready for combat when the fighting starts. Well, let's look ahead first and see if we actually can declare war on someone. But it looks as though we're going to potentially go after, well, the other Tsarist, right?
Yes, the wannabe successor to the throne.
In fact, we have formed a pact with the Principality of Vatka. Okay. The false Tsar in Vatka has refused our offer of an alliance. He will be crushed like the rest. Funny clock man,
Vatka,
please.
I think, is also a born in exile.
Funny clock man.
He's not Alexei. Alexei was born Russian. He was born here. He's a direct line to the Romanov spirit.
His bloodline is pure. He's meant to rule. These pretenders, no. So, okay, we're gonna stop when we get here. An anti-Bolshevik pact, but then again, if we form with the Vatka, we do get to crush the communists.
Well, I mean... Look, the communists are going to get crushed either way. I suppose we can try and form a pact with them first.
All right, so get rid of the communists first, because they're the reason all of this shit happened, right? Then we can sort out lines of succession. Correct? Sounds
right.
It sounds reasonable. Funny Clockman's probably going to have them all shot, though. Funny Clockman wants to shoot. Why not? Funny Clockman probably wants to shoot the communists first, though. They go first.
Of course, they're the reason why all this happened.
Yes. Okay, so we will probably...
Bukharin led to the ruination of this nation.
Okay, so we'll keep going down here, and then we'll change gears, and then start to go here as things start to go forward. But so... So if we form a pact with Vatka, do we declare war? Guarantee Usolisk. Guarantee protection. So we essentially have a non-aggression pact and an alliance. Okay, good. Okay, Ring of Steel, at peace. Order of St. George, get events. Usolisk demands our submission. Embrace the order. Rebuild the monasteries? Funny Clockman like church. Funny Clockman.
Funny Clockman build church.
Funny Clockman.
After all, we have to rebuild one after those damn communists burned down ours.
Yeah, those damn communists burned down his favorite church. Funny Clockman hears the word of God and obeys. Okay, so...
He talks to God on a two-way field telephone.
Really? Just this morning. Okay, so strike it on the neutrals, which grants division recovery rates. Strike neutrals. Okay. Mutually exclusive with preemptive strike. What's preemptive strike? We go right after KV and potentially getting rid of Zhukov before he becomes a problem. Okay, well, in that case, we're gonna have to move across.
It's an
option. That is an option, but ultimatum to the neutrals. Okay, Volgoda. All right, so cast down democracy. Decreases the influence of the Comey Center. What center?
What center? What left? We kind of destroyed both of them.
Owns Ukta. Okay, so purge the last remnants. That is shatter the frontier. Declares war on the West Russian Revolutionary Front. Preemptive strike. Okay, so there's that. Mop up the spare. Dissolve the. Okay. Looks like we just up and betray Vatka. Yeah, no, we're killing everyone. Indulge them. Yes! Funny Clockman, nice. Funny... Move the capital to Vatka? Does Funny Clockman want that? Absorb the tank fleet. Tsar Ultimate... Do we go after the Turks? Tardistan? Oh, and then there's the Aryan Brotherhood. The least fucking subtle people here.
Yes, the Nazi wannabes.
Right. Restoration Day. Right, good. Okay, so it
You
looks...
know, again, I may not be a expert on the subject, but I don't think Slavs are considered Aryans by, the Nazis.
But this is the pervasive nature of Nazi propaganda. You can kind of... You can kind of... depending on who's talking and who's spreading it, you can kind of squint and say, oh, these people are worthy. It's so easily applied to people. Aryan is basically just saying that you're... Well, Martin, I hear you're the descendants of Aryan battle angels.
Ah, yes, of course.
Clearly. I mean, that's still using
Clearly.
Aryan. That's still using Aryan as a basis there, but... You descended from Vikings. You descended from, the Chinese Empire. You descended from the bloodline of the Emperor.
They're all ways of just construing the same concept, but at the same time not.
No, at the same time not. But this only exemplifies the problem with that kind of ideology. At the end of the day, it's not really for the idea. It's for the power. You can maneuver, you can ream with the idea, and then dumping people off at the curb left and right when you no longer need them. So it's essentially a means to grab power and then remove problems once you have the power. So, yeah, it's not exactly the safest ideology to be behind. You wouldn't want to get caught in the purges, right?
But thankfully, that's not our problem. We will be the one purging.
Yes! No! Purge. No, what? No. Reunification.
Well, sometimes Funny Clockman thinks that there are certain undesirable factions and have to be eliminated. So,
You see-
what do we call them then?
That's eliminated. Those people aren't true Russians.
I see.
There will be no purge. The true Russian people will always survive. Completely free. Untainted by this. Everyone else was an outsider the entire time. They're not us. We're us. They're them.
Yeah.
Let's get on before we get any more fucking problematic. So we basically declare war on fucking everyone. So I don't
We're already
think...
canceled Goon, so
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
Right.
None of this matters. It don't
Right.
matter. None of this matters.
Just to be on the safe, just to be safer than sorry, put an offensive line on Vadka just in case things go south. All right, fine. Well, I guess for the sake of it, yes, we could. But I think things are going to be fairly structured, and these troops aren't really going to move terribly far. But so, we'll move them to the border and have them sit there, and then, wow, Vatka's literally right on the It is nothing, Tavorish. We're having parade. Now click on your general. Okay, so click on the general, not the field marshal, correct? So, he go here. Or rather... Assign selected armies to this order. Control right click to select units assigned to this order. Oh, okay, so control click. So, I assume that he is... Yes. Okay, so, they are now assigned to the front line, and thus the troops will take up this order. Maneuvers for this new military, clearly.
Clearly.
If one wishes to maintain a state, he must maintain a military. Hearts of Iron? The new order, yes, but Hearts of Iron. Okay, so, now with that out of the way, let's bring ourselves back into managing these events. We have all of these things to do. Give, high fives to a Funny Clockman. There's reunification of Russia, that's a long-term goal. We won't need that. Okay, so there's also prepare a raid, but I don't think we want to do that considering, we may or may not be allies and or enemies with these people. So, I'm not quite sure who we want to shoot first, so I'm not gonna rock the boat. But things that we need, gain base stability, political power gain, war support. We do want to improve industrial equipment. Research facilities, schools, yes, but we do want to improve our industry to some extent. However, we can't do that yet because we're already training workers. So we'll focus on industry with that one, I guess. Warlord development, war planning, that helps, I suppose, with our little plan here, but we're not really... We aren't really doing very much. So, political power gain, weekly stability. I think we have enough stability to take this hit, so you know what? We're gonna do that. We have 74 fucking stability. We're very stable now that the people's government has come to power. But not those people. You know which ones I'm talking about.
Have you advanced the clock any?
No,
or is it still...
No, I haven't. I'm
Okay.
just getting reorient,
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we haven't found the former president yet.
3 days. So as soon as I hit the button, it'll be just a moment. But so assemble our forces takes 1 more day, and now we will continue. Okay, actually delete that line. That's the field marshal line. You need to make a line for your general. Ah.
I thought they make a line for the general.
Okay, so delete order. So for the general, and then front line. That's the offensive front line. That's the front line. So here. This one. How do I? You haven't deleted it. I thought I deleted the order then. That's... Okay, right-click, direct to mouse. Okay, right-click it in... So hang on here. Let's back up. So I assume... No. The solid line behind the front line is the field marshal line. Oh, okay. So the purple line. Oh, okay. So click on Ash and then click. Oh, okay. Ah, okay. So there's that. They're both deleted, and now we just make front line for the general with the general selected, and there. Good.
Wonderful.
So that's fixed, and now we can just continue onwards because we've got a lot of things to do. Okay, so assemble our forces. That gave us additional manpower and base war support. Critical fucking mass there. All right, so reform a true army. Our army professionalism, societal development will begin to improve. Get events new national army. Base stability gain 5%. I mean, we want to get both of these, but I suppose if on the quick here we could grab oaths of loyalty to counteract really any of the stability that we've just forced the country to take by taking more political power. So now we begin with the reading again. There is an important question vexing the political apparatus of the state, and the military apparatus alike. The question regards the oaths of loyalty that each soldier is to take. The Old Republic had a set of oaths dedicated to protecting and upholding democracy. That ended well, didn't it? The Republic and the Comey Constitution, which we clearly not do. However, the factions that make up our current government are conflicted as to which form the new oaths shall take. The more monarchist-inclined groups wish to restore the Tsar's oaths, swearing loyalty to a crown and throne that are currently vacant. Well, that won't stop, Clockman. The more mainstream elements of the government, on the other hand, wish to reword the old Republican oaths to fit our newer, stronger state. There are even some elements within the state that view the Soviet oaths and their commitment to ideology as a possible. No.
I don't know about that one, Chief. In fact, that makes you really sound like one of them, you know?
Yeah, right. We suppressed the left.
We need to have to chat outside.
We suppressed the left in this country, didn't we?
We suppressed the shit out of it.
The army.
Remember, we can't go after Suslov until we've taken everyone else.
Right, if he doesn't escape.
He will know true loss.
But the army must come to a decision to ensure the loyalty of our troops and our united military. Right, so More paperwork, but we will do this. Clash in the Shadows. Okay, so this is essentially because we are until we go down the other tree, we have this stuck on us. At least it's not the fucking terror bombings, but we are taking some very serious hits. But then again, we aren't actually taking any hits to any of the other ideologies, and that is the focus of picking one of these trees. So clearly, by picking some of these parties, we will amplify some of them and minimize the others. We know which one we're going down with, though. So we'll see about the decisions here. But now, we wait and we work. Alexei lives. That he does. Okay. European Council declared war on the the Reichskommissariat Ostland is currently in the middle of its own fucking problems, like the entirety of Germany. Speaking of which, who's winning?
As usual.
Who's winning out here? Oh, wait a minute. Okay, Heydrich's still in this.
For now.
Spear's kind of fucked. He has about as much of a chance as Heydrich does. Bormann he's still got a sizable territory. Goring's kind of looking, well, rather on the ropes there. So we'll see how this goes around.
Though, do remember, the Civil War just began.
Yes, it did. It just
Things
began
are very quick to change.
It just began. By what? Not even a week? A week in game time? It began at the beginning of November, more or less.
Something like that.
Oh, and there goes Heydrich. Okay, classified.
Oh, he already died.
Okay, so no, he's been smooshed into a corner. But okay, classified opposition data.
There.
ATTN top clearance classification monolith activity report. Voznesensky.
The former president.
Yes, the former president.
We've been taking to calling him the former president because neither of us can pronounce his name for some reason.
Probably
because we're both idiots.
Yes, we are. But subject's whereabouts are unknown since the establishment of the new government, though subject has allegedly been sighted on multiple occasions in the Yib area, immediately to the south of Siknavar. However, it should be noted that these witnesses should not be considered necessarily reliable due to severe discrepancies in their stories. And there are other reports suggesting that he may have fled Komi entirely and maybe in Vatka. Analysis. Although the former president is not known for his political tact, it is believed to be entirely possible that he still commands a degree of loyalty from some remnants of the old regime. His neutralization or liquidation is regarded as a high priority and would likely prove a crippling blow to the liberal anti-regime opposition, the report concludes. Okay, we don't know where he is, but someone says that he saw him on a farm somewhere, pumping gas. Could have sworn it was him.
We'll go over and make sure.
Wow, okay, the Jews won Madagascar.
Huh.
Madagascar is now...
That happens surprisingly often.
Huh. So what nation is Phonto? I'm playing the former Republic of Komi. We're gonna have fun times. Fun times with bringing back the Tsars. Okay, so we have resource tungsten. We can get tungsten from somebody, right? Yeah, the German sovereign zone, which... Why not? They're right there. Our civilian factories aren't really... They're doing something, but they're doing a slow something. Yeah, they're doing
A slow something's fine.
Good lord, it's even slower now. They'll get there eventually. But, is there anything that's 14,000. Is there anything that's 5,000? That's not too bad. But I think we have plenty of fuel on our hands. Radar stations, we don't really need that. Anti-air, probably won't need that. There's no Luftwaffe anymore. An airbase. Infrastructure itself would also be kind of cheap.
I mean...
We could build infrastructure.
Who's to say that they won't bring in air from the other states. But at the same time, yes, infrastructure is probably the more pressing matter at the moment.
Pressing matter at the moment.
Besides, you can build anti-air guns.
We do need rubber, but we should probably concentrate on building infrastructure. Get that shit to 10. So these will probably... Yes, 1964. Next year. Clearly way quicker. You want to create a line of advancement for your troops so the AI knows what to do when war may or may not happen. Click on the general and then click the icon to the right of the offensive line option. Then right-click drag to a part of Vatka. Okay, so click on the general, and then... Right, so offensive line. I figured as much. We didn't really need to do this, but it's not like we're planning to invade Vatka or anything. Even though that's exactly what we're doing right now! So...
No, totally not. You're crazy.
Okay, so... Well, right-click and drag... Okay. This is kind of happenstance, but I suppose, a multi-pronged strategy, yes, but, I kind of want to not do that. So, click. Right, so let's try that again. Okay, so offensive line. What we want to do is essentially just run straight for the fucking border, kids. Or though. Oh. Don't do that, because we can't. So, we will delete this order. And then make sure it's the entire border. So, good lord. No, we do not want to invade the other fucking countries.
Yet.
Not yet. Oh, so oh, well, I can't do that.
Well, they can, but you're stretching your troops too thin.
Right.
So, hold on.
Yeah, someone needs to be, removed. Okay, so that's somewhat strange, but by the time they get down there, they will be done anyway. Then all you need to do is click the arrow above the general's portrait, and your troops will move when the fighting starts. Okay, so... click. Right, so that plan is set and ready, though, frankly, with all this planning, we probably should have just... fight Vatka, I suppose, just as a, contained element, but I think allies against, potentially, Zhukov are probably better. So, we do this as a, training exercise, yes? Martin?
Yes, of course.
Martin, you often draw up plans to kill your neighbors, just for the sake of...
Yes.
Just for the sake of practicing, just in case you need to kill a neighbor, right?
You know, sometimes we just gotta send a force to invade.
Contingencies! Not actual plant contingencies. You don't need to start it now, right? So, yeah, right. So, when the war breaks out, the plan's there, we press start, but right. Okay, so, no problems.
Yes,
Oh, right,
as
so...
one kid said, on the battle plans bar on the far left icon, you can select to train your units.
I was wondering how that worked, because I still haven't actually learned anything about the army experience, but, so, click to start an exercise with this army. The units will consume equipment while gaining experience. Your country will also gain army experience from each unit whose experience level is at least 2 trained. Okay, it's funny, because we spend our... we gain army experience at the cost of equipment, which is basically, well, we're creating a mock war, which is exactly what it says we're doing. We're training. So, my question is, what do we do with army... Well, actually, no, I know what we do with army experience.
I was about to say, you definitely know what we do with army experience.
We buy it to modify... We use it as a currency to modify the divisions. So, right. I advise you against training for now. Your units are sufficiently trained, and you will only waste equipment right now.
Oh, right, I forgot that it does that.
Well, no, yeah, wastes equipment, and we barely have any. We should probably wait, and then we'll see exactly how things go in terms of our production capability. We are producing an acceptable amount of equipment, but only because our units are basically standing still, and they don't need to go anywhere. I've been assured by the commanders in the field that the PT-76s are theoretically mobile. and can float still.
Still, maybe.
They are essentially pillboxes currently, but I have been told that they still do float. You can see the troops' experience level next to their icon. So, how do I read it? Next to their icon. Units entrenched. Over here. So, experience, regular, and trained. Okay, so these are the newest units. These are the ones that we were producing at the start of the game. So these ones are, yes, sufficiently trained. So we do not need to do this. However, it might be a good idea, once our industry can actually support it, to train troops behind lines in between spats of reclaiming territory. So this is where the game becomes, that war game and not a visual novel, folks. Very complicated. But good to learn. Now that I learned it, we can go on with finding the president.
Yes, find him. That's all we're doing. Find him.
Yes, we just want to know where he is. We just want to
talk. We just want to have a talk.
We want to have a talk, and we want to know where he is.
We want to have a talk about that stunt he pulled where he disavowed our entire government.
Yes. It's just a talk.
Despite coming to a truly democratic election. You remember, folks, you were here last time, we had the option to limit those who vote, and we didn't.
We didn't.
We let the people of Comey elect a right-wing government. I'm not going to say dictatorship, because we haven't done that yet, maybe.
No, we haven't done that, but that's the thing, though. The right wasn't even allowed... The right didn't hold enough seats to actually control... the government effectively, because they wouldn't let us have any seats. We didn't even have a presidential candidate. So, something happened there, but the people spoke very loud and clear. They didn't want the left, and they didn't want the center.
They spoke loud and clear with a mortar.
Yes, a mortar literally right to, essentially, right to the heart of the government in the Capitol. It's very loud. Can't miss it. But so we will continue on now because there's nothing else to do, and maybe we'll have something to do. Well, maybe have something to read as we go. We demand things. Harumph. Reichskommissariat Ostafrika declared war on the Union of South Africa. Well,
yeah.
It would appear that. Yeah, no. There goes the Africa shield. Yes. Something tells me that's not where it says it is. As the Boer Rebellion rages on, international journalists on the ground are reporting that German colonial panzer divisions have now begun to pour across the South African border. In a rapid escalation of the conflict, forces of the newly formed Africa Shield have already won several key victories, forcing already stretched thin South African soldiers into retreating south in disarray. With the OFN having expressed support for the South African regime for almost a decade, the feeling on the ground was captured by quickly spreading footage of a battle-bloody South African soldier, part of a convoy of soldiers retreating to Port Nolloth, who asked the camera the question that many have been asking: where the fuck are the Yankees?
Which is a good question, because I have never seen America actually make it in time for the war.
Maybe if you play as America, you can do it, but...
I think that's about it. The AI never get there in time.
The AI is somewhat lackluster on certain things. It's just it's not really the mod's fault, it's Hearts of Iron's fault. However, this mod is still being routinely updated and was in work in progress for like 5 years. So, they're making changes, and, well... It's a little rough around the edges, but if you look past the spelling errors and the wonky AI situations, the intent is there, and you can see what the intent is in detail, and the intent is very lavish. As lavish as this music right now. True chaos. When will it end? End?
It's only just begun.
And it's only just begun. There's a My Little Pony mod for Hearts of Iron. We had someone in there talking about it, and apparently it's, for what it is, it's well written. You only need an excuse! You only need an excuse, and then true talent comes forward.
Is that a burp or a slurp?
That was me slurping water.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm keeping myself hydrated with a mix of water and coffee. Okay, so, hey! Transistor technology! As for research, I'm kind of just content to, well, rubber processing. We probably should research something along the lines of assisting our inventory. We should probably do industry now. The research speed is, we're at 1960s technology, we're current, we're modern! It's funny because, while I was playing Himmler's Burgundy, I actually went all the way up to modern computing at 1970. So I had essentially modern-day computers in 1970.
Right, I forgot about that.
The true glory of the Reich. You can also get G11s as Himmler, or any German country, which is fucking neat. But these are one of the situations where if you focus down a certain tree and you're playing the game optimally, you'll get situations like in Base Hearts of Iron, starting the war as America in 1941 with fucking Pershings. So, do we even have any synthetic refineries at all? I don't think we do.
I would doubt it.
I don't think we have any at all, but just as a double... we would know. We would know by trade, right? We'd know by trade, we don't have... Yeah, no, we'd have none. Fuel... Actually, it's funny. Okay. Dmitry Balashov... Oh, wait, no, we have people just... We have members of the cabinet just producing oil.
What? What? Like what? A fucking private still in their backyard? What?
Yeah, no.
How?
Yes, moonshine, but it's oil. Okay, so power tools. Resource extraction 10%, extraction 20. Another 10%. That's 20. Modernized resource extraction techniques. 3 oil available in Siktivar. Oh, okay. So we do have oil in Siktivar. Oh, that's not what it means. It means they give a boost to production of the oil.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah, I was really confused there.
Right, so they're modifying the 3 oil. So we're getting quite a lot. But I think we have... Okay, maximum consumption, 108... I think we have enough oil currently. At maximum... Well, actually, air 6... We don't have any planes. So, at this current rate with our stockpile, the army moving at full blast will deplete the stockpile in 64 days. We have 2 months worth of war supplies. More like being responsible for efficient oil delivery, but I digress. Something like that, yeah, they affect the stats. Do you plan to make planes sooner or later? I suppose we actually probably look into that, because having an air force would definitely be an advantage. Not like those strike witches. We gotta be wary of, these people who are at once evidently the strike witches or an Ace Combat campaign, which is funny because I don't think they have a focus tree.
No, I don't think so either.
They do not.
They're just existing for now.
They're just
and they'll just loop into whoever is nearest.
Right. Yeah. So the free aces are actually a neat concept since during the.
I don't think anyone ever goes to war with them. They just get absorbed.
Right. But the free aviators is actually a pretty neat concept because after the fall of Russia, Germany uses basically this entire area for target practice, and the only people who have any hope of stopping them are basically just people with planes that do it for the sake of justice. Which I look at that and go, they made Big Boss out of Magadan. Make free aviators literally an Ace Combat campaign. Obviously grounded in history, but give it the Magadan treatment is what I say. They have nothing though, but that's fucking neat. Planes aren't in their own divisions, you just produce them and they build up and you put them in an airfield. I know that, but I haven't really figured out how to use them, and aside, you need planes with, that are capable of specific things in order to do specific things, and that requires you producing them and having, a varied air force in order to use all. This all sounds completely logical on paper, but holy fuck, industry is constricted. I'll teach you once you make planes. Thank you. Someone will. So, right. Let's see a... Oh, dear God. Martin, we can build I-15.
You can, what, you didn't notice also the Berkut?
Berkut? Wait.
1976.
Whoa.
SU-47.
SU-40s. Wait.
Wait, that is the Berkut, right?
1970 what?
Bottom row, same line as stealth technology.
Oh. Oh, we can make the fucking flat pack! Oh! Yes, and that's the Berkut. We can make the fucking Berkut! In 1976!
Like,
wow! This is space age fucking Slav shit. Holy crap, we might as well have the space program!
Alex, I will go to space.
The Tsar will conquer the moon. I can, you know what, the thing is, honestly, frankly, just for the sake of doing it, I think we could probably just we should probably just up to fish beds and call it a day. But then again, we need strike planes, but close air support here. We have IL-10s, which is actually kind of fun. We do need jet engines, though. In order to unlock literally all of this, we need to invent jet engines. So you know what? That's actually not too long. We're researching jet engines.
Look, there's gonna be plenty of time when you, reunite Russia.
Right, so developed in the waning days of the Second World War, jet engines operate by mixing super compressed air with highly reactive jet fuel, igniting the mixture and expelling highly energetic gases from the exhaust, generating far more thrust than conventional turbine aircraft. Plans. So yes, we go from I-15s to, well, Mihai, really. That's actually really kind of... How can we... Martin. How can the Russians invent stealth in 1970 and get tech demonstrators from, like, the late 90s?
Don't worry about it, Goon. If you're thinking about it, you're letting the communists win.
How do these... I'm not sure how this dating works, because, yeah, sure, it's at 1980 and 1990. That
Remember,
I can believe.
G11.
But what are these...
And it's the the K2 model G11, too.
Well, that would imply that they went through the entire, research The K2 is the closest thing we have to the production model, because that was essentially the production module that was... It would imply that the entire, G11 program took place over the course of researching it. So, I'm not sure how that works,
Again, you're thinking, comrade.
But, hey guys, flat packs for the fucking Tsar.
This is a meme I'd get behind.
Stealth tech was being experimented with as early as the 70s. Yes, but the Soviet Union was really fucking far behind with that. Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah, sure. You had, fulcrums, but...
Yeah, look, comrade, are you complaining?
I'm confused, is all. But I'm sure... I am sure when
Alexei giveth.
Right. I am sure when I speak to old Tabby, he will explain, and I will understand. Also, how the hell are any Russians in the state able to make jet fighters? This is also another bizarre thing. One other thing I actually would point out, considering that this is the timeline where the Soviet Union fell apart and lost World War II. So my question is this. How the fuck did we start with T-55s? Where did we get these? This was in development...
Well, the war continued beyond 1945. The Soviets just didn't collapse. They kept fighting, but...
Okay. I'm not exactly sure how the situation transpired, but I expected to just be producing T-34s and call it and that be where we start. So having PT-76s and T-55s out of the gate is confusing.
Weird.
West Russian War in the 50s. Okay, so, someone's gonna have to explain how the fuck that all went down. I'm not really, entirely square on how all that shit works, but hey, we're almost positive with research rate. We have the best institutions in all of the Union. The former Union.
Remainder of the Union.
The remainder of the Union and soon to be, well, the Empire. Again. As it always should have been. But moving on here, we're delayed. So yes, let's develop jet engines for the sake of having jet engines. Since Cass would be a very decisive advantage against our opponents. However, we also need... Wait, do we even have any... Actually, we do. Holy shit! We have IL-10s? Well, good.
Huh. Can't say I was expecting that one.
Okay, so we do actually have an Air Force. I hadn't actually realized. The territory of the military commander of Serbia. The Serbian Civil. Tito's at it again.
No, I think he's with, what's it called? I can't remember what faction he's with, but I don't think he's directly with the Serbians.
He does show up, but in, the last game we played, he survived for all of
most games he doesn't, yeah.
Okay, cut and run. The former president slammed the brakes of his car, screeching to a halt in the middle of a road in the backcountry of what used to be his homeland. With his tired eyes, he had failed to notice the barricade occupying the road before him.
We got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Concrete barriers manned by soldiers hunched down and armed with rifles blocked his path to freedom just 100 feet ahead of... Hey, Martin! That's why we moved all the troops to the border! Yes, we called it an exercise, but really we were looking for the president. Right-wing Comey? Right-wing Comey, yes. Right-wing Comey with machinations of funny clock man. He cursed himself. How had they known he was going this way? Had he not covered his tracks well enough? Actually, we just guessed. One of the soldiers called out, cutting the tense silence and urging their former leader to slowly step out of his car. He complied, his shoes crunching the gravel beneath them as he slid out of the front seat and slowly began walking towards the barricade, hands behind his head. The once proud defender of his country walked a death march towards the soldiers of those who had crushed his chance at freeing Comey. Abruptly, he felt a pain between his shoulder blades as he was shoved to the ground, colliding with the dirt in a daze. Discombobulated and unable to resist, he found his wrists shackled within seconds, now covered in dust and bruised from rocks and divots in his path. He was dragged off and thrown carelessly into the back of a truck. There was nothing he could do for Comey now, and so he fell asleep to the subtle purr of the engine. Off to prison, or worse. Worse. Okay, decreases
what, you think we're gonna let him live?
Decreases the effect of the Clash of Shadows. Power Vacuum becomes the leader of the Socialist Democratic Party. Okay, so... I'm assuming this... Yes, so I think this reduced the effects of the Clash of Shadows, because the Clash of shadows is the remnants of the remnants of the former government, as well as the bickering of our own. So, well, that's out of the way. Let us begin a new investigation.
Who next? I suppose we could go after Svetlana Stalina.
Yes, Stalin's daughter might also be problematic. Not sure what Kosygin is going to do as he fled the country, but if he's smart, he'll never come back.
It's not like he had much of a power base to call upon anyway.
This is entirely true, but also for the daily word of spreading the monarchy. These will go automatically, but yeah, let's make our lives a little easier. And also scavenge for loot. Might as well use some of this fucking political power. Okay, Oaths of Loyalty is almost finished as well. The Republic of Pavlodar declared war on the Khanate of Koshitau? Huh. Literally who?
Yeah, you got me.
Interesting how, thanks to this mod, many historical figures have English Wikipedia pages now. Ha!
Huh.
Well, it only takes an excuse. Also, actually funny. Remember that dashing stallion up for general review? He's apparently our fucking security minister, so he already has a job.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Okay. Right, so Reform a true army. So good. Our army professionalism will improve, which will give us... What will that give us? Army professionalism. Army professional. Widespread cronyism. Well, that won't do, but this will improve slightly to political interference. Well, actually, this won't... It'll actually give us more political power, so yes. Despite everything we have done, our armament programs and recruitment programs, an army is nothing but a mob of ill-organized rabble without competent officers and quality training. We must assemble our army's high command and consult the officers of the Republican Army, who have remained loyal to us, for a comprehensive new program of training and disciplining our forces. Logical. Entirely logical. Their oaths of loyalty. I know which one we're picking, but clearly. Lev Gumliov had never seen a priest quite so agitated as the one before him now. It was almost amusing, like a cat stripped of its favorite toy and left to mew in its own frustrations. Unlike a cat, however, he had no real option to leave this priest by the roadside. Oh, well, that's just... Come on, man. No. The god botherer would follow and nag at the man until one or the other expired of exhaustion, irritation, or both. He sighed, rubbed his sore temples, and turned his mind to the matter at hand. Acknowledgement of the role of the church in the oath of service is not some trivial matter. This is a matter of eternal life. For if these men do not die with God in their hearts, they will lack the resolve to carry on. Legitimate criticism, given the region and, general, the level of this country. The priest nodded animately. Naturally, the church would like all fighting men to pray for the health of their leader as well. Gumliov gestured for the priest to take a seat. He looked around his office for a tea sachet. Surely the man would have his tongue stilled, if nothing else. Thank you for your attention, Father. In truth, I was thinking of adopting oaths from the ones most familiar to us. We are, as you know, a Christian nation, but not all our subjects have had the privilege of baptism. My advisors have suggested a modified version of the Soviet... Oh, that is a terrible idea. He raised his hand against the already sputtering priest. And yes, we are well aware the church would not be pleased with this. Yeah, the Soviets kind of didn't like the church at all. And not just like a don't interfere with government, as in a don't exist within our country.
Cease existing, comrade.
To put it
State
lightly...
bids you to cease existing.
Right, to put it lightly, which is why I was thinking of a simple oath to the Russian state until the spiritual health and loyalty of our subjects are ready for a full oath to God's appointment, God's appointed trustee. It is a compromise, and I will assure you we will think of something better, but it will do for now. Time to chase the cat away. He had the affairs of men to settle. Have a good day, Father. My receptionist will retrieve you. God and the Tsar, though. Foundations of our country. We can't. No! It would be silly not to actually have that. But increases the influences of Funny Clock Man. One of the 5 options will happen. Change the popularity of despotism. Change it to proletariat.
Fucking brilliant.
It's all... Jesus Christ. But increase the influence of Lev Gumliov. Increase the influence of Ivan Ser... Why would we want that? We just got rid of them. Why would we do that? So yes.
Only Tabaritsky can really shape these men into line.
In a strange way, only Tabaritsky is consistent. He just wants the Tsars back. He makes sense. He doesn't go backwards. Only forwards. Unless we're talking about 20 years, actually at this point, 40 years in the past? Back to the glory days. He goes back there and then he goes forward. Only forward, never back. He did say it was a modification of the Soviet oath. Apparently it's different somehow. Not different enough for me, but yes. Funny Clock Man is... He's going to be pleased. Oh, so pleased. So, Whoa! That went up?
How much?
By 10? I think it's... Okay, so it's two...
Wow.
When removed... No, this hasn't come into effect yet, so that went up by 10. Good. Funny Clock Man. Funny Clock Man pleased. This is still just rubber, right? You can't do anything about that. One day we will, but not now. How's our infrastructure doing? Well, it's going. Ooh. It's delayed another year, but... Actually, no, it's delayed a year, but... Actually, no, that's the same... no, I was looking at today, I thought it was 1962 still. But, no, okay, that's getting on, at least a bit. Infrastructure is by nature the backbone of all industry. Actually, it went up by 5, it was 45% before. Didn't remember the exact, but I knew it was 40, or 40-something.
It was something to that effect.
And look at this wonderful stability we enjoy in this country. Isn't this nice? Stability is high, the people want blood, everything's great. Everything's just great.
But not great enough.
Not great, we can only make it better from here, though, clearly.
Ooh, hell.
Bless you.
Thank you. And bless the Tsar.
The Croatian winter. Oh boy.
Ah, yes. Now here comes Tito.
Right. There was a time, perhaps only now remembered by graybeards and idealists, when Croatia was a beacon of tolerance, a multi-ethnic, multi-confessional state that served the interests of many, not the few. Now the triumph of the vicious... I have no idea how to pronounce that. That is way too many fucking wiggly lines. Seems to...
I can't see because it's too small on my screen.
Seems to guarantee that those days are gone forever. It is hard to imagine what threat undesirables could pose to Croatia. Funny words you can't really say with a straight face these days. General subjugation... Okay, wait, no. Undesirables, right, I skipped a sentence. Could pose to Croatia. Given that Italian rule has brought about their general subjugation, but whatever it is, it's apparently fearsome enough to justify the harsh reprisals currently being conducted by the Ustasi stormtroopers, right? Ustasi, right, okay, Ustasi, yes, thank you. As the blood of the more unworthy flows, and the jackboots march through yet another European city, Croatia's overlord and protector, Italy, is already starting to mobilize against the black menace at their borders.
The Germans.
Right, yes, the Germans, clearly. The Italian Empire has already ousted the Ustasi once, and they will most likely do it again. They will be judged by history. But anyway, apparently we found Stalin's daughter.
Ah, wonderful.
Okay. Subject's whereabouts are unknown since the establishment of the new government. Scattered reports have surfaced of a female bearing a strong resemblance to the subject being sighted near Storozevesk. Yes. Though follow-up work by police has been without result. Analysis. Stalina is not to be underestimated, and is a savvy political operator who is likely working to build a united front among liberal opposition groups. She is almost certainly accompanied by some of her loyal associates, in particular former General Petrov Grigorenko. Actually, shit, that was the guy we had running the army before. In conjunction with whom she poses a serious insurgent threat to our government. Her liquidation should be undertaken at the earliest opportunity possible. Report concludes. Also, Martin Bot.
Yep. God damn it. That's 2 within the hour.
We have 42 viewers in the Hearts of Iron channel. We must be real fucking popular.
Wow.
Actually, yeah, some people are actually hanging around. Hello, folks. I didn't expect everybody to show up today, but glad that you could be here.
Welcome to Vadashit.
But yeah.
Shit, I shouldn't be saying that word now, should I?
Yes. How should we say that in Imperial Russia?
I suppose just friends.
Something like that. We need to research.
Humble workers under the employ of Tsar Alexei.
So, launch that fucking operation, and then while we have the political power, Zadanov, because Susov is the last. Because
the Ustaste. Ustase. Fuck.
We're the puppet government placed by Germany and
Can you tell I'm a fucking ignorant shit?
Yes. Unfortunately, we're all terribly stupid when it comes to pronouncing things. We all love history, but we have even we have blind spots.
I can barely speak English, let alone another language.
This is my stance too. Okay. Fair? Okay, good. I was wondering where my country went.
Where has my country gone?
The People's Revolutionary Council declared war on the Central Siberian Republic. El Comando Militare Argelino, Italy, declared war on the Territorio Militare Jesus Christ.
What the fuck's going on here? That's the first one.
Where? Well, we'll see one pop up just in case there's actual fucking fighting.
Wait,
also,
check North America?
What? Nothing new here.
Okay. For some reason, a piece of the back of my mind said, wait a minute, what if that's one of the Central American states?
Alright, so, okay, well, Heydrich has apparently lost to, lost.
Anyway. Oh, no, Heydrich's still alive.
No, he's lost to Goring. Goring's regained a footing back there.
It looks like it's going to be Bormann again, if I'm brutally honest.
Probably. Bormann's there. Spear's grown, though. Spear's getting, he's getting larger. Bormann is, winning, it seems, though. But, we'll see how this all works out here, but Bormann definitely looks like he's winning among the three, but Spear's coming back, and Goring's only slightly smaller, but now Goring has completely fucking obliterated Heydrich, so, he has a chance. We're kinda fucked if Goring comes to power, though, because Goring does some special...
That leads in a... That's a guaranteed bad end, as far as I'm aware.
Goring does some very fun things. As Heydrich does.
By fun, we mean stupid.
As Heydrich does, but Heydrich's is more immediately destructive than Goring. Oh, Algiers. According to local reports, hostilities have begun in Algeria between Italian and Iberian troops as military forces from both sides have begun to mobilize. While no declaration of war was officially made by either country, it seems like a new war has begun in the Algerian deserts. And the victors will claim the entirety of the country for themselves. Nominally still controlled by the French state.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah. See that French state. That's France. That's what's left. Meanwhile, Himmler grows ever larger. But nominally still controlled by the French state, Algeria was de facto divided up between Italian and Iberian spheres of influence after World War II, as settlers from both countries made their way into the interior of the country. Now, as complex webs of alliances between the two rival powers, native organizations and PNOs, militias, have shifted into war, two former allies are at each other's throats over domination in the Western Mediterranean and over Algeria's vast oil reserves. Hopefully the conflict won't it's all going to shit. We're at DEFCON 1, by the way! Shit's bad! Fuckers at Langley are just... They're not... Some of them are happy. Most of them are still concerned.
Not for the right reasons.
Yeah, some of them are happy, not for the right reasons, and every sane person still left on the earth is...
The ones that are happy are probably Himmler's spies anyway.
Yeah. But anyway, so, moving on here, with, Zadanov being located as well. Svetlana, we're closing in on the woman. We'll see what happens with her. The true army will come to fruition here. The big red button seems very pushable. At this moment, yes, but the nukes haven't started flying yet. We're going to have a very, very unfortunate time if they wind up doing so. But we made a save, though. Reform a true army. Okay, so. The anti-Bolshevik pack. Okay. Right, so let's see about this before we switch over to the war with him. The state of Vatka, under the Tsar Vladimir III, is not an ideal ally. Indeed, in a less desperate situation, it would be considered an enemy to strike down as soon as possible. However, we do not have the luxury of such such an idyllic situation. With the growing Red Storm to our north, we must approach the Pretender Tsar for the good of both of us. Only once the Reds are defeated may we have the luxury of reconsidering our foreign policy situation. We must approach Vatka with a proposal anti-Bolshevik pact for mutual defense and shared training until the sacred task of casting down the communists is completed. Entirely rational. Tabaretsky will not be pleased, however, he will see the necessity of growing ever closer back to the Tsardom.
Tabaretsky? Logic? Surely.
Surely. We'll get that, and then we'll handle the war with him. We'll sign the pact, and then we'll deal with internal matters. The new National Army. Fyodor clutched his gun, his fingers numb. He trained himself to tremble less, and at the right spots to keep his gun sight level and his aim clear. But the price he'd paid for it was that shooting felt less like an action and more like a twitch. The target seemed so very far away, and he thought of his home, now further still. Loud and clear, the old voices rang in his mind. Only a man can fight for his home. Only a man can do this. And if the rebuilding of Russia needs anyone, Fyodor, it needs you. His parents, his brother. The army had long been his second home, but he'd never forgotten his duty to the first. The crucifix around his neck shuddered as the shots rang out. 1, 2, 3, then silence. Fyodor lowered his gun. It seemed he'd been mostly on point for today's rounds. The stained hammer and sickle icon that passed for a target had been shot into oblivion, its white scraps hanging on the wire lattice background. Lattice? The sergeant nodded, wrote chicken scribble numbers into a book, and dismissed him. As Fyodor left, he smiled wanly. Fondly? Perhaps rifle...
Let me see... I can't. Again, the screen is too goddamn small. Where are you?
Yeah, wanly. He smiled wanly.
Yeah.
Perhaps rifle inspection would be late today. Well, it invariably ended later than anyone could predict, and far later than anyone was ever comfortable with. At least the meals were better now that they'd ousted the damn Bolsheviks in the canteen. Dmitri nodded to him as he passed into the cramped bunk quarters. Little talk was necessary, and little talk was offered. Two men cleaning their weapons together. A pastime as old as time itself. And as the two traded rifle oil and cleaning brushes, there was an air of near amidity? Dmitri finished, reassembled the bulky mess of parts into...
Amity, yeah.
Yes, into its gleaming hole. Then he knelt, taking well-worn beads from his left pocket, and began to mumble as beads slipped between his fingers. A prayer for enemies, and for Siktovar. And for the men who would lay their lives between the two. That's a fun word. Jesus Christ, guys. Fyodor mouthed his own silent prayer beside him. Army experience plus 15. Wow. 100%.
Prayer for the enemies. Prayer for the enemies.
Right, 1x 100 research bonus for land doctor. Shit, we're gonna get fucking moving real quick on that one. So hang on here. Land doctrine. That's... right. Sweet Christ. We do need to actually research this, because this is actual fucking tactics. But, these are gonna go fast. 2 months. We will decide what we have. Combined arms to operate. We might have to do combined arms, because I think maneuver warfare might be a little bit beyond us currently. Pick a doctrine that will fit your playstyle for combing. We will see when jet engines are finished, or rather, when rubber processing is finished. We shall decide. Because I feel like we're going to be doing mostly infantry with sporadic armor and air support whenever capable. So we'll see exactly what fits that. Air will obviously be easier to move around. Our production will hamper, armored support. So it may just be the troops and the rifles and the equipment on their backs.
I mean, if I remember correctly, or actually I don't know about TNO's doctrines, I never really took a look at them. There's always more partisan operations than
more partisan
direct frontline combat. Yeah, there's benefits for troops that are surrounded and such.
Right.
But it could be different for Kami.
Right, as the battle for control for Osland rages on. So the Osland civil war over here, which is basically right over here, or rather, over somewhere around here. Everyone's shooting at each other. For 3 days until investigations come in. Things are proceeding smoothly. Still at DEFCON 1, though. Everyone's still really fucking terrified right now. Heydrich is dead. He's fucked. Goring seems to be holding on, but Borman is still in control here, for the most. Like, Spear looks like he's fighting it out there.
As usual.
Whatever happened to the Lady of Steel? Svetlana Stalina nodded to the men and women across the table, a half smile on her lips. We thank you for your propositions and your generosity in hosting this meeting. My party will, of course, consider it. Rising up to offer a handshake, her mind is far away. There is always something else to be done for the PSD. Another conference, another stack of paperwork, another rally to speak at. Even so, she makes sure to keep a smile on her face as she nods. She knows, as she steps out of the doors of the conference hall and into the windy streets, that something is wrong. It's the instinct of a dog sensing a strangely hot and ashen wind upon its coat, or that of a bird hearing a certain distant, hearing the crash of distant waves. Or perhaps it's the fact that the street is empty and what's supposed to be at what's supposed to be peak hour in the capital, and the fact that there is a station wagon parked at the end of the street. Oh, no. Svetlana passes a binder to an aide, whispers Swordfish Rendezvous Limestone, and begins to walk hurriedly in the other direction. The rest of the staff whisper to themselves and disperse, scattering to the four winds. If something goes wrong, Selena alone will suffer. Her work will be preserved, and the PSD be given a fighting chance to escape ahead of the bullet. Selena focuses her breath, thinking only of the men and women who have served her. Every step she takes will buy her followers a little more time to safety. 11, 12, 13 footsteps follow behind her, in perfect lockstep with hers. She grits her teeth, paces 15, 16, 17. She takes a sudden twist down the alleyway and runs. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. As she is brought to the ground by policemen, she prays to a god she doesn't believe in that her friends, her party, made it out. That's all that matters, she thinks, as the bag goes over her head. I bought them time. That's all that matters. I'm sorry I couldn't delay them more. Yeah, it's, God typically doesn't answer everyone's prayers, but unfortunately the Soviet state is probably really low on the list. Okay, political power plus 50, base stability gain 1.5%. Decrease the effects of Clash of Shadows. Power Vacuum becomes leader of the Authoritarian Democracy Party.
And that leaves Comrade Suslov.
Oh, well, Zadanov here. We still need to locate him. However,
Right.
that file is next! Subject's whereabouts are unclear, though he is believed to have fled to the north from Siktivar following the ouster of the old regime. Sources close to leftist resistance cells claim that Zadanov is in hiding in an isolated village somewhere in the remote northern regions of Komi, though his exact location is reportedly being restricted only to the most trusted party cadres. Subject's activities are unclear, and he is suspected of being connected to the production of certain leftist pamphlets found circulating in the Siktivar area. Subject is additionally suspected of complicity in several terror attacks against military installations, though this is unconfirmed. Zadanov's own capacities as a leader of armed resistance are limited, but his skill as an ideologue and orator should not be underestimated. Penetrating his inner circle in the past have been quite difficult due to the highly indoctrinated and even fanatical nature of many of his closest associates. And it stands to reason that his present circumstances may only exacerbate this tendency. There is no question that Zadanov will resist our government in any way he is able, and it is for this reason that it may be advisable to either capture or kill him, the report concludes. Well, they're all going to be killed as soon as we get our hands on them.
This is a matter of how badly.
Right, so launch the operation against Zadanov, and then finally we can find Suslov. Okay, and also, once again, your daily dose to the monarchists. And also, we can also work on some new things with our loot. Look. The Islamic Republic of Kostanay declared war on the literally who. I have no idea where these people are. It must be the Middle East.
I think that's Kazakhstan.
Right. Industrial equipment. Central Asia. All right. But see, don't we live in a wonderfully stable place? Look at this place that we have made for ourselves. Isn't it nice?
Yes. Stable. Considerably.
We're making it even more stable by continuing to find the remnants of the old government and making sure that they don't make it the return of the remnant government, or the previous government. Finally joined the PW Discord. Project Wingman, huh? How is it a biggie? Altai has defeated the Central Siberian Republic in a war. The poet is dead. A slave to honor. Speaking of funny Plan game. Okay, so actually, hang on here. So, the fascism, Sergei Tabarsky. That's the grayest Tabarsky. Good, it grows. Ultra-nationalism, though, is the other side of the coin there. That must be removed. And also... Wait, Burgundian system? I'm sorry, what?
Oh yeah, did I forget to mention that?
Boris Voroshil... No, what?
Yeah, no, while he waits for Alexei to return, he implements a Burgundian system for Komi.
Why am I not surprised?
You shouldn't be. As there's only pain.
Burgundian... I understand. I understand the memes of Burgundian ideology, but that was kind of surprising to see here. But also, any Bolshevik. Yes, so good. With that out of the way, we will hold off on making this decision as we turn to internal politics from international. The war within. When a united right-wing coalition was announced, few could believe an alliance of different parties was possible. Even fewer believed this coalition could get into power. However, those skeptics are now proving themselves right as the faction leaders feud and bicker amongst themselves. The question of when it will collapse is not a matter of if, but when. The civil servants who run the country must prepare for the coalition's dissolution and return to factionalism and infighting, ensuring that the new power struggle will not be as destructive as the old. No, it won't, because Sergei will lead us to the future, and all will agree with him, or else.
I mean, it's a right-wing government. All will agree or else anyway.
Right, yeah, so, once again, all will agree, or else. Okay. If we keep going at this pace, the only person who's going to get away is Kozigan. Vatka agrees to
Again,
cooperate.
part of me
Fantastic.
thinks he'll be fine. Ah.
Oh. Today, the forces of anti-Bolshevism make a great step in defeating even the last pocket of red in the free Russian territories. The message we have sent to the warlord state of Vatka, vaguely aligned with our ideological goals, has received a positive reply, likely coming to the realization that we are one of the few hopes for survival and flourishing in the region. They have been quick to voice their agreement for a mutual assistance pact. The developments from the moment the reply was received have been surprisingly rapid. The Minister of Foreign Affairs for our Republic and their counterpart in Vatka have come into contact and are now in the process of scheduling the meeting in which the alliance will be officially signed. However, as often happens with these backdoor diplomatic arrangements, many of the points of the alliance have already been discussed behind the scenes. The deal will include a promise that, should one signatory be attacked, the other will have to abide by the treaty and come to aid of their allies. We're making Russia NATO, okay. Limited military presence in the form of advisors and attachés will also likely be a term. Finally, a number of economic and military support between the two nations is more than likely to be included. From now on, Vatka fiercely stands by us as our great ally. Good to see we finally have some friends. We complete better than the Reds. Wait, what? That was automatic. Oh! They could say yes or no.
I guess if they say no, then
Okay. All right. So maybe it's because we amped the right wing. The monarchists are high enough, I suppose. It might be a dice roll, but okay, that was automatic. They chose that. We wouldn't choose that. They would. But okay. Okay then. So good. Here's to peace and prosperity within our two nations. Right up until we have to kill you.
well, we wouldn't kill them. No.
Yes, not today or anytime soon.
They'd be found a victim of suicide, of course.
Yes. Due to unfortunate reasons, they would pass away. What happens is the AI for Vatka got a decision and they chose the option to help you. Yes, I figured that, but maybe it's the troops along the border. Maybe it's a lot of things. But the AI decided to do that, just like AI Nixon can decide, no. Civil Rights Act? No.
We're not doing that. Because Nixon in this game's weird.
Okay. No more strings. Every hour that passed, he asked the driver the same question, unflinchingly, unchangingly. Have we made it? It would roll across the tight walls and bump against the windows. For every hour, he was met with no. He became more and more agitated. Mikhail Suslov had planned this from start to finish. True, but he couldn't determine any factors beyond hoping that there would be nothing to stop the black van from traveling down and out of Komi. The nation was swept in chaos recently either way. So it was likely that another such vehicle would merely be passed off without a second thought. So he thought, but Suslov's suspicions about something like that happening so easily led him to repeatedly asking that same question. And as noon turned down midnight, he began actively fidgeting, pressing his thumbs to his hands and moving them up and down. That was the only sign he gave. And that was enough to send worry to the other agents in the vehicle, driver included. If he was worried, they pretended not to notice. But they, along with Suslov, knew. When the hour struck somewhere within the night, his tired voice asked yet again, "Have we made it?" It sounded like Suslov was to pass out soon enough, but he wouldn't dare do that. Not when his life was on the line. He waited and waited until he received his answer. He couldn't process the word at first, as it felt so foreign to him. But when he did, his chest tightened, and his gaze looked up at the barely lit road in front of him as the vehicle stopped. "Where are we exactly?" he asked, voice now sharper, clearer. "Voldoga, sir. As per your request, we are now in neutral territory." Son of a bitch!
God damn it.
Son of a bitch, he made it! Of course we couldn't kill the former KGB officer. Of course!
We'll get him, eventually.
Well, we're aligned against the Bolsheviks, so, anywhere he goes that is socialist aligned, we will find him. Okay. Ain't too proud to hide. Meanwhile, Zonanov could only hear his heavy, labored breathing over the shouting of soldiers and the revving of engines as he ran through the streets of Siktovo. He had heard them a fair distance away from the apartment he had been hiding out in since the change in government. It seemed the man hiding him had sold him out. Thus, he wriggled his way out of the building and into the street. The voices were getting louder, the hellhounds having narrowed down his position to this back alley. Too goddamn old for this, thought the aging fugitive as he gripped the lip of a dumpster, hauling himself in among the putrid garbage and letting the lid enclose him in the darkness. It wasn't much of a hiding place, nor a dignified one, but Zadanov wasn't a man who would pass off this kind of opportunity. Now he could make out the words of the soldiers looking for him. Simple callouts, mostly, but they were getting closer. He could hear them just outside his rotten hiding place. The footsteps paused. Zadanov held his breath, but one sound betrayed him, as he had stiffened up. An empty can crunched under his elbow. "In there!"
Uh-oh.
shouted one of the soldiers, and the light came pouring back into the dumpster as the lid was thrown open. A hand gripped Zadanov by the arm, and he was hauled, screaming, out of the dumpster. "Fascist dogs! You can't do this! You've killed Russia!" No, I don't think we did kill Russia. Frost Zadanov
Well, not yet, anyway.
to no avail, as he found himself once again in darkness. This time, he was in a truck, presumably bound for prison. What a shame.
Well, that's most of our enemies.
That's the vast majority, and honestly, the women were the most dangerous. I think the women were the most dangerous.
They had entirely too much support behind them to let them live.
Yes, they had entirely too much support. Yes, Kozygin and Suslov getting away is unfortunate. However, they're at least out of the... I
worry less about them.
They can be... Suslov has no power in this country with the support of the left being non-existent. And Kozygin... he's a corrupt politician. So... they are both, solvable issues, I suppose. The way the narrative portrayed both Svetlanas, they had way more fucking going for them. So,
yeah.
Good we got them. Okay. Threats. All immediate governments have been neutralized. Effects seated. We will halt direct repressions against opposition leaders. Okay. Okay, change security. Our security sources order shall be changed to a different approach. Cost 5 to make this decision. Well, do we really need to do this? I mean, we've got all the threats, I suppose. I'm not quite sure what that does.
Yeah. Maybe changing security procedures would have had an effect on actually finding them, but...
Yes, but in the end, we have most of the people that we wanted. So,
Again, I suppose Suslov is the only one that I'm not entirely convinced about.
Actually, Clash of Shadows doesn't exist anymore.
Then I suppose halt operations.
Okay. Ending the repressions. The search for key targets who pose a threat to the stability of our government has finally come to an end. The security forces are standing down and focusing their efforts on other pressing matters. Let us hope that their mission was not in vain, and that the stability of our young administration has been ensured. We've done enough. We've done all we can. For now. Leave that there, and we'll check it occasionally, I suppose.
So where do we go now?
Well, now we unify the right. And by unify, I mean push everyone out aside from the monarchists. Delete your offensive line there and place it somewhere else. Yes, this seems to be the rational thing. We don't need this anymore. These plans are unnecessary. Well. Right, so. Shall draw a new front line. That shall be... Well... Not entirely sure, but who's who here? Authoritarian target. Ukta. Who is Ukta? Oh! That's Zukov!
Oh! Yes, I think we should take out Zhukov first and foremost.
If you right-click on a nation, you'll instantly open their panel. Thank you for that. That's quite time-saving. Right, so I think we should...
knew that one.
Right, so well, I suppose it's not really our fault because fucking Paradox doesn't explain half of this shit anyway. But so yes, yes. So we should probably do that and then have the offensive line be well, actually, this is a huge... Oh, well, shit. That's one big power block.
Oh, they're part... Oh, okay. Yes, I'll go to war with one will.
We're gonna... This might be problematic.
Yeah. It's a really fucking bad idea, as one kid said.
Oh shit, they're in an alliance with other nations. Your line is really fucking big. Bad idea. That could be very dangerous. Okay, so we'll have them assemble on the line, and then we'll make the battle plans as they happen. But we will very much be prepared when the shooting starts. We will make sure we are very much prepared. You don't have the army to take them all on yet. No, we do not. But we will allow our soldiers to take the border and secure it now that our southern border is perfectly fine. The fair... Partisans? Jewish partisans?
Where's the Central European Council? What? Oh.
What?
Let's see where this one goes. I think I know what this one is.
No alerts. So yes, we are stationing our army forward, or at least on the border, but yeah, no, this is going to be a multi-phase operation. Ukta is definitely the biggest threat.
If anything,
here.
you'll be able to engage in defensive operations against them because of the big-ass river.
Yes, so, let's see here. So, right, engage in defensive yeah, so there's a river. We will have to cross that river to do anything, and thus we can essentially, if we dig in on the front line, which our troops are now doing, I suppose, we can essentially hold the river in the case of a surprise attack or even in the preparation for an assault. However, we're going to need very vast reserves. We go down this road, we're going to need this army and another army the same size as fucking reserves, at least. So just in case they do anything funny, we can at least hold the line currently, but advancing is, It's not something we are capable of doing now. We can defend, but advancing is, problematic until we actually have a much larger force to throw across the river. Okay, so, the war within is complete. Does that give us enough? No, it doesn't, but... Base stability less, but, political power, good. Any intel on their army composition? Well, you see... We could actually, since I actually do have the law resistance, we could actually use that. So, So we'll have that just going in the background, I suppose. Pick one, even though that's gonna take fucking forever because we don't really have all that many factories.
Yeah.
Okay. Currently below the general's portrait, the bar is mostly green, meaning you have the advantage. So...
I've never particularly trusted that, though, because... the combat art's weird.
Okay. Force comparison, we are stronger. Comparison of our units versus enemy units along the border, and any enemies ahead in the advancement direction, if there are any. So, there... Well, we can see one, and... Actually, Archangelish. These boys are a long way from home, but, we are technically stronger, so our intel says. But anyway, I didn't actually create a focus, but crack the coalition. As far as the war within, get events, Shafarevich splits. Oh boy. The coalition as it stands is a complete farce. Every day its representatives in the National Assembly fight each other with...
See, it's still a democracy.
Yeah, seriously. It's just as
Republic,
inefficient. Yeah, right.
Sort of.
Representatives in the National Assembly fight each other with words and with fists over the most trivial matters of policy. Notifications to the leaders of rival parties and issuing declarations of revoking our participation in the coalition will be easy to send, and the likelihood of other parties accepting is very high. The official dissolution of the coalition may mean a return to the days of constant deadlock, political infighting, and inter-party street battles. But at the very least, it will reflect the current reality on the assembly floor. Hey, it's true. Oh, Risk and the Alte have declared war on the People's Revolutionary Council. That's around us, I think. People's Revolution... Actually, no, that's... Yeah, that's China. So, But, so... What's going on here? Frankly, it looks like a fucking deadlock. Goring's losing? Spear's holding on, and Bormann is still the same size. Heinrich is...
Maybe Spear will win this time.
Heydrich is causing a problem, but he's slowly falling apart. But it looks like still pretty much dead even. They've been fighting for like, what, 5 months at this point?
Something? Something akin to that?
The South Germans seem to have more manpower in the industrial area. Yeah, that would be Bormann. So, we'll see how that works. But, so... How's the South African war going? Kind of okay. Looks like South Africa is still there. That's probably the important bit. How's Palestine? Yeah, Palestine's fine. Palestine's fine. Everything's fine. So, nothing new to report here. Everything is still as it stands. National Republic of Okatobe declared war on the Polish Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic. The Poles are fighting, which... How is Poland's fine? They're probably screwed, but they're fine. For now. Ah, yes. Anthem Monarchy. As for anything else, raid Vatican. Why would we want to raid Vatican? What are we? Are we insane?
I mean, probably.
Stability.
We're probably insane.
We probably have. Well, we have enough. Train our troops. Focus on research. It's a minor buff. Invest in infrastructure. Oh. Well, hey. Investments, war planning. Well, we can just buy infrastructure outright. Right on one of the other neighbors, I suppose. Order of St. George. Neutral state of Volga. Hey! Well, we can't do that right now. They don't have any money. St. George we could raid for loot, but at this rate we don't really... Well, we have something to immediately grab anyway, so we could throw that out there, but I'm not in the mood to piss anyone off currently. Wait, what? Government of England defended their position from the Himmler's England and prevented the country from falling into anarchy. Holy shit, the resistance lost!
Wow, that's,
There are vast numbers vast numbers whose names will never be known, whose deeds will never be recorded. This is the War of the Unknown Warriors. Wow. The Himmler organization has been defeated, reduced to bands of roving guerrilla fighters after the loss of their last major urban center. The collaborationist government of Alec Douglas Home has declared the Second English Civil War to be over, and that those traitors captured will be dealt with as their actions demand. On the grander scheme, this is an unfortunate setback for the Organization of Free Nations, and an equally important victory for the Reich, as now the Isles appear to be securely under the German thumb. Yet much of the fighting was done by Englishmen, not Germans, and one wonders if the status quo is quite so stable as some believe. A light cannot go out, it can only dim. Yeah, Okay. Arrived from another stream. How goes Funny Clock Man? Funny Clock Man is, he's getting there. We're getting there, but evidently, fascist England is still a thing. That's gonna be, not sure how that's gonna work out. I've never actually seen that happen. Usually they lose. Weren't most of the southeastern English of German descent anyway? And the Queen too? Yeah.
Oh, no, it actually... Oh, okay, I didn't put as much in as I thought. Hold on.
We ran out of Russian waltzes. Oh no. Quick. Get the supply minister. Alright, requires cracking the coalition. Okay, new oaths. New vows. The coalition lies in shambles. Its members are feuding with each other over both in the debating hall and in the street. And the National Assembly is aimless in its direction. If its representatives were to swear allegiance to one party, it would do much to restore public faith in the government. Particularly as few citizens believe they have loyalty to anyone but themselves, anyone other than themselves. However, the question of who to swear loyalty to remains. It is still divided among party lines, and pledging allegiance to one would only unite the assembly against them. Many deals and compromises will have to be made between leadership and representatives, but a united assembly may just be possible. The new vows. Clearly, we're going to vow further to the church and the monarchy.
Of course.
Clearly.
As Tabby wishes.
Shafarevich splits. Shafarevich dropped his pen with a sigh. Regarding his latest letter, it was, quite possibly, the most important letter of his political career. A make-or-break moment for him. Enclosed inside, what would crack the right in half. Shafarevich was splitting, forming his own group in the Passionary. Shafarevich and Gumliov had never seen eye to eye on everything, of course, and perhaps this split was inevitable. The main force binding them together beforehand had been a mutual distrust of the center and left. After all, without either of those posing a serious challenge, the cracks had widened in the chasm. It widened into chasms, and it was no longer expedient or really even tenable to maintain the alliance. Across the right, the pieces fall, as the Passionary members proclaim their loyalty to one side or the other. Most importantly, however, was which way Serov and Tabarovsky would fall. Though neither commanded nearly as much influence as Shafarevich and Gumliov, their support would be the push that would make or break one side's plan, or both of them, in due time. These thoughts all rushed through Shafarevich's mind as he handed the letter to his secretary. Now was the hour where Russia's future would be decided. The real game begins. It decreases the influence of Gumliov. Increases the influence of Igor Shafarevich. Base change in popularity of fascism, 2%. Base stability, right out the window. The fascism party will now be called
yes, it's happening again.
Russkaya Nationalaya Partiya. The Russian National Party. Okay. But yes, you kids do that.
How much influence does Tabby have?
62. He's up there. He's getting up there. He's out there. He's in the back. Whatchamacallit? With no shirt on and training pants and shadow boxing. He's preparing. He's in his montage phase.
We're gonna have to take a look at those reformists.
Yeah. But we'll have these decisions as we go forward, clearly.
Tabby is Tabaritsky, funny clock man.
Yes. Tabaritsky is the man we're going to put in power. The one who wants the Tsars to come back, especially that one. Alexei Tsarevich Romanov. The dead man, but don't tell him that. But yeah, we know where we're going here. Or at least I know. If you didn't know, you just figured it out. There's a hint. But why are we doing this? Not because it's a good idea. Heavens no, it's a horrible idea, but it's because we want to see where the horrible idea goes.
How bad can it truly get? It truly gets bad. Let me start by saying that.
Okay, so rubber processing is ready. We can now actually do something with land doctrine. So what do we... Okay, maneuver warfare doctrine is a focus on speed and overwhelming force and decisive warfare. Well, overwhelming force and speed would be very nice, but we don't have any fucking tanks and barely any fucking trucks, so that doesn't really work out. Combined arms is a focus on inter-branch interactions and a wide spectrum of combined troops. Strategic theorem doctrine. Strategic theorem represents extensive planning and preparation to excel in a large-scale war. So attrition planning, offensive strategy. Let's see here. What do we get here? Combined operations. Defense 10, soft attack 10, ground support 30%. Okay. Naval's overwhelming attack. Planning speed 25%, max planning 30%, max enrichment 10%. So if we make plans, this makes them very good. I'd go for strategic theorem since you're focusing on standard infantry. That would seem, if that's what way it's going to go, it might seem the most rational option. Martin, we're going full Voshko to Sheehan. We're throwing bodies at the problem. Though, if some of you who may be new in the audience, that's a reference to my own writing, wherein I kind of just made a meme out of Soviet sort of caricatures. It's basically a Russian-themed nation that uses numbers instead of advanced technology. Their advantages is they have like 5 to every 1 of the enemy's troops. So, what they make up for in lack of technology, they make up for in numbers and love of family and the Union. However, not exactly the government we're going for currently. That 10% max entrenchment seems tasty too. I mean, it's a legit tactic. It's what the Soviets used after all, IRL. This is kind of where it goes. Russian, the war on the Eastern Front is somewhat hazy to, people in the rest of the world because records get kind of skewed or ignored and Hollywood doesn't really do them very justice. It doesn't help that
they weren't talking to us for the better half of the later 20th century, but...
Yeah, so basically 1 gun and 6 Vosh, Lama, pretty much. The one... Unfortunately, Enemy at the Gates is one of those movies that doesn't quite get it right, but it's fun to think about. But it's yes. One man gets the rifle, his brothers get the ammunition. When the brother with the rifle dies, then one brother with the ammunition picks up the rifle and shoots. And when he dies, the rifle passes to the next. and the next, and the next. However,
etc., etc.
However, I will say that the Vosh were actually very progressive. The army was mostly unisex because everyone died horribly in horrible war, all equal. But well, it seems as though this is the smartest idea because I'd like to have air power play a role, but unfortunately, that's kind of an extravagance.
It's a luxury to be able to have air power, especially when we don't really have a solid supply of fuel.
Yes, so our supply of fuel is okay, but it's going to be... The army on the ground is going to be using it, and whatever's left can be used for the Air Force. So, strategic theorem seems like a good idea. And also, it will give us wonderful amounts of time to learn how, operational planning works. Since this is basically seeming like it's based entirely around using the, drawing up the battle plans beforehand and abusing planning. And also, with max entrenchment, gaining more the front lines being able to essentially gain more health and more effectiveness. So, generally speaking, this is the sitting on your ass and planning meticulously tree. Wars are unglamorous, but there is a beauty in seeing well-planned, well-timed, and well-performed operations unfold in real time. Our generals shall prioritize perfecting this art, mutually exclusive with combined operations and maneuver warfare. Right. So, overwhelming attacker. Tactics, combat with 10%. Attacker tactic damage, defender tactic damage. Huh. Countered by elastic defense. Okay, so this is just breakthrough. So we throw all of our weight down one fucking line. The enemy beats us by, well, being the defenders of Bastogne, by just kind of wheeling their shit around when we're coming through.
In a manner of speaking, yes.
Overwhelming attack isn't something you can control directly. It is something that your troops unlock the ability to, and the AI automatically performs in combat. Yes! They learn determination! They learn... Well, or they will die. But they learned if they die, they probably should do it for something useful. Learned at gunpoint. To hold others at gunpoint. If you're holding if you're held at gunpoint and told to do something, if it's hold somebody else at gunpoint, then, well, misery loves company. You're holding someone else at gunpoint when someone else is someone else is holding you at gunpoint. It evens out a bit. Makes you feel like you're part of something bigger. Okay, so we have... Wow. Decisions. Monarchy! Yes. Tsars. Combat, for the most part, in Hearts of Iron 4 is generally automatic. Controlled by the AI, though if you need to intervene, you can. Moving troops to a more advantageous position, the AI don't. I learned this somewhat the Magadan, but however, unfortunately, the system is a little bit more complicated than push the troops and move them over there. Sometimes that doesn't actually work for reasons you cannot control. You can only just kind of make sure you have a backup plan. So you kind of just say to the AI, go over there, and then they just do whatever, and then it pays to have troops right fucking behind them just in case they screw up and die. But new oaths. Good.
Jesus, took that long to implement new oaths?
That's a long one. But anyway, so... Okay. Strengthening the Passionary against the party. So, what's the line here? Alexei lives. So, are these... Draft a Constitution. Requires one of the following. Oh, so we only have to go down one. We're only going down... Well, we will look! However, we will make sure that the monarchs actually win the fight. So we will see exactly what benefits we gain here, but these are all going to take like 28 days, right? Doesn't really matter then. Okay, so actually no. So yes, okay, so increase funny clock man. Royal Assembly, I'm supposing that we get choices, political power gain, war support. Okay, increases base stability. A dream for Russia, political power gain. Efficiency cap 10% for 180. That's temporary. With a line. Okay. That's what why you have an offensive line, so the AI knows better what it should do. Ah, good. With a line, the AI generally will not try to take more territory than they can adequately defend, unless you tell them to. All right, good. So, establishing it helps the AI figure out what the fuck the player wants it to do. Okay, good. So it establishes, hey, here's our line, and then here's where I want you to ultimately go. Be practical within these two extremes. Good. So, these are temporary. Nepotism. Decrease the influence of Funny Clock Man. For what? Political power? 9. Political power is temporary. The czars are forever. Yeah, these all seem to be basically just temporary buffs, aside from who you want to actually lead the country. So it looks like we're just gonna have to race down, well, Tabaritsky's line and then call it a fucking evening. So yes, against the party. The men who were once the torchbearers of a new vision of Russia have devolved into bickering infectionists. The old guard of the Passionary can no longer be trusted to rebuild the motherland. However, that does not mean Russia does not have a future anymore. Tabaritsky, Serov, and others did not join the Passionary out of idealism, but for convenience. But they are the ones who the torch shall be passed on to, who shall return Russia to glory. Perhaps a proposal to cut them a deal to increase their power in Komi is in the works. Why, yes, it is. But how did you get this information? See, you're learning. You see, I'd love to learn, because honestly, Hearts of Iron is one of those games where, oh boy, this all seems fucking really interesting. And then you understand, and then you look at Hearts of Iron's everything and know that the tutorials are awful and don't explain half of the shit in the game. And so you just sit there stumped, lost, unable to process information, and just, well, banging on, mechanics like a caveman, trying to figure out how shit works. So, the main reason I wouldn't have, I had interest in, 4X games like Hearts of Iron, but the main reason I hadn't played them is because they're horribly underwhelming and I didn't want to feel like an idiot. However, here I took a brave step forward. I was ready to feel like an idiot and overwhelmed, but we have gotten through this because all of the fun. Funny Clock Man and fun. You know about Kids and Fun in anime? Know about that one? Kids and Fun? Now it's Funny Clock Man and fun. I will tell you, Hearts of Iron is a lot easier to learn than previous Hearts of Iron games. Yes,
from what I've seen, it is easier to learn, but it's confusing more.
Yes, I've heard it. I've heard it's easier, but it's confusing, and also a lot of the mechanics, or rather the expansions, aren't worthwhile to counterproductive. Okay, how's our agency? Good. Our spy agency is moving ahead. The Vletesk military district declared war on the West Russian Revolutionary Front. What? That's right in front of us.
Huh.
Yeah. They just
decided to go at it. Okay.
Okay, you guys go do that. The new vows, anyway. Oh, our neighbors have gone to war with each other. Oh no! Anyway. An interesting question has been risen through the ranks of the Passionary once again. Who do we swear our allegiance to? It's never been much of a problem before when the Komi Rite was just that, a political allegiance. Confined only to the Komi Republic, but now that our realm is beginning to dominate Western Russia, it's becoming much more of a hot topic among the various factions that make up our power base. Tabaritsky's group as is common with them, are pushing for a decidedly monarchist vow, one that swears allegiance to the Tsar, of course. Shafarovich, ever populist, is pushing for the vow to be for the people. Serov himself is pushing for the oath to be to the state. Serov, we know where you worked before. Finally, Gumliov has used his influence to try to and get the oath to not be to the people, nor the state, nor the Tsar, but rather Eurasia as a whole.
Of course he has. You predictable asshole.
Tabaritsky looks over the aisle at him and, you still believe in that nonsense? I don't even know what you're talking about. What is this Eurasia? I only see Russia.
He doesn't even see Russia. He just sees Alexei.
He sees Moscow back when the Tsars were in control. That's
Leningrad, but
yeah, right. But yeah, he sees this and this is like, that's Russia. Eurasia. What is this thing? We already ran that shit.
I'm sorry, Petrograd. What am I talking about? Leningrad.
Okay, finally. Okay, right.
Don't shoot me.
Each of these groups are using this moment to try and gain influence, an annoying habit of theirs. But in such a tense political environment, it's only expected. In any case, we shall swear allegiance to the concept. No. You see, this is the kind of thing. I'm trying to think about this rationally while we're supporting the monarchists so hard, and I'm thinking it's kind of like, say, a dump stat, where it seems safe because everyone else is, bickering about new things, but if they root themselves in the czardom and the monarchy, then that seems more permanent to the people of the country. Even though it's complete sham for them to, they're buying time, they think. However, unfortunately, they are unbeknownst to them, lending more and more power to the monarchists. And one day, Funny Clockman is going to stand up and tell them to sit and shut the fuck up.
That day comes soon.
Yes, so this is how I'm thinking rationally, because we're playing that rather irrationally. We just sat there for 10 hours reading the leftist and the centrist completely, dominate the story, while we were saying, nah, we're electing the right. So I suppose that's just them, and then what we were doing was influencing the people, or rather, controlling how the people's own emotions reacted towards the government. So, in the end, we're an invisible hand here that's deciding certain key situations here and making sure things go a certain way. But you kind of have to do some mental gymnastics as to how the fuck all of this is going on. It winds up, it's make your own fun here with the narrative. But yes, the Tsar! Of course! Why wouldn't you? Russia is Alexei, and Alexei is Russia. Alexei is Alexei. So, I guess we wait on that one. But we're going down that road, and oh boy, are we gonna have a fun time once we get on that fucking journey. What? This is probably a real organization, but I'm just gonna call it the Subi. Yes.
Close enough.
Sluzbez?
I'm not familiar with it myself.
Sluzbez, right. Sluzbez. Now we have to recruit things and actually spend money into this, and this is part of one of the expansion packs, and I'm not quite used. I don't really know how this works and how to effectively use it, but it's probably better than nothing. Having spies is better than not having spies, clearly. The Republic of Pavlodar defeated the Khanate of Koshi. The Khan could not outride history. Oh no. Khan horse broke. But did they get into a border skirmish? It's the St. George and Vatka.
They're probably raiding.
Probably, but
somebody's raiding the other.
Also,
most likely.
Okay, so
because raiding counts as a military action, as a battle.
Right. So West Revolutionary Front has making in its core state. So I believe that these two factions are in fact at war. I'm not sure what they're doing, but we'll see what happens. The Presidium of the Supreme Soviet declared war on the Partisan Republic of Aldon. Literally Stalin's government.
Well, Bukharin's government, more accurately.
The former Soviet, the remnants of the actual former Soviet state. Pere Sidos elected as president of France. What? Martin, have you ever heard of a country called France?
No, I can't say I ever have.
I mean, I think there was one in medieval times, but I don't think that country exists anymore.
Are you sure you're not talking about Burgundy?
I mean, yes. That is where that is what's there right now. Didn't they invade someone for the third time?
Yeah, I can't imagine who they were though.
Yeah, I don't
Must
think
not have been anyone of prominence.
Yeah, it must have been some minor nation. Oh no, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking of Luxembourg. Never mind.
Ah, yes.
The political crisis in France, ignited by the bitter defeat in the recent Burgundian invasion and the treacherous escape of former President Trixer Vignacourt, seems to have been resolved. The Assemblée Nationale has elected Paris Sidos, leader of the Parti Populaire Francus.
Something like that. We're not here for France. We don't care.
As president of the French state, a staunch Germanophile, Sidos has vowed to reestablish closer links with the German Reich to counter Burgundian aggression. Good luck with that! The major representative of the French far right, Sidos enjoys the support of the armed forces and is known for his virulently anti-democratic.
Now I can't say it.
Yeah, virulently anti-democratic ideas, calling for the curtailing of paramilitary powers, the ban of several pro-democracy parties, and the establishment of a strict state Catholicism in France. As France seems poised to firmly stay in the German sphere, the world wonders if this strategy will pay off for them in the long run. I can't read. Doesn't matter anyway. Newspaper was wet. Oui, la France éternelle se souvient de ton horreur. I heard one comment about the French language is that when you're actually speaking, you're supposed to put your tongue at the back of your mouth. And then that's actually how you're supposed to pronounce. But fuck if I can do that. Francois, okay. Right, so that's how they said. I've heard this word said before. I have seen this word written. I have never linked the two together, so I've heard of that. Oh, France is an irrelevant country in this timeline. It's kind of what happens when you lose 3 times at the same country. But then again, unfortunately, to further this setting, France kind of has to get thrown under the bus. Because, the Germans were really big on that war and... Ooh. Huh. Okay. Yes, they are at war, and for the moment, it seems that our nearest neighbors are winning. How about that? I desire melted French mountain cheese. Omelette du fromage! Okay, so, back to the past. Requires against the party. Increases the influence of Sergei Tabarutsky. Yes! It's finally
That's
time!
all we've ever wanted.
Okay, Russia is a sick country. Speak! Preach! The motherland is bitterly divided, and our people are fearful and in want. Easy prey to the traitors and parasites that feast upon our sickened body. Tabarovsky tells us it wasn't always like this. Under the Holy Tsar, he says, the Russians walked the path of righteousness. Everyone knew their place in the world, and it did their duty to the motherland, and for that, she wielded immense wealth and power. Entirely correct. Well, mostly correct. We wind up at the same place at the end of that. Tabarutsky wants to improve our wretched condition, return to the natural order, and step back on the path of righteousness. Once we return to the traditional way of things, he promises, the glories of the past will return to us. Does the future of Russia lie in the past? In this case, yes. Some would argue, but we are deaf to them. Must be listening to the clocks that did that. Ah, yes. Ah, we're starting to overtake the Passionists. Good, good. Okay, scavenge for loot? Yes. And then, well, as these are getting knocked down, I suppose, we, whatchamacallit, Okay, base ability, academic-based research, agricultural methods. I suppose research is higher on the agenda for, increasing our ability to do things. We do need to figure out this whole tactics thing. The Soviets never really figured out this tactics thing, but we need to figure it out now. And also... Huh? Oh! We have new troops. Actually, no. Those are Vatka's boys.
Ah, okay.
Do you have enough...
Why are they within our borders, though?
They must be doing something against St. George, or maybe they're forming on the line against the Bolsheviks. But as for manpower, how many manpower does it take for one division? We're continuously producing the light troops, and that takes... Let's see here. As for manpower, that takes 4,500, which we have enough for one more division of. So we're focusing on utilizing the forces we have already, and then subsequently dumping more light infantry on them. Yeah, so let's see here. So edit. Right, so we do have lots of army experience to actually utilize this. The bottom one that you're producing. Ah, right. So this one. So well, this one. Right. So that was the right one. So this type. So yes. We're producing light infantry. So I'm assuming, obviously, you need to spend, experience points in order to add things, but at the end of the day, could add more, but these cost manpower and more equipment, which complicates the production. But I think at the end of the day, we do have one more, and we have... This costs... How much manpower? 45. I think we could stand to add one more element of troops. Or maybe a support. Anti-air, anti-tank equipment, support artillery, engineer You might need the shovel boys and support. Yeah, well, that's actually just using support equipment and infantry equipment, so that's actually something we could use. There's military police, which gives a little bit more discipline. However, the defense boost from the shovel lads seems to do. So that actually, let's attach an engineer company. You don't really have the manpower to add support onto it. True, however, in the current state of affairs, we're only going to get one more unit out anyway. So, this all in all is essentially as much manpower as we have, period. So we're only going to get one more unit out for the foreseeable future, might as well make it actually good. So, we're going to be sitting on the defensive line for a while, just in case something horrible happens. Well... The engineer company only requires more support and infantry equipment, which we have. Well, it's because that manpower that manpower is added to the other divisions in the field. Okay, Army 41,000K, Air 1,000K. Well, the manpower for the Air Force as well, what we have, but So we gain 1,000 per month. But I suppose if we're going to make a change, the engineer company seems like a sensible idea. A minor change. The light infantry is here because they are cheap. They don't really require too much extraordinary equipment. The only thing we need to do is have more manpower. So, in the end, this doesn't complicate it, and it increases it. I guess it wouldn't really hurt that much to do. Should be okay in like 2 months, yes. When you edit one division, it applies to all divisions of the field. That will obviously cost a lot, but in the end, this is 300 manpower extra, and we make 1,400 a month. We should stabilize. So that will cause an issue with our manpower, but in the end, our light troops will be better off for it. And in the end, we're going to be relying mostly on our light troops. So...
Okay, now that I can turn my attention back to this...
A little bit more learning for me here. I could raid more, but I do not wish to. War planning... Might be worth getting hospital tech, too. where'd that be? Just so I know, it's infantry or support? Okay, helicopter engines and... Well, that's helicopters. MP... This is all support stuff. I'm not exactly sure if this is field hospital equipment. Is it an infantry itself? Tent. Motorized tech? Mobile infantry? Okay, so let's see here. Support armor, artillery, land doctrine. They need some trucks. Let's see here. Trucks would be nice, however, we don't really have that. In support. Okay, so in support and is tent. Oh, this. Field hospital. Okay. Requires early motorized equipment. Right, so right here. So we... This is going to be... We could research that. A bit of a luxury to have actual hospitals in the field. Most men usually die. But probably a good idea to have that as well. Since we are going to be dealing with a lot of casualties, most likely. Do you want me to help you with how air combat works since you have planes already? Yes, please, because I have absolutely no idea where to begin aside from maybe click on unit and send on strike mission. So please, if you have an example, if you have, examples and helpful information on how that works, please go right ahead. Yes, good. Good. Clockman takes up more of clock.
The funny thing is, I think at this point you have a majority.
Probably, but gotta keep that going. They're about to... Actually, they've already have overwhelmed the Passionarius. The Passionarius, and as we continue to go down his tree, he will essentially have... He will probably be up on top by the time we're done, thanks to all this boosting we've done. So has defeated the... Well, the Supreme Soviet continues on. Above the planes, you have a pane that shows the orders you can give your air forces. The respective planes do those orders will automatically carry them out, and you right-click on parts of the map that have coverage of your air force. Okay, so click, and then up here is pilot exercises, air superiority, close air support. So right, so okay, so essentially, I click this button, and then the AI says, okay, where do CAS? And then they just automatically cite, oh, well, there's some enemy units over here. And then go back to base.
You have to right-click them onto the region first.
Oh, right, the region. So, right, so I would say, click this, and then click. Okay, so basically I select a general area where the battle's going on, and then select...
Yeah, you select what region they're going into.
The yellow circles show you where they can do it. Those yellow circles?
The range.
Well, the green circles, yes. Green on my screen. So yeah, so here and... Yeah, so within these... Okay, I'm not exactly sure why there are two, but I suppose one has... I suppose the IL-10s probably have way better range than the I-15s. So what about... Pilot exercises. Gain experience on this air wing as well as experience. You consume fuel and increase the risk of air accidents while running pilot exercises. Enabling this will disable all missions. Well, we use some fuel, and we are generating fuel in peacetime. It wouldn't hurt to have our Air Force a little trained. The air wing takes damage, it loses experience. The loss is reduced by 30% over friendly territory. Okay. Air power is a luxury, so, well, we better make sure it's a good fucking luxury and not an irrelevant problem. Or rather, an irrelevant thing that we just kind of send in when we're fucking rich, I guess. We have to make up those planes, so... So... The entire world is fucking red, I guess. Hold shift and click to enable pilot exercises until the air wing is fully trained. So... Okay, so pilot exercises. Okay. So let's see how they
If
go.
the red means you can't with them because they're
Right.
on exercise.
Right, so... Actually, that guy actually has his own Air Force, so you know what? Maybe we should actually be up on this. When you produce planes, an icon will show up at the top showing that you have planes in your stockpile. You can assign a fighter, bomber, CAS group of X number of planes. So for example, you have a single group of 35 fighters that do one specific order in a region. And if you have another group of fighters, they can do that same order somewhere else. Okay, so pile them from the stockpile to the airfield, and then, do they automatically set into groups, or rather, is it just all the planes of one type do the same thing, and then?
No, you have to create new wings.
Okay, wings. Right. I don't know how that fucking works, but I suppose we'll figure that out. So disband. Well, this is one air wing. Cannot create air wing. There are no airplanes in reserve. Oh, okay. So I have reserves. I have air wings. Okay, right. So these are both on training. So this is the first fighter wing and first ground attack wing. Be mindful that your airfield has a limit of total planes in your current airfield. You have a limit up to 200 planes in total. Yes, and we have 50. So somewhere around a fourth. But, also, the Italian Empire has declared war on Croatia. How fun!
Oh, no! Anyway.
But right, so having these guys train is probably a good idea. We're at peace now. The fuel will continue to grow, and actually having an effective air force is definitely an advantage on the AI, I guess. Also, we can have a spy! Maxim cost and... Remote cost, infiltration effectiveness. This is the only guy with stats! So I'm gonna recruit the only guy with stats. We have a spy! But can we actually do anything? No, we can't, because we don't have any fucking factories. So that waits. If that actually winds up being useful, I have no idea, but you know what? I'll learn how to do that eventually. We'll figure out how to actually do normal warfare first before we can, we get on with the, anything else, but... Why are you so... Oh, we have no manpower, that's why. Okay. I thought I moved Why did you retreat from the front line? That's very strange. What are you doing?
That may be a new unit?
Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, so that is a new unit. Okay, so that's the other guys. Okay, good. So, congratulations. Get on the line. The Soviet Socialist Republic has declared the National Republic of Katabe. Alright, good. That's the new unit. They've added to the army, and then they're off and going. Fantastic. Low manpower. That'll help. It'll get there eventually. Ah, good. That seems to at least be going fairly fast. Yep, just right-click, new units to a general, and they automatically go to a front line. That was about the extent that I figured out some of the things. It's very spotty, but this help is very, very, very helpful. Okay, so, now, consolidate the monarchists! The Royalist Assembly. Yes, please. Many in Comey share our desire to return to the monarchy.
Oh, bollocks, I forgot about the laundry. I'll be back in a minute.
Right. Many in Comey share our desire to return to the monarchy. But not all of them support our presidency. This is folly. Now that we have taken power, the cause of monarchism is inescapably tied to us. If we should fail, it will fail along with us. We must make monarchists, every political bent, see that we are the only chance they have at seeing their vision of Russia fulfilled. The Holy Tsar restored and restored reigning in a Russia that has returned to greatness. So this okay, this isn't a right. So we're gonna have another choice that says back funny clock man or don't. Once you have a coastline, I'll help with ships. Thank you very much. I don't, unfortunately, I do not have man the guns if that does anything, but something tells me it probably doesn't. Or we can get along without it, since espionage seems entirely superfluous. Good night, folks. Thanks for the stream. Refugee, see you later. Eventually we will get to the fun. But this is interesting to learn as well. This will definitely help when we play something like Magadan, which will be a fucking meme and a half. Less horrifying, but a meme and a half. Okay, so these boys are almost, actually efficient. They're getting there. One day they'll actually know how to fly their damn planes. Most of the DLCs are worth getting, honestly. Man the Guns is a great DLC, really expands ships in a good way. I heard when it came out it was kind of a hot mess, so maybe it's improved. Okay, so the Italian Empire has defeated Croatia in a war. What a shame. Sassi defeated. The Italian Empire has announced with the capture of Zagreb by Italian soldiers following Operation Tuta, the Ustase, right, rebellion in Croatia has been crushed, and the upstart regime will be reintegrated into the Italian Empire. Ustase fighters are fleeing into the hills of Croatia to wage a guerrilla war on Italy, and it appears that Italy will have to maintain a significant presence in the nation for years to come. While the German Reich has publicly condemned this brutal repression of Croatian self-determination, others breathe a sigh of relief that this ultra-nationalist organization has been crushed. Still, it appears that the dream of Croatian independence has been shattered. The Crimson Flame is extinguished. Only mess was subs being OP. Okay. The only one to skip, I'd say, is the most recent one, Battle of the Bosphorus, since it's apparently really buggy. So it looks as though, yes, these releases aren't terribly great when they come out, but eventually they stabilize with patches, right? They're also really fucking expensive. How are you boys doing? 75% of the way there. Not much to do, but wait. So we still at DEFCON 1, but what's going on here in the rest of the world? Thankfully, most big mods don't require any DLC. This is rather nice for this mod, though I felt the need to pick up La Resistance because the intelligence agency thing was bugging me. I felt like I was missing things. And really, I haven't in a way, but... Hadric is on the way out. Borman's making progress. Spears seems to be getting slightly bigger. So, Borman's still got most of the area, but everybody seems pretty deadlocked. General Berserk Leitland has defeated SS Oberschnitt Ostland as the battle for the control of Ostland rages on. The sun sets on the SS. All right, the other Burgundian's dead. Isn't that nice? But if you do has them, some of them like Kaiserreich add features. Who in the German Civil War is objectively the least terrible? Speer, I think? Bormann just wants to continue things and, well, legalize polygamy. Goring is... One of Goring's focus trees, if I remember correctly, is outright invading the US, which is grand, but incredibly stupid. Speer's essentially the closest thing we have to West Germany. And Hadric is, not to spoil Hadrix, but Hadrix is a really, really fast descent into complete chaos in the end of the game. For everyone. So unless you're playing as Himmler, you don't really want Hadric to win. Ever. Also, People's Revolutionary Council has defeating the Federation, Nobrisk, and Ulte. Okay, well, that's otherwise, but it looks, our friends seem to be falling apart. What a shame. People's Revolutionary Council unifies Central Siberia. The People's Revolutionary Council was initially created by Alexander Vasilevsky, and has close advisors and subordinates in their race to escape Nazi-occupied Russia and reach the Mongolian People's Republic. Despite all the challenges it has faced due to rival governments of Zhejiang occupying much of Mongolia, the socialist state has looked elsewhere to expand, specifically the rest of Central Siberia. The Council has defeated its formidable enemies in the region and has now claimed the entirety of it in the name of the new Soviet Union. They seek to establish elsewhere in Russia, rival warlords spectate, either with admiration or concern, this new challenge for national dominance. Could socialism make a combat? Fuck no, it's not. Oh, but Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, they... Wow. Okay, so it's either that or the Black Army. So, if they beat the anarchists, good for them. Well, I think we know the big players in Russia. Well, one of them. Surprised the Soviet Union wants to reform. Okay, strategic theorem has been unlocked. Fantastic. Probably gonna get triage now. So, support, tent. Get tent. A casualty doesn't need to mean a dead soldier. Having immediate medical attention available for the wounded brought back to the rear is the first step towards ensuring this. Unlocks field hospital, manpower 500, training time 120. Okay, so this is, I'm assuming, a modifier that we can add onto our divisions in the editor, which does cost a pretty penny, but, well, increases recovery rate, increases slightly supply use, but it increases overall HP, and I suppose, well, overall losses in terms of effectiveness across the board, so a good thing to have once we have a more legitimate army. But it seems as though the Vatka are actually reinforcing our line quite well, I think. Actually, no, it's not. Those are all our units, never mind. I thought the Vatka had moved into our country, but I got confused because the flags are basically using the same colors. Though, now that I look at this, yeah, these are the colors of the Belkan flag as well. That's funny. Okay, good. Well, we're slowly losing a bit of fuel here, but the Air Force is now trained. Amazing. Some pilot exercises. Okay. We'll let them gain experience, because remember, this is going to be a rather large luxury, but we want it to be a good luxury when we call it in. We want it to actually kill things when we actually have the ability to call it in. So waiting on the Ace Combat mod for Hearts of Iron 4. I think I heard of that beforehand, but also, additionally, one thing I'd like to point out once again, the Free Aviators are a bunch of vigilante, airmen from the former Soviet Union founded by the Night Witches. I would like to see a focus tree that makes them essentially just, like, obviously grounded to something in history, but basically just the Ace Styles from Ace Combat Zero. Those are your choices. You could either be a nation that lives by pride, one that seeks strength, or one that can read the flow of battle, or attempt to nuke the world. General Berserk Lateland has defeated the Fernikti partisans as the battle for Ostland rages on. But what happens to a dream deferred? Well, it either stays deferred or it ends permanently. And yeah, so these guys are fucked. You should be able to add planes to an existing group by clicking on the plane type in the airfield. 100%. Plane type. Okay, so I'm not seeing a button to actually add. Only deselect, I suppose. But, The air wings seem to be full. Open that again and click on the pane on the left side. Oh, this. Well, no. Oh. This? Nope. Oh, on the right side. Sorry, my dyslexia. But right, I got the right idea. But, yeah, no. Doesn't seem as though I can add anything. Maybe I have to have reserves that can add into it, so I have to have the planes first. So they have to be in the reserves, and then I can add them to the air wing, I guess. Unfortunately, we don't have the factory space for that, so we're basically training up units as they are. The Aryan Brotherhood has declared war on the Islamic Republic. Yikes, we're being problematic today, aren't we? Consolidate the monarchists. Fantastic. The little spade icon lets you add an ace pilot if you have one. Oh, this. There are no ace pilots in the country yet. Pilots may be promoted after doing successful missions. Okay, right. So they actually have to go fighting first. Can't have aces in peace. The Royalist Assembly. Right. The Regency has begun. Right. Tabaretsky had spared no expense when he put together the assembly. And it showed he didn't like making full use of his money and connections publicly. But for this rare occasion, he thought the display of wealth and opulence was worth a little exposure. The imperial decorations and luxurious refreshments would reinforce his message of imperial greatness. Yes, flags, wonderful flags, and wine, vodka, especially vodka. He gave the invited guests ample time to enjoy both and waited until a little over 2 hours into the party before judging that the time had come and taking the stage. Leisurely, I like this man. My dear friends, fellow Russians, we have taken an important step towards unifying our great Tsardom. It is, however, but the first step of many. Since the loss of the Holy Tsar, Russia has fallen far. Our motherland lies broken and shattered, our people divided, fearful, and in need. That unrighteous betrayal and our failure to prevent it set us on this path to destruction. And now, the only path back is through righteousness. A righteous Tsar to lead a righteous people. A righteous people to march away from the humiliations of today and yesterday, away from the specter of fear, want, and division, towards a future where the greatness of Russia is restored. That Tsar lives! Martin, he said it!
Alright, what'd I miss?
Martin, he said the thing!
Yay!
Funny Clock Man has... He's begun the journey. Alexei II survived the Bolshevik terror and waits, in hiding, for his throne to be restored. Only then will it be safe for him to return. Only then will righteousness rule the land once more. Until that time, strong leadership is needed to prepare Russia for his arrival. As regent, I will provide that leadership. I will lead us to the path of righteousness, and I welcome all of you to walk it with me. Together, we will restore Russia to greatness. Together, we will destroy the Bolsheviks, traitors, and parasites that let her fall to ruin, and who will surely now oppose us. And with that, he led a toast. First to the assembled guest, then to Russia, and finally the Holy Tsar. He punctuated the toast and his speech by forcefully hurling his glass to the floor. He left the stage to the sound of hundred glasses smashing as his guests repeated the gesture. The Regency has begun. Mazel tov!
This is gonna be a very, very, very messy dinner.
There's gonna be a lot of glass on that floor.
Alexei lives.
Yes, Alexei lives. A true believer. Thank you, Robo. But yes, political power 25. Increase the influence of Sergei Tabaretsky by, increase the popularity of Deposism by 2%. Yes. Increase him and his popularity. He has almost half the fucking country under his control.
And he has over half the country. Well, not over half, but he dominates between the factions.
Right. In the early hours of July 17th, 1918, the Holy Tsar was murdered by Bolshevik traitors. It was said at the time that his only son and heir, Alexei Tsarevich Alexei, was murdered as well. That was a lie. The righteous Tsar lives, whisked away before the traitors could kill him, and in hiding for almost 50 years now. He awaits the time when Russia has returned to the path of righteousness. Only then will he return and restore the greatness we all knew in the past. Until that time, Sergei Taboritsky will rule in his place as regent to unite Russia behind his rule and make the country ready for his return. I'm going to break your clock, sans Tabby. We're heading down the road, folks, finally. Funny Clock Man has started his funny. So, what's the popularity of the monarchists? Ooh. Well. Make that go up more. We don't want any competition, after all. Secure control, daily political power gain. Well, I suppose we can just kind of... We're probably going to get stability after we finish this entire shenanigan anyway, so you might as well bank the political power. The time has come. The shooting will begin soon. Requires all of the following. Like I lived lessons from Suslov. Oh, we have to go down that route to get that. But what does it do? Gods of the North. Oh god, it's the father. Reports have slowly...
We beat him before, we'll beat him again.
Right. Reports have slowly begun filtering down from movement in distant communes of Siberia. What it is, really, we cannot say. But the fact that any form of news is leaving that region alone has set many to wondering what exactly could be happening. Surely, if the communes are making any kind of stir for the first time in 20 years, it must be in some form important. Reports speak of stirrings from the religious. Those few traders who make their way out that far north over the East Siberia trade routes have spoken of entire communes chanting in prayer, of churches being filled to the brim, and of some figure pushing them onwards. Nobody knows exactly what has spurred this action, but the people of Siberia keep praying for one man. They call him the Father. Nothing but nonsense. Absolutely nothing but nonsense. That's completely silly. Oh! Okay, maybe it's not completely silly. Maybe that's... Maybe... Might have to look out for those people. Might have to look out for that one.
Central? Oh, check out the Revolutionary Council.
No, they've won the center. So, the center's been
No,
secure.
I mean, who is that? Is that fucking Khrushchev?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's a Krasnaya Army.
Vasilyevsky.
Vasilyevsky. Someone come to power? Don't know. But yes, so this is just the Red Army.
I think that faction can also have Khrushchev. I can't remember exactly which one, but he's one of the. No, he's Western Siberia.
Khrushchev is in the game though. Yes,
He's going to be our next door neighbor.
Okay, so that out of the way, we're gaining more political power, and we're just kind of heading on.
Oh, I see. After I came back, that it's all one nation above you now.
Yes, they seem to have completely dissipated. That's gonna make the fighting a little easier, I guess. We're basically gonna be shooting everything in every direction. But right, so... Consolidate the monarchists... Excellent. Okay, so... Okay. Acquires one of the following. Alexei lived, lessons from Suslov, an experimental dream, and Eurasia forever. But so, Okay, so we only need one of these. We don't... Mutually exclusive with reconcile the center, unite the party. Gets event the anti-establishment coalition. Do we really need that? We don't need a party. So how's Mr. I Need to Find the Ark of Truth doing? I don't know of that one. Martin, enlighten me. Tell me more about the God Emperor you've mentioned scarcely a few times before.
The Ark of Truth. Oh! Fucking go check the Caucasus.
Okay, so what about the Caucasus?
I think that's who he's talking about.
Right, so who?
Okay, it's still Reichskommissariat Caucasin.
Right, so this hasn't come to power yet. And
Yeah, hopefully it happens in this run because holy shit, that guy goes off soaring fucking goes soaring off a cliff.
Donut still has control of Crimea. No one is contesting him. But okay, so
anyone really cares.
yeah, no, shit seems deadlocked out here. Hadrick's gonna be the first one to go, but everyone else hasn't really moved.
Oh, right, Burgundy. Oh, he's absolutely Strengaheim. You know how it is.
Okay, no, that guy. What's going on with what's he doing now? I wonder what he's doing now. Oh.
Oh, right, it's still,
Strengaheim and oh, there it is!
Yes! Look at that little happy little cockroach.
I can't click on it, but this is one of the icons that these are smiles I want to protect. Some of these icons are an absolute fucking gift. But as always, Strengaheim.
Absolutely Strengaheim.
He's doing something over there. Can't tell you what. And also, our Air Force has... Well, actually, wow, they take a while to actually train from level 2. But good. They're actually getting some experience. So when we actually need them, they'll be there.
Of course Alexei lives. Why shouldn't Alexei live?
Ah, good. Jet engines. Fantastic. Holy shit, we can research jets at 171 fucking days?
Wow. Good luck building them.
I mean, yes, but... Well, actually, Martin, you know what we should do? We should just make the Vasco Justine Air Force, because we make floggers. All floggers. All floggers all day.
Yeah.
The note behind that one is that I chose the Flogger as kind of the poster child for my not-Soviet nation because it's an advanced jet fighter, but it's also visually very janky.
It also uses vacuum tubes.
Yes. It's a modern, it's a fourth generation fighter that looks like a third. It looks like it's almost it's barely cobbled together and functioning. It's trying. It's really trying. Oh man, Fondo, do you know about the ultra-visionary socialism and their unique laser AA? I'm sorry, what? What?
Excuse me, what?
It's running on the holy power, which is made from angel blood. What? Laser AA? Deploy lasers in Russian?
Explain.
Huh. Right, so I'm gonna build SU-7s because we're gonna need CAS. We're gonna be probably focusing entirely on CAS as much as we can. Fighters obviously will be helpful, but the end of the war and the invention of jet and turboprop aircraft has caused many aircraft designers to reimagine the ground attack aircraft. These new models move faster and carry more payload to drop on the enemy. Actually, the SU-7 probably carries less payload than the IL-10, but we're not going to talk about that. Wait, 3D. Wait, hey! Oh. They don't have unique 3D models.
Is that a fucking Curtis Hawk?
Actually, it looks more like an Italian plane, but it might be. If I know my War Thundery.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Itai as well.
Do it. No, they're all jet. Oh.
Oh yeah, because there's no model for a jet in this game.
Oh. Well, do the Yaks have at least a unique? No. Okay, is the I-15 even a butt? No, it's all the same thing. Oh. So they'll be jets in our heart. There'll be flat packs and Bearcoots soon.
Okay, yeah, it is a Hawk. I thought I wasn't crazy there.
Siberian Workers' Federation declared war on the Provisionary Central Siberian Revolutionary Council. Boy, these nations, they don't get any fucking shorter. No, I said it's not the Hawk. No, it's not the Hawk.
Oh, it's not the... I misread. I'm fucking... you people...
Poland's dead.
Of course.
Poland...
Yeah, I'm just fucking stupid.
Poland Bowl is gone. Well, it's still there, but...
No, the region of Poland is...
Not quite sure what's going on there, but apparently Poland is fucked. Yes. Let's keep that going. No, it was a different Poland. Oh. Poland attempting asexual reproduction in order to survive. See, the problem is we keep making one Poland. We need multiple Polands. Hey, just check the culture. Seems like Germany did mostly nothing to them. And then look at Chechnya. That burns.
Chechnya. Not Chechnya again.
Chechnya? Well, I figured that was much. Okay.
Czechoslovakia, or the former Czechoslovakia.
Right, so... Libertarian socialism. Social democracy. Wow.
No, the culture. When you click on the province, it'll show on the right-hand side.
Oh. Is Ukrainian.
What?
It's called, Romanian. Yeah, it's Ukrainian.
Huh.
That's very strange, and also high-rise car. Okay. But not now, we have more sitting around to do. Missing equipment production. Ah, yes, the fighters. They're running a bit tight on missing equipment. Oh, well, that's the I-15s. Keep them going. We're probably going to replace those. So they can gain experience and have, well, experience in the unit, but those are the second stringers, of course. The IL-10s are probably going to be doing most of the grunt work.
Yeah, but that requires putting Zhdanov in power.
You play as communist.
He's an asshole.
You play as Communist Kovy and then get Andrei Zhdanov into power. He promotes the ideology of science for socialism. As far as I remembered, he and only he has a unique unit, a laser-based anti-air vehicle. Wow. Unfortunately, we chose Funny Clock Man. No lasers, but the Tsar is eternal. Oh god, what happened now? No, Nixon, no!
Wait, didn't he? Wait, didn't... Oh no, that was during the Burgundy run, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, this is this run.
Oh god, he still did fucking Watergate, god damn it.
Nixon resigns. As of noon today, President Richard Nixon... By the way, this is 10 years... Well, actually, a decade before he actually supposed to, in our timeline, does Watergate. He gets elected earlier and still does Watergate. But anyway, as of noon today, President Richard Nixon has officially resigned his post of President of the United States. The first to do so in the nearly 200 years of American history. Nixon stood accused of wiretapping his rivals in the National Progressive Party during the 1960 election, as well as obstruction of justice for trying to cover up the deed. With impeachment inevitable, he left of his own accord rather than be convicted and removed. The office falls to Vice President John F. Kennedy, son of former President Joseph P. Kennedy. Wow, the older Kennedy was actually elected as well?
I guess so.
Wait.
I forgot how that came about, but yeah.
Wasn't that the Kennedy that died in the drone B-17 experiments?
No, this is the father.
Oh, okay. I was actually not.
Let's talk about the father.
Right, no, that was his other brother, I think.
Yeah, that was his older brother.
Right.
And then it was left to him when his brother went up in smoke.
Right. So, a charismatic figure, he has drawn both praise from progressive and ire from segregationists. Oh no. For his support of the civil rights. Yeah, he actually did that right, at least. Whether he can step out of the Nixon administration's shadow and forge his own legacy has yet to be seen. Can Kennedy hold the nation together? But the more the more important question: who will try and kill Kennedy this time? Because there apparently are several people who can.
I've only ever seen the one, but let's see how this turns out.
Okay, so give them our what is Kennedy doing? Oh, Christ. Okay, so I want to actually go over there and look at what he can do. God damn it, the focus tree. There we go. I want to... Because that doesn't really want to work properly, but there we go. The Kennedy presidency. Okay, save the country. Meet the politicians. Meet with the people. Extinguish the flames. One nation, indivisible. Heal the people. End the rifts. Reassure progressives. Reach out to the Dixiecrats. Reach across the line. A fair deal. A square deal. Shake on it. In the rolling wake of change. Bring back the NPP, the National Progressive Party. Towards a brighter future, the eagle soars. None of these tell us who Nixon pisses off enough to get shot. Though, in any circumstance, it's probably the CIA.
Yep, obviously.
We'll see how that goes, because this will probably go up in smoke real fucking quick. Also, the South African War is still raging on here. How things go? Well, actually, the front line's kind of flattened. So, still raging on. But then again, you know what it is, Martin? I know why the AI never gets over to South Africa.
Why?
It's because Nixon does Watergate and they remove that ability. Because he doesn't have that focus anymore.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Nixon doing Watergate seems to fuck that up.
Usually, Nixon manages to complete that before Watergate, though.
But the thing is, why don't they... If they complete it and the AI says, oh, we're gonna do this, why don't they do it?
I don't know.
Alexei lives. Even now, he lives. Also, Jesus Christ. I forgot how long this one is. Anyway, we don't need this. We don't need this at all. Good day. Draft the Constitution. Focus on the methods. Okay. Okay, so... Frankly, draft the Constitution will most likely give us, it'll give us a decision to further amp the monarchy, so... Might be good to do the other focus tree with Vatka to help your military. That might be a good time, because we've gotten... Funny Clockman is now pretty much secure for the, ascending to power. So let's see about this one. A great gift from the Republic. Joint army maneuvers. Military access, army... We probably will need this as well. So let's get that, because an emergency may happen. Following will bypass event Vatka does not exist. Our doctrine has its strengths, but also its flaws. The more experienced units of the Vatka, thankfully, are willing to help rectify the issue present in our training, supply chain, and combat techniques. While their aid is to be viewed with suspicion, of course, what useful knowledge they provide is precious, and is to be taken seriously. If Vatka can help us fill the holes in our army's pool of skills, its aid is to be greatly appreciated. Right. So do that and just basically have military access to and fro, because if they get shot at, they're probably going to need our help, and, we'd like an ally. Okay, so these guys are almost to level 2. That's fantastic. We're still going to need to secure more avenues of production, but, speaking of which... Back with soda and the knowledge that Martin is still a drunk bean man. Martin, Hibicki's bullying the shit out of you. I'm actually kind of jealous. Really, I'm starting to get jealous.
Just wait until I'm down in Florida, then I will truly be drunk bean. Whatever this means. I need to know.
Martin, for the reminder of the audience, you are basically bringing down a fucking crate of wine, correct?
Effectively, yes. I didn't get a chance to go today because there was a line out the door for some reason on 3 p.m. on a Sunday.
I wonder. Wow, lines out the door on a Sunday. Things must be bad.
So yeah, I'm gonna try again tomorrow morning, or whenever I wake up, more accurately.
One fighter apparently died somehow. Only 34 out of 35. Is that what happened? I thought they just wore out the parts, but no, someone crashed. Oh no, our Air Force's first accident. And how is Kiddo? Kiddo is fine.
Yeah, just you people wait for the guest star streams when I get down there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so once again, Anthem Monarchus.
Yes.
Good. Make it certain, because it basically is now. Okay, war planning, focus on research, train our troops. Let's see here, external investments. Consumer goods factories, industrial investments. I kind of want to do industrial investments because that will have a chance of giving us a factory. But once again, Funny Clockman's going to change the regime, so if it's an off-the-map one, we'll lose it. I found this out rather annoyingly when we played Magadan. Okay, rubber is still at Hey! Hey! Fucking rubber for the first time in God knows how long. How about that?
How are we getting it?
Wait, Martin is coming from... Well... No, we got it because someone opened up to trade. It's Caneb. Who, I have no idea where they are, but they seem like they're... I see the crescent and I'm
Knowledge of the beat.
Martin is coming to Florida. That is concerningly close to me, considering Martin really wants to know the knowledge of the bean.
You shall tell me the knowledge of the bean!
Well, you know, Hibiki, if, you know, there's gonna be plenty of alcohol, so if you're into that, you're welcome to show up.
You're going to Florida. Yeah, going to Florida, I suppose, is going to Brazil of America.
Well, good thing only my girlfriend knows where I am beyond Florida. Lucky you.
I have my ways.
And I think I shalln't. Oh well. The offer was there. More alcohol for us.
Especially for me.
Hey, more loot. Good loot. The Principality of, you know, I looked up there and I saw the fucking colors and, you know, Actually, oh no, fuck. Actually, we have to actually go help them now. But you see...
Oh, bollocks.
Oh, no.
God damn, this is smooth.
Well, the Ural region apparently is where we're going here, but, Who did they declare war with? Is Brzezinski? Where? Okay. Baron's Niki.
Oh, come on, they've got it in...
Brzezinski. They haven't
got it in hand, surely.
They haven't requested our assistance, so they're probably fine. Actually, that's probably an attack by them. So it actually is. It's a declaration of war. So if they ask for our support, we can send our Air Force out there. We can send the IL-2s to get some target practice. Yeah, no, they got it.
I need to know, what does this mean, Vicky? Fuck!
99% of that
like
denial
day.
was because Mr. loading his guns with malicious intent, the soon-to-be drunk bean. God damn it. Still, she taunts us.
I need to know, what does it mean?
I don't know. I have no idea what games Hibiki is playing. I really don't. But yes, good. Good. Over 100%. Good. Fantastic. No more progress is needed. We can save our political power for something else. Joint army maneuvers. Okay. Our request for military access has been accepted by the Principality of Vatka. Not Belk, Vatka. We may now move troops within their borders. Well, now they need. Well, good thing we signed that just after they finished the conflict. How about that? I think you have troops ready to assign. The icon on top of the shape of the house. Ready to assign. Well,
I thought that's low manpower.
Possibly, but No. An icon at the top, shape of a helmet.
Yeah, the helmet. I think is
That's
just
no, it's low manpower. So because we don't have any. Ah, good. Regular. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so we're at 77, so we can do industrial investments. Please give us a military factory, because good lord, we need more military factories. The Committee for the Liberation of the Peoples of Russia has defeated the Tartar Republic in a war.
Oh no! Anyway.
Freedom is this thing worth dying for. Anyway, moving on.
Freedom isn't free.
So, officer exchange. Our officers have faced different conditions to those of the Tsarist. Well, they're about to be the Tsarist, so, and have served on the front line in border raids against the Reds. In many cases, our practical experience is a boon to us, but the whites to our south have the theoretical advantage. Having fought in the West Russian War against the front on the grand scale, we have fought the communists in the present, and they have fought them in the past. There's much to learn on both of our ends. Let us share this knowledge with our partner against the Red Menace. Yes. Communists first, then everyone else. Well. Oh Christ, what's going on now?
What, the game lurched? Oh boy.
Ordaz elected president of Mexico. Following another landslide election,
Who?
Gustavo Diaz Ordaz of the Revolutionary Party Institutional, right, has been elected president of the Republic of Mexico. The Secretary of the Interior is infamous for his callous, heavy-handed treatment of anti-government protests during the Mateos administration, leaving dissidents within the country fearful for their already dangerous future. Regardless, the United States has extended its congratulations to Mexico for electing a leader who can guide the country through these times of tumult. It seems Mexico is poised to enter the world stage once more, and this time under the American guidance.
I've never gotten that event.
For order and progress. This totally wasn't conducted by the CIA. DEFCON 1 still. Yeah, no, DEFCON 1 still. Yeah, no, everything's burning down. That's burning down. That's burning down. Germany's still burning down. So how is Germany doing currently? Shit, things are still pretty much at a fucking standstill. Hadrick's basically dead, I think.
As usual.
He's over there. Yeah, right, he's just in there. Bormann's currently got the vast majority of the country down here, I think, or the interior, I suppose, but Goring's just as big. Speer is holding on as well.
So Goring isn't as big as you think, because Germania is, kind of that tumor in the center.
Right, so this right here. So Bormann's winning the center here, as it seems, but in the end, nobody's really gotten terribly big. It seems that Bormann gained some territory crushing Hadrick, but, well, Bormann may win, but it looks as though, yeah, things are still undecided. Winning the left side as well. Well, the left side by crushing Hadrick. Speer hasn't... Speer has only decreased slightly, I think. He's only lost this territory right here. So he may get rid of Speer, and that may be the deciding factor. We knew Hadrick was going to lose, and Hadrick did better lose, because...
Hadrick always... fuck, now you guys... It's Heydrich!
Okay, Heydrich. Yes, right. Heydrich, right. Heydrich, yeah, we don't want Heydrich to win. Lost land is
I
growing.
mean, it'll be an interesting conclusion to the game.
Yes, after
And
all
the
this...
stream as a whole, but...
Yeah, after all this fucking effort. But how fucked is Poland? Completely.
But-
Oh, God!
I'm gonna take... Well, yep!
President Kennedy assassinated! Oh no! Who could have seen that one coming? John Fitzgerald Kennedy, the newly inaugurated President of the United States, was assassinated this afternoon while being driven through the city of Dallas by a man identified as a radical Guyanese nationalist, motivated by the belief that President Kennedy was intent on hegemonizing his country after that whole police action. Well, shit. After the recent disgrace and resignation of President Nixon and the sudden and disturbing murder of his successor, the United States is in a state of shock. Speaker of the House John McCormack was raced to the White House to be sworn in as president in an attempt to gain control of the traumatized country. America has suffered through a tumultuous few years, and now the nation's future seems more uncertain than ever. Time will tell if Americans rise to the occasion or collapse under the pressure. It just takes a second to die. Now we're gonna stop here and play JFK Reloaded for a quick second.
No!
That's the minigame. It's just like when you get to that point, the game just stops and opens up a tiny EXE of JFK Reloaded. You shoot John F. Kennedy in the head, attempt to kill everyone else involved, and then, you go back to playing Hearts of Iron.
Siri, this was so sad. Play California Dreaming.
Okay, so. Right. John McCormick. What's it? Healing a broken nation. Moving past Nixon. Saving Nixon's don't do that. The African oh, there it is. He was a crook. Soul in torment. The passing of the torch. Well, good luck, John. Home by Christmas. Where have I heard that one before? Which faction are you playing? Comey. The Aryan Brotherhood has defeated the Islamic Republic. We're just gonna let that stand as it is. Well, hi, bot. Having some problems there.
It's sad over JFK.
Unfulfilled import requests. Oh no. Well, they don't have enough to, I guess they're losing some. Oh well. We still got as much as we need. We'll leave it at that though. Decisions available, missing equipment production, decisions. Where's that industrial investment? That's gonna take another month and a half. I need to click on tungsten, you remember. Really? I guess I missed that. I looked at the top and went, oh, well. Well, tungsten, chromium's the only one we don't really have, but I suppose we can also get some of that, too. Well, we don't have any, well, we have some factories, but we're building infrastructure, so I guess we'll leave that alone. We don't really need chromium, and we're not actually using any. I just looked at the top and saw the numbers were all green, and so at the end of the day, we have what we need. These sounds, Jesus Christ. Officer exchanges. Good. Fantastic. The Civil War relived. Okay. Vatka guarantee. Let's guarantee Vatka. Alright, so we basically just guarantee sovereignty. Okay, good. The days of the Civil War were dark for our nation, setting the stage for the eventual national disintegration of our great country into what it is today. However, we now have a chance to reverse it. With the aid of Vatka, we shall be able to strike back and vanquish the Reds, which destroyed Russia, and erase all traces of communism in our nation. The time is now. The only question is who will set the Reds' demise into motion? Their foolish action or our triumphant initiative? Who will give us justification to shoot first? Them or us? We will give ourselves our own justification to shoot. Clearly. Okay, we should have some loot here. So, we'll do with, we already did workers, so schools. Try schools. Education, to an extent.
How's polling going for our guy?
Poland?
Polling.
Oh, right. You're right. Our man. How's our man looking? It's 100%. Excellent. See, we're aligning with Zaris. Zaris will now come to power over this, questionable party. Everything's going perfectly fine. It's all going to plan.
Alexei one day will come.
Yes, Alexei will return one day. How's our Air Force doing? Wow, Jesus Christ. Actually, they're not in training. They stopped. Why did they stop? Are they at max level? Is regular at the max level? No, they just stopped for no reason. Okay, then.
No, they're still going.
Here's the highest you can get from training, I think.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Hmm.
They're as good as you can get it.
Okay, well. Cease, return to base. That's fine. We only lost one plane during that whole entire time of training. Go to the division menu above the unit you're producing. There should be an option to have it automatically assigned to the front line when produced. Our manpower is kind of shit, but let's see here. Okay, not enough manpower required to train. Okay, so should be a button. Okay, well, that's another name. I suppose we can skip, but it's at the location of this deployment. Okay, so can we? No, we can select to a unit. Add. I am not seeing. Should be an option to have it automatically assigned to a frontal line. Click the square and then click on the general. The square. Ah, this. Okay, I'm assuming that'll. Right click. Left click. Yes. Okay. I think. That's the fifth. I'm gonna hope that did it, but I don't think it did. Okay. Click assign. Click to assign deployment. Right click the reset order assignment. Ah, there we go. Oh. Right click? Yes. No? Oh, or the leader, right, okay. There we go. Well, that should work. Right. I'm going to assume that works, because I'm not getting any proper feedback for this.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, I'd imagine since it's your only front line, it automatically goes to it.
It worked. I think the color scheme of the mod just makes it confusing. Visual glitch? I didn't get any feedback. I didn't get enough feedback there, so oh well. I'm gonna hope it worked, but I know how to do it manually should it need to be done. So weren't we supposed to get an event? Yeah, we're supposed to get an event. Siberian Black League declared war on the West Siberian People's Republic.
That's Khrushchev, West Siberian People's Republic.
Oh. Oh dear Lord!
Oh!
Oh no!
Don't tell the Irish. For the love of God, don't tell the Irish.
Oh no, they've elected Maggie. So that's Martin. So the party in collaboration with the Germans elected Margaret Thatcher. That's two really big hits. Oh no.
To be entirely fair, she could be elected whether or not the resistance succeeds.
Right, but
I didn't think they could elect her without the resistance.
Right, so Margaret Thatcher elected English Prime Minister. Margaret Thatcher first grabbed the headlines in 1951 when she became the youngest female MP in the upper echelon. Now she has a new record, first female Prime Minister. Following the recent victory in the general election, Royal Party members of the House of Commons voted to make Thatcher their party leader, thus making her Prime Minister. The leadership's election results was a shock by many familiar with parliamentary politics, who long thought Thatcher to be an outsider. The
on suicide watch.
The Royal Party's inner circle always kept at arm's length. Naysayers within the party have largely been quelled by her choice of staff the cabinet with old guard MPs, the most prominent of which is R.A. Rab Butler. The question of whether she leads her cabinet or her cabinet leads her, however, will remain to be seen. England's had queens before, but a female prime minister? That's as bizarre as the thought of a female president. And now we're off the air. Again. But yeah,
yes.
so
not yet. Maybe. Hopefully. I don't know.
There's a civil war. Our offer of guarantee of independence was accepted by Vatican. Good. Everybody's fine. Everybody's A-okay. Everybody's happy.
All according to plan.
Okay. Base war support. Demand the order's submission. Oh. I suppose we'll go ahead with this one. Our war support is incredibly fucking high. But, get on the line there before we continue bringing back the Tsar. We have prepared enough. Going through all of the preliminary strokes of diplomacy and armament. Now is the time for expansion and the reunification of the motherland. Russia awaits, with her west open for the taking. There lies only our enemies standing in the way. There are many, and we are few. But with the will of the Russian people on our side, alongside our connections and our formidable arsenal, our state shall emerge triumphant and reclaim her fair lands. With our preparations complete, the only thing left to do is issue our orders to our diplomats and generals, and prepare for the greatest string of conflict that we shall face yet. Dream, perhaps. Okay, do the other guy needed to continue with the Constitution? I don't think we actually really need that. We need one. Requires one of the following. The Anti-Establishment Pact is that, but reconcile the no, okay, right. Anti-Establishment Coalition. I don't need that, and we don't really. We're not banking Serov here. So in the end, establishments other than the Tsar, impossible. And plus, a Clockman already has nearly unbeatable support. So at the end of the day, this just helps everyone else who we don't want to help. So draft a constitution. In order to strengthen our hold on the Republic and guide it to a better future, we should draft a new constitution. This will mark a break with the corrupt old order and let us show the Republic our good intentions. That the drafting process will show us where the prominent voices in our organization land on key issues, and who in our organization commands the influence to push their favorite clauses through is just an added benefit, of course. Okay, so how's that factory gamble going? Industrial investments is kind of like gacha rolling. You never know what the fuck you're gonna get. We can get an off-map civilian factory. We can get a civilian factory. We can just an actual civilian factory right in the middle of our country. Off-map military factory, or a military factory on our fucking soil. What the fuck is this? There is justification of war goals against our allies. Oh no. Good thing we stopped.
By who?
By who? I don't fucking see it. That doesn't do anything, but... Right-click on Vodka, I suppose. Order restored. Oh, Aryan Brotherhood is justifying against us. Oh!
Oh no, the Aryan Brotherhood.
Well, boys, lock and load. Where are they? Oh, right there. Yeah, they're about our size. Well, if they attack, they're gonna have some fucking problems. Our Air Force could provide immediate relief in a situation. I think we may have to divide up our army, because I don't want to send all of our army down there. What if the Socialists decide they want to get uppity? Letter to the legislature. To the legislature of the Republic of Komi. Greetings from the front, your old ally. We come to you in peace. This letter being our olive branch, in recognition of our common democratic traditions. We address this letter not to the President of the Republic, but its legislature. The front has no hostile intentions and presents at present against the Republic, nor the will to subvert its democracy. The front recognizes that both it and the Republic has had a long, often hostile history. Today, the front is willing to put it all behind should the Republic wish to do so. We solemnly ask in the name of democracy and social that...
There's the word.
No. That the Republic join us as comrades once again. Let brothers and sisters link their hands in a new march for the future. Let our enemies tremble. We implore that the Republic of Komi would see reason. To your south lies the perils... to your south lies the perils to your democracy. The Aryan Brotherhood, the Emperor, now restored in Vatka, as well as the Liberation Army. Okay, so this isn't the Aryan Brotherhood, it's the fucking Socialists to the no. Whose intentions remain unknown. In joining our armies together, we protect ourselves against domination from the forces hostile to Lenin and Marxist dreams of common... In rejoining us, we would like to recall the images of Rome and its Italic allies as one united power. None shall challenge the might of our army in the field. With the Republic's personnel at the front's expertise, none can stand for long. In addition, all crimes committed during the West Russian War shall be rendered moot. We implore you. Again, see reason. We expect your answer immediately. Signed, Marshal Georgy Zhukov. Well, A, it's Zhukov. However... Communists.
Not on my watch.
Okay, so... 1. Save game, just in case this goes horribly. But... No! The communists ruined this country! Why the fuck would we align with them? The Aryan Brotherhood is a giant fucking question mark, sure. We don't know what they're doing. We know what they're doing. But in general here, we may not be able to render support, but we can render air support and hold the river against the Socialists. In the end, I'm sure Vatka can handle the Aryan Brotherhood on their own mostly well, and if we hold the Socialists at the river, we should be able to actually secure the entire country. I mean, Komi was a party center left nation before you took over. Yes, before we took over. That's all fucking changed now. Now we are
at... I am not like my predecessor.
Now we are... But, I think we're just gonna have to... I'm not quite sure where to spend our political power, but we may have to just shore it up just in case. Oh. That. Wait, that. We'll wait for that, because we'll need the extra manpower in a pinch. We, however, basically have to sit here and hold, but hey. We have the Siktifar arsenal, which means, good luck attacking us, we have chemical weapons. And there's no UN to stop us. So if we sit here on our ass in defense and just hold, we'll be alright. And also we have... I'm not sure how do we analyze the strength of a defensive line? How do we analyze exactly how well they're entrenched? How do we look at that again?
Usually how the green bar that's either above or below the general.
Right, okay, so this one right here. So we look like we're about 90% superior in terms of entrenchment. But yeah, no, we can handle this. I believe we can handle this. But yeah, as I said before, I never was a fan of TNO's UI design and color scheme. I think the UI design is appropriate, however, the color scheme could be better. I know what it's going for, but at the end of the day, it's not exactly where it wants to be anyway. You would expect more muted colors. In some cases, this mod is incredibly colorful, and in some cases, it's not. It's weird. They're going for the, the CRT television fucking early computer monitor look, which I get. However, it's not, it's kind of, it is that and isn't that. So it's, in some cases, going too far and not far enough. Built on hatred, it took nearly 2 months for Svetlana Bukarina to find what she had been looking for. A relative eternity here in the concrete box that was her new home. There had been a time, she reminisced, when she would have considered that a personal failing. One that she would need to rectify through whatever means she could pull out of her repertoire or learned and tested stratagems. But it was no matter. It was difficult to make use of her previous tricks in this gray hell. Her objective had been sighted in just the sort of circumstance she expected. Down the hall from her cell was the blocks they used for solitary confinement. Blocks that she occasionally heard faint screams from. Screams that made her grit her teeth and pace across the few square meters of space that she had been permitted by the government's mercy. In the time she had spent to stare through the bars at the corridor, she had seen 2 guards dragging a short woman between them. Away from solitary, a woman who still exuded an aura of ashen defiance and faded passion. A woman who she had known all too well. Oh boy. Why didn't we have...
I don't know what you expected here, and this is exactly what I thought was going to happen.
What I expected was, wouldn't they have the opportunity to just fucking shoot them?
Fair enough.
In the distant past, she had considered eventually breaking her will as a sad inevitability, something that had to be done to realize her vision. But looking into her eyes whilst she had been dragged down the corridor betrayed a different outcome than the one she had expected. Whilst her infamous stark white suits had long been replaced by prison orange, whilst her formerly disciplined and tightly bound hair hung loose and unkept, Svetlana Stalina was unbowed and unbroken. The Lady of Steel, it seemed, had merely been tempered and not shattered. Well, lady, we're gonna have to put you down because Margaret Thatcher came into office. So, Lady of Steel, Iron Lady, this isn't gonna work. One of you has to go. I'm kind of betting on Maggie. As she passed down the corridor and out of view, Bukarina felt a thin smile across her face. They may have been bitter foes, opponents that both recognized the other would have to go in order to build the future they desired. But in the end, in the shadows of both of their defeats, she felt nothing but pride at her former enemy's defiance, and a resolve to adhere to the same standard. An ideal to live up to. Well, fuck her. If she can handle this, so can I. Good logic. They're going to be allies, and we're going to have to fucking shoot them. We will at the earliest opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so focus on the methods. The breadth of thought in our movement extends to political strategy. While there is a general agreement we need to be diligent in managing public support and opposition, what measures we could use and where our focus should be is proving a difficult discussion. Some believe that information campaigns about our great work should be enough to keep the public on our side. Others propose we tie ourselves much more strongly to the Orthodox Church. Yes, the Church, the Tsars, good. Tradition. There's also support for
campaigns
to suppress dissident opposition more forcefully, with disagreement centering more on the proposed extent and violence of them. It's time to make a decision. Get event means to an end. So, how much funny Clockman moments have I missed? He hasn't really done very much currently, however, he's assured to come to power. As you can see here. So we're getting there. We just have to get through all the focus trees to actually just move this shit along. A new constitution. Within the shadow of midnight, Lev Gumliov did not sleep. Instead, while the people sleep and the gears turned, he waited. For the others, while there were many more public meetings to come, the first discussion on the new constitution was here, private, secure, and away from prying eyes. Shafarevich was the first to arrive, a polite grin on his face as he passed into the room like a peacock, strolling with an elegant yet leisurely gait. Gumliov nearly rolled his eyes at the display, for there were no crowds at this hour for him to woo with his honeyed words and silver tongue. Greetings were exchanged, then patience. Next came Serov, entering the room and intently as his eyes... entering the room slowly and intently as his eyes swept across the room. Like a wolf eyeing the landscape, or its next meal. Ambition was something all of his guests had, but the former leftists had a history they did not. Finally, the final guest slithered in silently, his eyes slits and his smile unnervingly fixed. A reaction Sergei Tabarovsky commonly got from those he spoke with was befuddlement at best, terror at worst. That's our guy. All of his guests would have a say in the paper resting between the four men to garner legitimacy for the new state. And all of his guests eyed his position of power eagerly. All would have to be dealt with, but who to marginalize first? Igor's wings need to be clipped. Its popularity of fascism, decreasing influence of Igor Shafarevich, the matter of economic structure. Ivan's leash needs to be tightened. Sergei's fangs need to be removed. No! But, okay, so who's the biggest competitor? It is the Reformists, so...
They go first.
Who is the reformist here? I think... Actually, no, it must be Igor. Ivan Serov, that's the Ordo Socialists. And Sergei is obviously the monarchist. There's a color error there. It's not exactly correct, but... Shafarevich needs to get a hammer thrown at him, because he's the closest to the Tsars coming back to power. He must be stopped. But yes, we are slowly becoming funny Clockman Nation. We'll get there eventually. After all, it's only been 4 hours. Holy shit, what?
Yeah.
Remember,
Goon, the cycle of the music is an hour.
Oh, no. Anyway. We need to keep the Russians at bay here, so we don't exactly have a force to send you. However, we will assist you with the Air Force. Matters of cabinet, though. Hang on here. Expire on September 28th of September. Right. A crucial facet of any state in the structure of the... Okay. A crucial facet of any state in the structure of the economy and our constitution needs to lay out how we will approach ours. The breadth of thought in our alliance means there are many competing ideas for how to address this. There is a general agreement that the government needs to be in control of several important sectors in the economy, but beyond that, there is little common ground to be found. A large faction contend that we must allow market forces to operate in non-strategic spheres of the economy. They say private enterprise will complement their state-run counterparts to provide greater welfare for all. The best way to achieve both would be to provision for private property rights in our Constitution, while also specifying that it can be overruled and under what conditions. So, capitalism. Until an emergency. There are many, however, who believe we can only realize our plans under a total command economy. Everything in the Republic belongs to the whole nation, and it is only right that the nation be empowered to mobilize every farmer, worker, and clerk to achieve its aims.
Now, wait a fucking second there, Chief. That sounds awfully like communism.
You know we know we're dealing with the communists, right? Private business will always, by their very nature, undermine the same. The Constitution should, according to this fashion, define all property as belonging to the state. Tabarotsky's faction advocates a third approach. Yes, comrades, Tabaretsky, right. They say that it is these modern economic theories and structure that got Russia to this sorry state. Actually, yes. We must cast away these foreign theories and look back to the heyday of Russia. The traditional way of life is what will restore Russia to greatness. And that starts with the economy. The Constitution must empower the state to take any measures necessary to return the Russians to where they belong. Tabarotsky looks over to Serov. No. You're not doing it enough. This is how you do this. It's okay, so allow private property. Okay, fancy. Get some matter of stable structure. Increase the influence of Lemmy going. No. Return to tradition. Increases the influence of Sergei Tabarotsky, changing populator of deposism, gets the event's matter of civil structure. Tradition! Always tradition. Okay, so... Well, I suppose I can send one unit back there, but... These are all really big... Actually... That's a province. 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 That is a province. That is a province. That doesn't even have a unit. That's a hole right in our fucking front line. We need eyes. I suppose what we could do is wait for a battle to actually set off and then send our planes out. They'll get aid-ish.
Well, technically, we're not at war, so...
Okay, Principality of Vatka wants our help in their war efforts.
There we go. Never mind.
I had to click on it. If we decline, we break our guarantee. We lose 20% stability, and Principality of Vatka's opinion will change by negative 100%. No, we will accept. However, we will only render aid as the Soviets are quite disturbing. We are at war. Yes. Okay, so who are we at war with? Okay, just the Aryan brother. So... just these fuckers. And it seems as though, we have other units? Or other... I'd like to see the actual territories, but it looks as though just that. It lit up before, and we're... Air wings with no mission or region assigned. I will send them to the exact... Well, actually, I could send them to just... Well, they're not bombers, so I don't think I can send them on CAS operations. Or I can send them on bombing operations, but Interception. Strategic bombing. Can't do that. Port strike. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see if there's fighting, we'll obviously fucking see it. Oh, well, can I... Can I click on an area that big? I can. Holy shit. Okay.
Yes, the entire region.
Okay, I thought it was going to be a province or a specific area. Okay, so... Okay, so are they set?
Yep.
Waiting for orders. Oh, right, so there's that, but okay, so... No retreat mission, excuse me, only by day. Air superior. I guess they're set? Question mark? Click on those orders and right-click the region. No, they're not. Why is it that, I can't select anything? This is kind of strange. Oh, I guess I fucked up there. I had to select the... That's weird. Okay. Right, so... Close air support, and then... Right click. There we go. And then air superiority. The I-15s are better than nothing. But okay, good. There's our support. Congratulations, we've just actually conducted the first combat missions, or begun the first combat missions. Okay, so the matter of civil structure. With power more secure, the options for the future of our state have come to the table as the Constitution begins its drafting. One such debate has recently come into view of our leadership, the role of the central government in relation to various regions. Tabarotsky, of course, proposes that regional administrations hold no power, and only the central government would rule with an iron fist. Shafarevich instead proposes lighter alternative, federalism, leaving some power in the hands of regional administrations, while the center government still rules strongly. Lastly, Gumilyov fights strongly for self-determination among the regions. Instead of forming a sort of confederacy, tensions increase, but ultimately one side wins the day. Funny Clock Man says, no, Tsar rule. Tsar can only rule if he has total control. Total unity among the government and the people. I'm sorry, what? What? The father has declared war on fucking who? The Pacific Fleet? Who?
Oh. Okay, yeah, no, my stream is delayed. Hold on, I have to refresh.
Oh. Kamchatka. Okay. So, the father is taking Kamchatka. Good for you. How are our boys doing? Mission efficiency, 83%. How about that? Air superiority is somewhat lacking. However, close air support seems to be paying dividends. Bam! However, unfortunately, we lost a man. The Presidium of the Supreme Soviet declared war on the Sakha Republic. If the region your air forces are green, you have air superiority. If it's red, they don't. Okay, so apparently we have total control. Good.
Which is weird. But okay, sure, let's go with that.
Right, so we'll just actually, they don't have an airfield by the looks of things.
Huh.
No, they don't. They don't even have any fucking planes. I mean, they could capture one on the border, I guess, but, They're not focused on methods. Should we call the I-15s back and just have them raid in reserve? Because it seems as though the close air support missions, they've got it.
Yeah, I guess so then.
Nah, keep them there, sure. Okay, well, unfortunately... Well, means to an end there. Unfortunately, before we read this, we're gonna have to make some alterations to production because we're gonna need to keep the Aleutians flying. So, all things considered, what we will do is we will switch out the basic IFV because we have parts in hand. We're not really producing them. They're really just to replace losses, and I think that's enough for right now if they're standing still. The Aleutians, however, are actually being shot at. But hold on here. One moment. 1 second, folks. I'll be right back. Enjoy the music.
Mm-hmm.
Right, sorry about that, folks. I was informed that dinner was served, but I took the time to also get a bathroom break and actually rehydrate. So, water and coffee, and then dinner is on the way. Alright, I also had time to reconsider something. Martin, we still have no manpower.
Yes, that we don't.
So, factually speaking, well, the hand grenades probably, they still need to be up there. The support equipment, actually the support equipment's still in kind of an iffy state right now. What we could do is kind of actually suspend infantry weapon production because they're not in use. And we could use these two factories to shore up Aleutian production. to keep them in the air.
Yeah, this is true.
So, there are 35 I-15s. The Polyparkovs are going to be fine. They can take losses. The IL-10s, however... Is it Polycarpov?
Polycarpov.
Yeah, something like that.
Polycarpov. I think it's Polycarpov.
No manpower means no extra planes can go into the airfields either. Right, so there is something coming, though. At 75, we could, do... What is it? It's... Right, what is it? Right, we can train our troops, and that gives us 1,000 manpower, which is good to have a kind of a flow. You know, a floating reserve. I think we should probably actually well, these guys are almost done. And these have, well, they have, the only thing they need is manpower and support equipment. So we have one more division, and we're probably going to halt production of new troops after that. So those are the only guys that are going to roll off the line. So what I'm going to do here is going to make a decision to utilize, while we are still concerned with Zhukov, the current situation is, well, they're not shooting at us yet. The Aryan Brotherhood is. And right now, we don't really have enough troops to bring... We can't really bring troops off the line without, you know, showing our weakness at the border. And our border is a very strong, very, very strong position right now. So I don't want to fuck with it. However, the Air Force is perfectly fine with flying over there and indiscriminately bombing the, you know, the Brotherhood. So... What we should do right now is our Air Force should be the ones getting support here, and the ground forces, well, they don't have to do anything yet. They're not necessarily needed yet. So what we should do is suspend production of most of the infantry stuff, and then make sure our Aleutians are in the air and roaming. Holy shit, we could build bears? Wow. I didn't actually think... Wow, Jesus fucking... Well, hang on here. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. Now I gotta look at something, because I didn't see any... Wait. We don't...
No, it's one tab over, there's the heavier.
Oh, right, light aircraft, heavy... Oh, okay, so... Ooh. Oh, this is also where we get our these are tactical bombers. Where do we go with tactical? I'm assuming we go to Blackjack. Yep, there they are. We get the largest plane ever, and also fullbacks. We get flying studio apartments. Yay!
Wait, is that the?
I believe the AN-124 is the 6-engine monstrosity.
No, it's 4.
Oh, okay.
You're thinking of the... what the hell was it?
Oh, Bulls. Right, no, sorry about that. But I think we actually get...
The 225.
Right. I think we actually... I'm pretty sure all the Russian splinter states get the same tech, which is kind of funny, but, let's see here. 225, so that's one short. Wait. Sukhoi T-60S... That looks very reminiscent of the PAC-FA. And it's a stealth plane. That's... Huh.
It's what, the Tu-60?
Yeah, Tu-60S. That looks... I'm sure it's probably not the same plane, but...
No, it's a bomber. It was a proposed bomber.
Oh, okay. So let's see here. As for what else we get here, Tu-95. Yeah, no, we do get bears. We start with bulls, we get bears. And then we go all the way up. There's the Blackjack. Wait a minute. One of these Backfire and Blackjack, I always confuse all of them. And then the modernized one, Neato.
Backfire is the Tu-160, I think.
So
no, the Tu-22.
Right, so
Backfire.
So we get the Backfire first, and then we get the upgraded. We get the Blackjack, and then an upgraded Blackjack. Neato. So we may actually specialize in Air Force for a little bit here. These are obviously going to be massive fucking undertakings.
I was wrong.
What?
Tu-22 is a blinder. What is the
blinder?
Fucking.
Oh, so we get 2 blinders. Okay, so 2 blinders, and you see, I know most Russian meme planes.
Oh, I was close.
What?
Backfire's the Tu-22M.
Oh, so blinder, Backfire, and then Blackjack.
Yeah.
I know most of these Russian planes by appearance, not by designation. But
I should know this shit by now. I binged the shit out of Wings of the Red Star.
oh, we get frogfoots. Neat. We're probably gonna need those, since this is if this land doctrine actually if this doctrine of air support continues, we might have a use for these. But that's interesting. So good. Anyway, back to fucking needs here. Back to current pressing needs and also this thing. Okay, so evolution, and then we have 2 factories, 1 a year. Well, that's better than nothing. So where's that other? Is that? I think we may have gotten a civilian factory. Goon, what is the 1976 stealth bomber? I don't actually know. Hang on here. 1976 stealth bomber. 1976. 1976 stealth bomber. The Sukhoi 100? I have no idea what these are. These look like paper aircraft. These look like they didn't actually exist. Their designs are so fucking wacky, I can't believe them.
Sukhoi 100, you said?
Yeah. I'm surprised we don't have... I'm kind of surprised we don't actually have the militarized version of the fucking Tupolev, like, what, 122? The Russian Concorde. That's funny that we don't have that.
That's... Funny you mentioned that, because the Sukhoi T-4, otherwise known as Project 100, high-speed reconnaissance, anti-ship strategic bomber, and just so happens to look like the Concorde. It's got the droop snoot.
Oh.
Yeah, this is what it is. I'll send you the picture.
Remind me, what's the designation for the Tupolev It's 120, right? 122? Yeah, the one that actually flew and was horrible.
Oh, I want to say the 122. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, just let me click over here and see about this one. Ah, yes. Okay, so that's a very jankier looking...
T-144.
144, right. I fucked that up. But, right, so it's just a jankier looking Concorde. Look it up, please. But, that is, okay, so it doesn't have the droop snoot down, so that's why it looks kind of weird, but okay. Right, so, can we get this to go any fucking faster? Then again, also another thing, Factory 5, did we actually get a additional factory at all? We invested, but I don't think we got anything. Huh, funny. Okay, so hang on here. Support equipment is necessary, but what's the maximum mobility of our infrastructure here? What can we manage? 2 a year, that's 1 every 6 months. And then I'm gonna replace that obviously, but 3, and we don't have enough resources to handle that production. Though we could trade. So one basically every 3 months, which is, yike. That's not a lot. Okay, so the best we can do here is just replace losses over time. I don't think air is worth investing right now. Right now, you just really need soldiers, period. This is true.
Yeah.
But this is currently helping our ally, and will probably keep the enemy down. So we're gonna go back to, well, producing the things that we need currently. So support equipment, and then the hand grenades from most of our other experienced troops. We have enough guns. We have enough guns on hand currently, so really the only thing stopping us from cranking out another troop is manpower, and manpower alone. So this is just as a not necessarily a long-term sustainability, but a short-term, okay, some of these losses will be recovered by the time the fucking communists come knocking down our door. It's so we don't lose all of the planes, period. But anyway, now that that's out of the way, means to an end. Shafarevich, no, you should see how you can change conscription laws in this mod. I'm pretty sure that's down to policy.
Yeah, most of them are.
Well, down for a focus tree. You can't really change any of that shit. Like, I'd love to, but you literally cannot fucking click any of this shit. You can look at it, but it won't fucking... Nothing. You cannot... basically have to enact policies that let you do that. So, national focus is how you basically do everything. And in a way, that's kind of a downside of the mod. However, it uses that in order to structure its story. And for what it is, it's an interesting story. But the problem is, you know... With scripting, you lose freedom. The two don't coexist. There's a lot of variety in the scripting that you can enact, clearly, because there's like, well, there's 3 different fucking wings of government, and in amongst them, 9 different people you can put at the head of this fucking snake. So, there's a lot of variety in how you can choose to do things. I think it's a plus, forces you to roleplay a nation. You do get detail, lavish fucking detail. But at the cost of being able to freely do things that benefit you until you actually get a focus tree that does that. But then again, restricting that also lends story and detail, and also necessity to playing one side or the other if you wanted to maximize a certain thing. So, there are bonuses here. However, at the end of the day, I can't just declare war on whoever the fuck I want and put whoever the fuck I want in charge. Well, I can, but it's very, very limited. And very structured, and when I'm down that path, I can't fucking change that very quickly. But anyway, means to an end. Jafarovich poured himself another drink. Gumliov eased another line he didn't like, or erased another line he didn't like. Tabarotsky accidentally tore another clump of hair from his scalp.
Jesus Christ.
Each of the men sat in their own homes, dwelling on thoughts of the past and the future as they shamelessly tried to throw themselves into projects to distract from the or alleviate these. To distract from or alleviate these. Shavarovich knew he had to both make some sacrifices and yet some compromises to get where he was at the cusp of power. Yet, as he set the bottle down, he couldn't help but worry. He felt what he was doing was for the good of Russia, he swore to himself, and yet he felt himself drifting further from his principles as he climbed into the echelons of the party. But damn, it was a long climb. Gumliov, as he always did, was polishing one of his rough theories, scribbling on an old sheet of paper at his desk. The time was coming when these would be fact, and he had worked hard to near that occasion. He didn't have the same way with words as his father, the poor bastard, but he was having an easy enough time getting an idea out. Shame they wouldn't stay on the same page. Well, shame they wouldn't stay on the page. As he scratched out each halfway decent sentence he wrote, determination and, for a lack of better term, passion had brought him to this point. But as evidenced by his writer's block, would it bring him any further than this? Tabarotsky, meanwhile, was on a roll. That's our guy! While passion had brought Gumliov to the top and Shafarovich had planned his way there, Tabarotsky rose in a frenzy. That was his constant state. He had to be planning, moving, seething. Thus, while the rest of those in household were asleep, he was tearing through maps ranging from 1600 all the way up to 1962. Most of them were wrong, but he continued to look through them, one after the other, over and over, in search of the true monarch of Russia. That was his goal, after all, to rebuild, to grow Russia. Like him, was a controlled frenzy. Tearing, shouting, cutting, whatever gets you there. Gain base stability 10%. Isn't that nice? Our stability is really fucking tanking right now, Jesus Christ. But that's because we're in war, I suppose, and war at 100% as well. So, how are our boys in the air doing? 1% experience. Well, they're getting there. Also, we need a national focus.
Slowly.
Okay, so, the convention. We have secured all of West Russia and made safe our borders. Wow, that...
not necessarily.
That's gonna take a while. Okay, so we go back to... Well, At peace. Can't do that. Well, I suppose Suslov is now... This is his lucky fucking break, because we have nothing else to research. We either sit here wasting our time until we actually get all this done, or we use it to actually gain some of this. So, well, I guess we're gonna boost Suslov, because it does, in fact, somewhat boost, the monarchists.
Suslov? Surely not Suslov. Suslov is out of the country.
Oh, no. No, No, lesson from... No, it's, Serov. Right.
Serov, okay.
They both start with...
Former NKVD.
Right, so...
Well, actually, both are former NKVD, but...
Evidently, the anti-establishment pact requires Tabarovsky's tree and Serov's tree. So I'm assuming it will benefit us in some way. So let's hear the communist out. Serov is an outlier, a self-proclaimed socialist who believes that the Russian worker should be the center of the new Russian order the Passionary seeks to create. Thus far, he has been almost completely rejected by more orthodox Passionary members, which makes his vision so invigorating. By agitating the common people and showing them how the rise of Russia is best in the interests for the workers across the nation, is in the best of interests. For the workers across the nation, he may be the one who can reinvigorate Russia with their strength and lead her back to glory. No, but we will subvert this and give it to the monarchists.
Of course.
Hey, you fuckers did it. But anyway. Okay, so average mission efficiency, 100%. They're doing well. Our air detection, Well, their mission efficiency is at 100% as well, but I suppose it's just a passive thing. Currently active fighters, currently active support planes. Well, that's Central Russia. So, Euro region. They have no air force whatsoever. Okay, so our mission efficiency is 49% over here. I was looking at the wrong reason. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Air detection. I'm pretty sure you want the National Socialists on your side in this route. Probably, but we'll utilize him and then...
dispose of him.
Yes, dispose of him. Would it have any benefit to attach the air wings to the front army? I don't think so, right? They're operating in a completely different
I know that's an
thing.
option. I don't know what that actually does.
I don't know either, but currently active fighter. That's a very weird error there, but These don't really do anything, but okay, moving on. %. Basically, attaching them means their air forces automatically follow along the forces and change the region they fight in on the fly. So basically, it's auto-tasking. Hey, auto-tasking an air wing to support an army. So if the army runs into trouble, they go fight for they go fight on the behest of the army they're assigned to. So good. There's a lot of automation here, but learning how the fuck the automation works is the important bit. Good. And that's why I'm here. Well, thank you, that one kid. You actually are being very helpful. Because I would love to actually reunite Russia, and this is going to take a lot of military prowess. I understand how the core bit of the game works, not all the particulars, but I understand how to, press the buttons. Not necessarily what every button does, but how to press the buttons to get by most of situations at peacetime, anyway. War is a new thing. It's the second phase of this nonsense that I'm going to have to learn. More ground crews. Spend on maintaining and to gain... Oh, well, hey, we can... Well, we have some war power. We can spend that. Run the crews round the clock off the dirt roads that we enthusiastically call our airships. But please, we have war power. Why not use it? Oh, right, I have... Okay. Military training. Oh, well, that takes 60 days, but we'll have some backup. And this will mean that, yeah, we'll have that, so that'll take about... Actually, well, no, that'll come short. Shit. There's not gonna be enough manpower to crank that unit out, but they'll be in reserve at some point. General Berserk Lateland has defeated the Central European Council as the battle for the control of Ostland rages on. The pauper's crown lies shattered. Oh no. German Civil War still rages on, with no end in sight. So what's going on here? Bormann's winning. Spear is dying. Wait, Luxembourg.
No surprise there.
Holy shit! Heydrich is still alive in Luxembourg.
Wait, what?
He's still there.
Jesus Christ.
He's essentially the size of Luxembourg at this point, but he's still there. Wow. But yeah, no, it looks like Bormann's gonna win in terms of pure territory. Goring is there, but he hasn't made any fucking headway at all. Oh. The Republic of Ussolesk has called the Principality of Vatka as our ally in West Russian Civil War. What? Message from the West Russian Revolutionary Front changes their diplomatic status with us to war. Oh, motherfucker! There are the communists!
Well, here comes Zhukov.
All right, well, Vatka, you're on your own. I'm pulling my planes back. I knew he was gonna show up. That's why I didn't move my fucking army. All right, boys.
It begins.
Well, now you're in total defense mode. Yes, I am. But so I suppose what I should do is where? Can I? A green means we have air superiority, so hang on here. Okay, so... Sure. Okay, so where's the likely... Do not try to advance into enemy territory, you'll just die quickly. I know the strength of the river.
Especially... I was also going to say, especially considering that you'd have to cross the river. Yeah, don't. Just don't.
Right, so... Right. We have the river to our advantage, and our troops are well dug in and waiting for this. If we can fight them off by standing here, we'll fight them off. But however, to hasten this situation, we're going to have the Aleutians, if I can, I think it's right-click, I think? Right, so this is very, wait, no, it's there, and then close air support, and then there. So yeah, that, there, and then the Polyparkovs, the same thing, because we might as well secure air superiority while the fuck we're at it. Yes, more ground crews! Sweet mother of fucking Christ! Okay, kids! Now Zhukov's coming. We have to hold, or else. So... we're not gonna be advancing. We're gonna hold the fieriest fucking salient you've ever goddamn seen. The Committee for the Liberation of the Peoples of Russia declared war on the Gorky Tank Brigade.
Oh no.
Martin, new idea, since that name is so self-explanatory. So you got the Ace Combat name for the, the Independent Aces, right? Or the Free Aviators, right?
Right.
Can we just have the Gorky Tank Brigade's focus tree basically just be girls in pants? Think about it! Think about it really hard! Obviously,
okay, maybe.
Obviously you wind this the fuck down a bit, because you can't go full anime like that, but use it as an idea. Maybe just kind of you squint and say, okay, there are different forms of government within the Tank Brigade, or rather schools of thought, basically standing in for,
This is only school of thought.
Yeah, for basically standing in for political parties and their thinly veiled references to Gup.
Fuck you, Shiho. You only exist for MILF
You should.
porn.
Oh, wow. You're right, but wow.
She's a terrible mother. You know that.
Yeah,
you all know that.
Yes, she is, but thankfully in the movie she gets her act together and starts supporting her fucking daughter. Okay, so, So let's see here. Yes, actually, early deploying that army to one area on the front is actually a very good idea. But also, that's the Ostland, not here. Right. So what we should do is basically just slam that fucker out and just send him right to the fucking front. There's actually a gap here with one unit we don't actually there's one space that we don't actually have defended at all, and they'll have plenty of time to dig in. So let's see how this fucking progresses. They aren't shooting yet. We're not fucking moving, so good luck, kids. Okay. Arrival of the Anti-Communist Guard. It's already assigned, so yeah, we kind of went through the process of pre-signing that. It's weird, we didn't get any feedback, but it seems to have worked. Great news has arrived for our country. It is no secret that the war against the West Revolutionary, the West Russian Revolutionary Front, the vanguard of socialism in the region, has been a difficult struggle for about 5 minutes. They haven't actually shot at us yet. And one that has forced us to use everything we have at our disposal. After all, the front is the remnants.
We haven't used chemical weapons yet, have we?
After all, the front is the remnants of the old movement from the days of the West Russian War, and it has finally decided to reclaim its place as a formidable power in the country. Thankfully for us, who have dared to challenge it, we have found an ally in this hostile environment, and that ally is the Anti-Communist Volunteer Guard. Today, in one of the many recruitment centers we have set up to help in mobilization, over 100 men appeared seemingly out of nowhere, requesting that they participate in the struggle against the socialists of the WRRF. When asked about their background, they made the situation much clearer. They are proud Russians from Onega, the warlord state famous for resisting the front against all odds with Finnish support. Holy crap, we have the Finns?
I guess so.
It seems that General Kirpichnikov's regime has been successful in cultivating patriotic sentiment. Of course, our government and the High Command have welcomed the arrival of the Anti-Communist Guard, and a special unit of Onegans has been quickly organized and sent to the front. While it may not be much, it is still useful in this war. So we got a volunteer group from the fucking Finns. White Death intensifies.
Hey, look, yeah, it's something.
Yeah, so fucking Tabarovsky comes out of his house and sees this. See? We didn't start a war with them! Good. Everyone hates the communists. Manpower 184 units of Onega infantry equipment added to... Okay, so we've got some manpower, and then... What the fuck are those? Hang on here, I gotta have a look at this. We're going to the logistics here. What the fuck is Onegan... How do we see that? Because I
think it's probably just basic equipment.
Yeah, it's probably just that, it's probably Papa Shaw's. But good, that unit that we just rushed out, good, that's what we needed. So good. They'll need those supplies. But okay, so CAS operations are proceeding. We haven't lost another aircraft, and we seem to have wow, Jesus Christ, we have air superiority over the entirety of Zhukov's land. Jesus fucking Christ.
Wow, okay.
Nobody fucking inspected the planes! What do you mean, Air Force? And they still have to dig in, sadly, but that's the only that's the only sketchy part of the front. Everywhere else is already dug in. They're probably going to be looking around for a weak point, but we'll be able to hold them. Everybody else is well dug in and has been there for fucking ever. Average strength, organization, 38 to 32. Again, I'd love to see exactly how big the... That's a problem. The enemy forces are stronger. They're not attacking yet, though. I think the AI realizes... Oh, wait. No, we can't get through this. I think we may have stumped fucking Zhukov. They're gonna look for a weak point, obviously, but... I think that he's gonna move over here and see this unit and go, hey...
not exactly going to what the game probably envisioned.
Yeah, so the Red Brown and Alliance. Reaping the remnants. Okay, so communism and its platitudes of equality for all people has been properly consigned into the pages of history. However, a sizable contingent of people refuse to acknowledge this. However, rather than showing them how obsolete their beliefs are in person, with the rise of Serov, it may be more useful to find them places in the Passionary Order. Certainly not all men are created equal, but all Russian workers are. And by convincing them to abandon their delusional belief that foreigners should be treated the same as Russians, we will be rewarded with a large base of experienced politicians in our quest to rebuild Russia. But Martin, don't you know their style of communism has never been tried. Therefore, it is perfect.
Yeah. Oh boy, do I.
Or using these people as bodies and then dumping them off at the
of course,
earliest opportunity. And if they don't go, they're shot.
Tabby will take care of them.
Tabby will.
Or the other.
Tabby no like socialist. Tabby get rid of socialists. But anyway.
Tabby smash.
Wait a minute.
Tabby smash.
Wait. We had this already. Wait, yeah, no, we read this already. This is the other. What? That's a bug. We had this pop up twice. Oh no, that's why. Because we went down the same. That's weird. Back to the past and forward to the future. I'm assuming all four of these trigger that little blurb. So that's scripted. However, that's an oversight because I guess they don't expect you to go down more than one. Okay, so bug found. You get the same alert twice or same event twice, or rather multiple times going down this. Remember, this mod has only been out for like what? 4 months?
I don't know.
A very short amount of time, even though it was in work for in the back for 5 years. There's still some rough around the edges bits, but okay, that's just kind of weird. So, yeah, no, he's not doing anything. Fine then, whatever. We'll just have the Aleutians bomb the shit out of him. Good. I wonder if the U.S. can research and build the XB-70 Valkyrie.
Actually, you know what? I never checked.
And it's extensive and young. There are teething issues. Well said, a dancing fool. But frankly, one of the interesting things that you can do with espionage is steal military blueprints. And frankly, if we play Magadan, I may just try to infiltrate the U.S. and steal blueprints. Because clearly that's what actually Big Boss did most of the time, right?
Remember, Big Boss created Doritos.
Yes.
And Mountain Dew.
Yes. But funnily enough, honestly, as superfluous as it once seemed, speccing in the Air Force is actually seeming like a good idea.
Paying dividends.
Yeah, it's kind of paying dividends because we don't have to get off our ass to scare Zhukov into compliance. He will be bombed repeatedly, and if he doesn't make a move on our lines, then he won't win this war. Magadanese Valkyries. That rolls off the tongue very well, doesn't it? Actually, but it's not it wouldn't be Magadanese, it would be West Alaskan. Because that's what they named the country. The Republic of Pavlodar has defeated the Islamic Republic of Khostanai in a war. Indeed, Allah is the most forgiving, the merciful. Well, good luck. A good thing other people are having luck, I suppose. But see, let's look at the situation. Yeah, nope, the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet has declared war on the Free State of Magadan. Well, speaking of Magadan. And Field Hospital has been researched. Good, fantastic. But let's see here. Magadan. What have you guys been doing? Yeah, no, they, are way forward, altering the deal. Lessons from Rebel. Okay, so they've they've solidified not being outer heaven, which is really disappointing, but you do you, AI. They'll be fine. But okay, it would appear that, while it's scary, it would appear that the Aryan Brotherhood is faltering and thus will not be a problem. Though, while we are sitting here and not rendering any real support to Vatka at this point, no, Vatka is growing. It seems like they've lost the center here, but should there be an issue, we will send air support. Because it looks like Zhukov isn't doing anything at all.
Which is good.
Right, so... yeah, evidently we lost one I-15 in combat, and the IL-10 unfortunately took one loss in combat as well. So our... oh. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, so our aircraft losses stand at 1 accident and 2 combat losses. You could move the planes as CATS doesn't attack unless there are any actual battles. That's a good point. We probably should retask them. But the 1964 Tokyo Olympic Games has come to an end. The first Olympic Games to be held in Asia, the 1964 Summer Olympics have now concluded. Opening itself up to the world, Japan took every opportunity to showcase its growing technological might. The Games being the first to be telecast internationally, with over 70% of the population viewing Emperor Hirohito, still alive and kicking, officially opened the Games. International admirers have praised Tokyo itself especially, its modernizing efforts crowned with the newly put into service bullet train transporting attendees around the city.
The Shinkansen.
The United States claimed the most success this time around, winning 46 gold medals, followed by the Japanese Empire with 22 medals and Italy with 18. Notably absent from the entry of the Olympic Games were teams from Germany, South Africa, and England due to ongoing conflicts. Well, one of those is going to end rather quickly.
I wonder
Maggie's got it under control! Tokyo has left quite an impression. The bar below the general is showing that Fawn's troops are weaker. I'd not risk it. However, we do have a very, very advantageous position.
Let's remain on the defensive for now.
Right. Permham over here was their capital, so they've lost that, and now it seemed to being... We've taken this area up here, and now the front is shifting more... horizontally, I suppose, so it looks like the front line's forming in this direction. So they seem like they're doing okay. It's just that, yeah, they've lost some territory in the middle, but now that they've secured this area, they could just start hammering down. That's the 3rd time we've got this fucking event. What is the significance? Can we just shoot them now? So whose planes are those? I guess Vatka has an air force. Yeah, reformist and monarchy interests, and also the Ordo Socialist movement, like the influence was incredibly low. So boosting Serov, right? Yeah, boosting Serov. Yeah, boosting Serov is of absolutely no consequence whatsoever.
At this point, I would imagine so, anyway.
Right. So research is done, and now we have now we have field hospital. We could continue researching that, but we could also make some advancements in terms of infantry, or rather, land doctrine. We should probably continue on to this one, especially one with the defenses. Yes. Operational assault enables defense. Yeah. Small, well-fortified readouts will serve as early warning systems against incoming enemy attacks. If positioned at certain strategic positions, these readouts can delay offensive for hours and even days. So good. Planning, well, this might be a problem, but we do get more defense, in which we're going to be fighting a largely defensive war against Zhukov, because fuck knows we don't have enough offensive power to take that yet. Committee for the Liberation of the Peoples of Russia has defeated Gorky Tank Brigade. Oh no! Miho lost!
Oh no, not not Comrade, fuck, Bukharin's singing schoolgirls.
Yes, I know. Damn!
I almost said Stalin and I couldn't remember his fucking name.
Planning is good for both offensive and defensive. It's good regardless. I suppose planning accounts for the defensive line that we're holding anyway, so this is actually affecting standing still even. So good. And soon, very soon, we will have Su-7Bs. Actually, not soon at all, because our aircraft production is like 3 a year, so not soon at all. We'll have like 1. Welcome to the Ace Combat plane. It's the Morgan, but it's a fucking Su-7. Look, our new test prototype! Given to our... do we even have an Ace? I don't think we have any aces at all. No. What a shame. The Kingdom of England has declared war on the Governorate of Cornwall. Oh no, Maggie said it again.
Maggie's on the offensive.
Maggie's got the hatchet! You really should only be making supported infantry guns equipment. I know. Really, at this point, it's impractical to start speccing into aircraft. But it is paying dividends here, because while Zhukov doesn't want to actually fight us, we at least damage him. You know, we cause damage to his infrastructure and his basically everything behind the lines, which will affect, negatively affect him, even if this is a complete fucking stalemate. So we're not stupid enough to charge into this area, but he's still taking damage with our bombers flying over the place. But then again, we're not actually bombing, so, So, right, I overstepped myself. The CAS don't actually do anything unless there's a battle. But, wow. 4 times? That's very bugged. Can you see?
What?
That's for that Bukharina sits in a prison.
No.
Any troops? I can't see their exact numbers, but... Oh yeah, draw an offensive offensive attack line when you can actually start attacking. His artillery, it seems. He has artillery, it seems. It would appear so. He's got light infantry, regular infantry, a mechanized division over there. However, I think what we should probably do here is hold him at the river until Vatka seizes the initiative here and essentially eliminates the Aryan Brotherhood. Once the Aryan Brotherhood is eliminated, then he can send his support forward, and then we can start pushing into the enemy territory. With both our powers combined, Alexei is still going to come back to power. So I think I'm going to make an executive decision here. Zhukov has seemingly no intent to actually cross that fucking river. He's trying to scare us, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to send our Air Force back south. Because, quite simply, they're not doing anything. So I think it would be much more advantageous for them to continue fighting the good fight, but then again, I suppose maybe what we should do, since he is coming in, most of the fighting seems actually, this is where this pocket is. Just need to click on the airfield itself and order them. Okay. Right, so... Actually, it seems that though we split our force. Right, so... Well, actually, no, I just did that. So... Actually, probably what we want to do is send them on CAS here, because it seems as there's a pocket forming here. So if they're out here doing close air support, then they'll maintain the front line, at least. Right, so good. That pocket. We need to get rid of that pocket. Fuck that pocket. Red-Brown Alliance. Though, now that I'm looking at it, okay, so that didn't give us an alert. This will give us an event. Okay. Serov disagreed with Suslov on many things, but he had to admit his rival had a real head for pot licking. Oh, politicking. Pot licking. Sorry, that T looked like an L. Or rather, that would be the K in there, sorry. If Serov could emulate some of Suslov's methods, it would go a long way towards fulfilling Serov's dream of an orderly socialist Russia, and then have him be dashed immediately by, funny clock man.
Yeah, Tabaritsky's, again, just as it was the other night when, we kept getting all the events for the left. Tabaritsky's just looking at this and laughing. He knows what's going to happen.
Alright, so it looks like while there's one pocket... Actually, the pocket's been removed. Okay, right, so... Alright, boys. Into the Urals. The little cancel icon... Okay. The little cancel icon next to the X in the airfield panel will stop any active orders. Just if you need them to stop doing stuff. Right, so... So... Okay. The little cancel icon next to the X. So... No. Where is this? Oh, this. Hold air wings. That button. Okay, so good. So if I just need to say, everybody go back to home. Everyone go home. That's the button. Good, thank you. Reaping the remnants, though. Ivan Serov is no man of Suslov. That much is clear to everyone who's ever met either of the two, or bothered to sit down with them. However, the fact remains that he was once a member of the left in the past. Perhaps it is this that comforts him, or guides him to the choice that he takes. Dinner parties, small private meetings, and all with smaller guests, and all with similar phrases. I will protect the proletariat. I will restore socialism. No, you fucking won't. I will keep the traditions of the past alive. It's like, Martin, he says, in hushed tones, I will restore socialism. Tabarovsky looks up, and then he says right after that, I will keep the traditions of the past alive. And then he goes, and then Tabarovsky just goes, oh. Goes back to whatever the fuck he was doing. Despite the similar gatherings and similar guests, however, the responses are different. To some of his pleas, he gains nods and acquaintances. Acquaintances? Agreement. While others reply with questions and cold defiance. And yet he continues. Why? Perhaps he's genuine. Perhaps he never left the party at all. And perhaps Suslov got him wrong. Perhaps he's looking for men he can get brief support from, then dispose of them when he no longer needs them. Well, who would do that?
I couldn't imagine.
Or perhaps he's simply opportunistic, willing to bend whatever way will get him power. No one knows but Serov. What is known to all, however, is that it's a risky gamble. It is a risky gamble, or that this is a risky gamble. But how will the dice land? The dice land in Serov's favor. No fucking will. How will the dice land? I don't know. Acquaintance sense. You might want to move the planes to a closer airfield as the Redacted Brotherhood, as the southern front is at the very edge of your range. True, but I don't think... Can I rebase?
You should be able to if there's another base available.
Well, Actually, has around... How would I rebase?
You right-click the squadron on the new airfield that you want to rebase to.
Nope, can't do it to allied airfields. Have to own them. So, actually, well, select. Nope. Can't do shit. They gotta operate from this field. I have to own the airfield. Can't be an allied one. Which is somewhat silly, but I suppose that falls into line with volunteers. Okay, so there's... The Urals are at the fringe of my range, yes, but for the most part, actually, this is all the effective territory that they will actually wage over. There's only this little bit of area that's out of range, but at the end, if we get to that area, they've already lost. You can do them from airfields owned by allies in the base game. Apparently, unless I'm doing something wrong, the mod doesn't seem to want me to do that.
Unless they're not allied airfields. You're just clicking on the wrong ones.
Well, no, those are within Vatka.
Odd.
Oh, you're not in an alliance technically with Vatka. Oh, right. So we're in a non-aggression / mutual support alliance, not a actual, formal alliance. We don't operate as one. We operate, well, as two until we don't need the other. The Presidium of the Supreme Soviet has declared war on the Trans-Baikal Principality. Sion? Ah, yes, good. That prototype. We're never gonna have that. If you were in a proper alliance, you'd be able to place them in Vatka airfields. Okay, so what can we do? Naval doctrine, we don't have a navy. Air parity. Well, we could, since we're doing...
What about Army Doctrine?
Army Doctrine, we're already researching. We could research...
Oh, right.
We could research offensive, but I think attrition planning is probably... We'll just leave that as it is. I mean, we can continue increasing the effectiveness of our infantry, because we'll probably need it. I don't see any tanks on the enemy front line. How's your industry tech looking? I don't think it's really advanced. We should probably, production could stand to increase dramatically. Factory repair free, production efficiency cap. We have to go through here, but, base factory output 10% sounds nice. We should probably help our factories a little bit. Then again, well, industry, but these are repair speed. This will get us some benefits. These are some benefits that we could use in the future, but not ones that we need now. Actually, having production increase would be nice. Even if there were hostile tanks on the front lines, you've got the tech to build snowblowers to pace them with. Yes, they're already on the line, and also additionally, those tanks will have to cross the river under fire unless they are also PT-76s. Yeah. So they will take a massive hit attempting to actually attack us. Kingdom of England has defeated the Government of Cornwall in a war.
Oh no!
How shall we extol thee, who are born of the wider still, and wider shall thy bonds be set, God. Who made thee mighty? Make thee mightier yet, said Maggie. Outdated equipment in production. Oh, right. We no longer need to produce this. So I guess we're going to be producing, totally swag jet fighters. Yes, but then again... Yes, I suppose so. One a year.
Mm-hmm. We'll get that. We'll get that tech demonstrator one day.
Right. Yeah. That amazing tech demo. Funny enough, I don't have the SU-7 unlocked in War Thunder. I might consider it. So yeah, it'll help, but yeah, the Aleutians, I suppose they lose their backup. So we have a couple in an inventory already. Again, I question why you bother with planes. In this point, the planes are the only thing really doing anything of value. Yeah, right. Vatka may be totally fine without the support, but at least we're lending support. Honestly, I'd like level bombers so I could just send them right at Zhukov and actually harm his industry. However, that's a little bit too much. We'll need production to increase and our factories to actually be, sustainable in order to get that shit underway. So, logistics here. Deficit of 3 cask equipment. Oh, well. Well, I suppose the only aircraft we have for this are the ones that are flying. That's it. These are the only IL-10s we have. I think you have to support select a new region. Yeah, I think, no, they should be. Yeah, no, that's... Yeah, no, that's technically within the Ural region. That's all their territory, so they keep hammering. And Zhukov fucking stands there, doing absolutely nothing. Okay, Zhukov, you do you. However, yeah, we should probably do that thing that gives us more manpower now, which is actually hasn't even fucking completed yet, so we'll hold on to that political power. And also, slowly, very, very slowly, our units are gaining XP. A tiny, tiny, teeny, tiny amount of XP. But they're getting there. They have combat experience. Good! The Principality of Vatka has defeated the Aryan Brotherhood in a war. There remains some justice in the Russian anarchy. Congratulations, boys. They're fucking dead. So that means that Vatka has gained territory. However, that means that, well, they'll come to help us. So... Surely that's what it means.
Yes. Right?
Yes, so...
They will come.
Send them home. Goal area's victory with minimal losses. Yeah, so what's our final tally? Minimal losses. We've lost... 4 to enemy action? So our losses stand at 5 aircraft total lost to enemy action, 1 accident.
Overall, not bad.
Okay, now make sure you've got air superiority over your territory. Good idea. So, right, so... Air... Right, so... That, and for close air support, this is within this region anyway. So if they attack, they're going to be fighting in here, so we'll claim air superiority in this area. What Zhukov intends to do, I have no idea. He doesn't seem to... He doesn't seem to be doing diddly fucking dick. He seems to want us to attack, but fuck that, I know what attacking over a river is like. So if they want to sit here with a fucking forever war, they can. Because you're well defended. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he has absolutely no idea what the fuck to do. Granted, also we're playing on easy difficulty just to make this a little bit more comfortable for me to fucking learn. But, yeah, I think the AI wouldn't do this under normal circumstances anyway. Or that we have seemed to somewhat muddled the AI. He doesn't seem to know what to do. We may be forced to actually take action, but you know what? If I can sit at a stalemate and continue building up everything, I will. I'd welcome the more time. Really, I would. Okay, so... How goes the Southern Front? The Southern Front is at peace. We're done there. Yeah! I'm being called, but hang on here. Let me do one thing. Okay, so we can't train our army yet. We're gonna have to wait for that to cool down, I guess. That's gonna take a couple of months, but... We could invest in infrastructure, or rather, not infrastructure, but industrial investments, and maybe get another factory. We desperately fucking need it. The infrastructure is going to be built up, but the factories are fucking... Good lord, we need those. Because we can't even do anything with the espionage. We can't even send a guy to shoot Zhukov in the back of the head. But
yes. So... Actually, I don't even know if that's an option.
Looks like you outnumber them. Oh, hang on. Let me double check here. Bring back the overlay here. Well, it looks like we outnumber them in terms of raw divisions, but he probably has better equipment, though. It's mostly infantry. The only thing he really has, shockingly, is motorized units. You do have one intelligent guy you could stuff in your own territory. I suppose I could. But I gotta get up for a second, so let me... Well, right, I have to select him, and then say, hey, build a fucking intel network. Actually, I can't do that he can't, he's already sitting there, I suppose, doing counterintelligence. But right, so, ladies and gentlemen, please hold. We'll be back. Half this war is over, and hopefully Vatka, with the Aryan Brotherhood destroyed, rides to our valiant aid. Rides valiantly to our aid.
I wouldn't count it on it.
Or, I hope that Zhukov just kind of stands there, because it looks like he's fucking bluffing. And you know what? I'd rather he is. We'll be right back, folks. Right, okay. I was informed that dinner was served, but I don't have to sit down. We're informals as can be. But I'll leave that there for a while. Right, though. Okay, everything seems to be going fine. But, yeah, no. Zhukov, I don't know what he's doing, but I hope he keeps doing fucking nothing. But, right, I need to actually select the next focus. The Anti-Establishment Pact that we have been given so much fucking time to research. The places of Sergei Taboritsky and Ivan Serov have always been at the fringes of our movement, and with the upcoming convention, they are at risk of being sidelined by their more established rivals. Together, they might be able to accomplish what neither could do on their own. Scrape together enough support to alter the course of the movement. I think we're already perfectly fine with that one. I think Taboritsky can handle it on himself, but maybe we can reap rewards of this movement and take control of the organization. Surely the most temporary of alliances, as the two men disagree on almost everything except their desire for a substantial change in direction and leadership. The pact needs to hold together long enough to defeat their chief rivals and reduce the running to a two-horse race. It's gonna be one horse in a fucking glue factory in not too much time. But so, Establishment Center. Modify the... Right, so what was that? An Anti-Establishment Coalition, right. So, right, I thought that it increased the center, but no, I read that wrong for a split second. But no, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. The war is a fucking sham. Zhukov has turned out to be fucking toothless. He's even given the rookies time to dig in. I'm not sure what the fuck his plan is, but it's not gonna go anywhere. The Presidium
Perhaps he was expecting us to attack first, but
we're not that.
No.
We are not that stupid. The Presidium of the Supreme Soviet has defeated the Baikal Principality. Has defeated the Principality. There's no middle ground. The Russian Tsar should reign or perish. Reminds me of a nation in Equestria at war, where the fascists and communists joined as one alliance to go against the government part in the upcoming election. Well, that was kind of what was going on here, and then until we destroyed that perfectly good democracy. Alright, so scavenge for loot here just for the sake of scavenging for loot. I really have no idea what this man's plan is. We might be forced to attack him, but good lord, I don't want to do that. So are you going to send aid? Please play Equestria War sometime. It's so good. I might, but I've also got a lot of things. I'm not particularly, intrigued by the idea, but I'm, you do you. Oh. Justification for war. Oh, I should have held it down, not clicked at it. Right-clicked it. But I'm sure it's good. Maybe not something I'd dive into, but I can. It's half as good as this mod. It deserves praise. Vatka. Who the fuck is looking at us? Who the Okay, so who's been I mean, aside from maybe Vatka is, coming to help us, maybe? Oh, Samara. Who is... Fucking who? Oh, no. Wait, what? Vatka?
What did it say?
Samara? Huh? No?
Okay, zoom out and go back to the actual infantry menu, the infantry view.
Yes, this is here, yeah.
Okay, scroll out. Oh, the fuckers to your south.
Oh, those guys.
Right.
Oh, right, those guys. We'll see what Vatka does here.
Oh, it's not like they can actually attack you, but...
They're not manually justifying. It's a focus they take. Okay. Meanwhile, the anti-establishment coalition. Serov's eyes pierced Tabarotsky's like a pair of knives. The former NKVD officer turned Ordo-socialist towering over the man. Tabarotsky, for his own part, held himself quite well in the face of such an intimidating figure. Both seemed to almost study each other. Study the other. Attempting to find what the ulterior motive of such a meeting must be, finally Tabarotsky spoke. Is this some sort of joke, Serov? He questioned quietly, his gaze unmoving. Serov looked right back at him, unwavering. His voice sliced through the air like a sword, cold, swift, and deadly. No, Sergei, this is not a joke. I'm entirely serious. Tabarotsky cocked an eyebrow. What do you mean? There's nothing in common between us. Ideologically, I know all about our ideological differences, Serov leaned in. But we do have one thing in common. We're on the outside looking in. Those bastards Gumliov and Shafarovich think that it's a two-horse race. Why don't we work together, get rid of them, and then sort it out between us? Tabarotsky didn't expect the brutal honesty, but he couldn't say he disagreed. He smiled. It almost looked like a grimace, and offered his hand for a shake. Serov looked down, and a smile slowly crept towards his mouth. I give it a week. So, again, what the fuck is Zhukov's plan? Unless we actually need to attack him, which we ain't fucking prepared to do. Because now I'm out of options. And that didn't really get us anything. Huh. I think Zhukov is building up his forces, perhaps. Possibly, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be an absolute...
Even then, it shows he has a advantage, so...
It
I don't
does.
know why the AI would wait like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. We may have to actually attack in order to resolve this war. I'd say attack. We could attempt. We have air superiority, so we could knock a hole through. Being fair, this waiting is actually quite common with Hearts of Iron 4 combat. So what is the AI doing here? What would his reaction be? What is he really doing? He's openly declared war, so what is he waiting for us to react? Not enough units to man the border, attacking over a river, that's why they're not attacking. Hard to say. I mean, that's obvious. He doesn't have enough troops to pierce our line. We outnumber him even if you don't consider the river. And the river, you take a massive penalty for trying to attack over that. So, it seems that the AI is deadlocked. So at this point, we don't really have any other option other than to potentially start another war with the fucking Order, which is a terrible idea, or finish this one. So we may be forced to attack. Which is rather annoying, but we may be able to shake him up a bit. So what we will do is, he doesn't seem to have any planes. What we will... No. We will task the Air Force really just directly to him. So now, the Air Force will follow the Army, and, well, I suppose what we'll do is we'll draw up a battle plan here, and we'll attempt to cross. Maybe cross the river by Vyshegorski with your armored cars and try to encircle the 2 units at the border. I mean, yes, we could... We could do that.
It's a sound plan.
That's a sound plan, and also PT-76s. They could cross the border with not much of a problem. Again, you don't need to click the planes in the panel itself. You only need to do that. If you want to add planes to that wing, right? Yeah. But the Army now has the support of the Air Force, so okay. How do we, if possible, select the plan for a single unit? Because we don't really want anyone to move, and we don't really want this front to move. What we want to do is we want to independently command this armored unit to punch through this line and take Yukta. Move here, but we also we don't want anyone else to move. You could attack. We could draw. No, we could attempt
to select that individual unit then.
Just select a single division and right-click a piece of enemy territory. All right, so we'll go into. I mean, so we don't really get any planning bonus, so it's not a unified front sort of thing. So what we will do is shift-click. We want them to go here, and then here. You want to focus on killing their units so they can't fight back effectively when you're overextending. Cross where they don't have units. They don't... There's no area like that, I'm fairly certain. They kind of... Covered, and covered. Vyshegorski. Vyshegorski. No, that's... that right there. Right, so, hold on. Fall back. I poke. So that one, I didn't notice that one. That's kind of a small area. So move the forces here. And yeah, attempt to knock these guys out. Okay, I see what the plan is. See, you guys were... I was looking over here because you guys said the armored car is here, but no, this is the area here. We can move forward and encircle these units, and... I hope our Air Force is actually going to attack something. Pin the 2 on the border. Well, he might win a fight with them if we move that, and now he's going to try and encircle like that, but if we do this... Just try and fucking poke him. Good, that's going well. This is a mess. Good. Now that they're fucking distracted. So good. 62. We've got something. These will probably have better results here, but hang on here. So that's not going well. These are actually winning. I want to task these... Since we're not having we don't have the army, they're probably... Are they going to actually attack? They don't look... Well, that one's going for a sortie. Right? You're going to shoot at them, right? No. Phonto, what are you invading? Zhukov's, West Russian Revolutionary Front, who's already at war with me and has just been sitting here doing nothing. They don't cover the right area, so I'm gonna have to manually send them over, which we can do. So. About to detach this... yes. That way. So that is pretty much the whole of this area, and they will send out close air support. Any action down there. And it looks like... Ah, shit. But joke's on him, we're on defense here. The Committee for the Liberation of the People's Russia declared war on the Principality of Vatka. Vatka, you idiots. So it seems that we've tipped the AI off. We'll try and hold this position as much as we can here, but this is going to be kind of a mess. Okay, so... Okay, good. Air support is actually affecting this battle. Good. Call to arms. I mean, yes, but also no. Samara. We don't have a border directly to them, so they're going to be on their own, but I will accept the solidarity. Just for the sake of doing it. We have our own fucking problems, though. Okay, you got an icon on the top left to let Vatka help you. Top left. Where would that be? Low supplies. Russia. So where is this magical icon? Aside from up these. Okay, so what could be done? It looks like they're retreating across the river. So where's this magical icon that I can call in support? I don't see it.
What do you mean?
So
what, the Air Force?
No, apparently there was an icon to allow the Vatka to help me, but I'm pretty sure that was the
Oh, no. Press space. Click on Vatka. Or right-click on Vatka.
Oh, right, yeah, sure. Nope.
Call to arms.
What? You cannot call out on allies when you are not the leader. I'm sorry, what?
Oh my fucking god.
What? Okay, so this is going absolutely terribly, but we might be able to pin down one unit.
Honestly, Goon, it's looking like you may just want to retreat.
Probably. Shore up defenses here. Good, Sturmovix, good. Okay. Letland has defeated Reichskammerad Ostland as the battle for control of the Ostland rages on.
Wait, are you sure those were the PT-76 battalions?
I believe so. That's the only armored battalion we have, yes.
You sure? Okay, Goon, I meant the ones that are already in enemy territory.
No, that was infantry. They were never over here. I mean, I could have moved the armored over there and begin this attack, but no, we started with just infantry.
Okay. I would have started off with armor, but...
Right, so Drescher wins Ostland. Alright, so now we've actually gained the ire of the armored units. So they've now actually moved. The AI was fucking frozen in place, so now shit's kicking off. Alright, but Dressler wins Osland. News from Osland today as Otto Heinrich Dressler has declared victory in the conflict that has consumed Osland for the last months. Dressler was expected to was the expected winner from many, as Dressler had began the war with the majority of the colony's garrison at his beck and call. Despite this, Dressler had struggled to overcome his opposition, and is seemingly poised to struggle through the peace as well. His domestic policy seems nearly non-existent, and Dressler's views seem to entirely circle around a dogged and obsessive desire to bolster the size of the garrison further, and to put down any he believes to be his enemies for the Reich. Already, Dressler has begun several brutal purges of Osland, with no knowledge of how to repair the colony's problems without beating them with a hammer. This can only mean more conflict.
Also, dude, you can move units into enemy territory. They left their flank exposed.
What do you mean? I mean, here, yes, we could. But, these units are barely cohese, but moving them there would probably actually give them a chance. Uh-oh. Oh boy.
Oh boy, what? Oh.
Oh boy. That's, Well, now how them Comey boys gonna find their way out of this one?
They're not.
We're gonna have to run. Nope, they're dead. Warned you. People told me to do... Actually, we seem to have killed one. Actually, no, that other one went over there. So recapture this. We'll keep a defensive posture now, I suppose, because that's about it. I told you to sit and stay defensive, and damn it, look what happens. I mean, yes, but also, well, other people told me about the same thing. So you know what? I plead absolutely no fault in this. We tried things.
Yeah,
now
I would have stayed defensive as well, but...
It looked like the AI got fucking bugged, though. So now we're actually in a fucking war, which is what we expected to begin with. You stay there. We don't want anyone fucking crossing the border. While we lost one unit, we can hold this area. And you chose to ignore the guy who's played the game before. I didn't know. Everyone else said, yo, that other person looked like he was, someone who played the game before, so... But look, now they're attacking across the river and wasting their fucking lives.
Just wait a week. I'll
This
be there
fucking
to manually
thing.
fix this guy's issues. Oh, this again?
Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck what's going on with that one, and well, I suppose I could sit here and hold a defensive line. They actually have to attack over a river to get at me from that angle, so fuck them. Oh no, he's got reinforcements. So this is a fine mess, but a mess that we can actually overcome, I believe. The Air Force is still operating, or at least putting a dent in his forces, and we basically stopped him at the border. I want to see what this unit's actually doing before I make another plan. Okay, so he's moving there and standing there. Well... We could run another unit up there, but I don't think we actually have the... That's probably not a smart idea. We should probably sit and hold this area until further notice. That's probably the smarter idea. The closest units have to attack over a river in order to get to us. Holy shit, Lyndon B. Johnson inaugurated as President of the United States. Following a close political race that for the first time saw the incumbent Republican Democrats at great risk of losing the reins of power, the party today breathed a sigh of relief as Republican nominee Lyndon B. Johnson achieved victory in the presidential election. In his victory speech, Johnson praised the continuing endurance of his party and vowed to carry on the good work of his predecessor. Bullish but progressively minded, Johnson shares the conviction of former President Kennedy towards the cause of civil rights. Insider voices claim he has some sort of grand project in the works, aimed at improving numerous areas of American society, but Johnson remains tight-lipped for the time being. Some political rivals have called him a stubborn bully, though many within the center NPP have quietly praised some of his electoral platforms. Kennedy promised, but can Johnson deliver? We don't know. Okay.
Johnson definitely is going to deliver some PP.
But so we're sitting here again, and it appears that the enemy has stopped shooting.
Well, you could take the risk and have some units attempt to push further into their open territory.
I mean, we at least, well, you see, here's what we could do is we could move the tanks up, and then attempt to attack attack these units while they stand still on land. A more fair engagement.
Yep.
You don't have any...
as one kid said, just sit there because we
or
really have
not. This is true, but however, we're not really going to get any manpower anytime soon, aside from, well, do we have trained our troops back yet? No. I mean, we actually, generally speaking, we lost one military unit. However, we took one piece of territory, and the enemy seems content now to just sit here. It would appear that we stumped the AI again. So you know what? We traded one unit for one province of territory. This is a bit more than a bit bugged, I think.
It's not... God damn it.
Enemy has air superiority. I'm sorry, what? Well, if the enemy isn't going to fight... Fuck you. That's our land. What do we really... What can we do? Well, we can get Russia awaits, I suppose. Gain base war support.
What does that do?
We have prepared enough. Going through all of the preliminary strokes of diplomacy and armament now is the time for expansion. And the reunification of the motherland. Russia awaits with her west open for the taking. There lies only our enemies standing in our way. There are many, and we are few, but with the will of the Russian people at our side, alongside our connections and our formidable arsenal, our state shall emerge triumphant and proclaim her fair lands. We already did this, though, but I guess we just do this. We already read that, though. So I guess we do that for the sake of just doing that. So, Zhukov has, just kind of fucking gave up again. We did lose, but we've also gained territory, technically. We have a spot across the river, which is actually probably one of the more important things. We have a spot across the river. So we can actually attack, well, across the river. Oh,
right,
no.
Magic.
Oh, no. And, right, Magic, see you later, but, Darrell Wanger's at it again.
Oh, boy.
I am really unsure what the AI thought it was going to do here, but I suppose it's just they have to fight us. Okay, so, okay, the Ural Military District declared war on the West Siberian People's Republic. Okay. Russia awaits us now, and it looks like, Vatka has an issue. And with the enemy not really doing anything at all, I'm going to retask our planes yet again. Well, that is within our area, I suppose. That's where the action's taking place. They're at least helping and gaining experience. Focus is there, and then we do nothing at all. Really? I suppose we sit here and start building up our force, or we're building up our industry somehow. Oh, 5 a year. How about that? Jesus fucking Christ. The SUs are almost ready to take off. Huh. Do we have any in the inventory yet? Well, no.
We have a deficit of 6 of them.
Yes, we'll have to replace the losses we've already surmounted, and we might want to take. Right. We actually might want to take the CAS off the line here because they are taking significant losses. Keep the air superiority going, but I think CAS is taking too many losses.
So yeah, at this point, ground them.
All right, you boys. Well, come on home. You there. You there, continue air superiority. And I'm still really fucked about this interface, but... Because I want to select the individual unit, and I'm just kind of, you know, ingrained to select a unit and tell it to do a thing manually. So I don't exactly have that ingrained how to do that. The proper way of doing that. So, whatever. But right, so this mission, they're grounded, we're good. Zhukov has, again, completely given up, it seems. War's going 2% in favor of defenders. Yep, that's us. A whole 2%. And also... Well, actually, they've taken... Which side is this, really? Because, yeah, we probably...
Left is your side. You've taken 7,000 casualties. The majority of the casualties are, Vitka. Fuck, I'm getting too tired. Shit.
Yeah, Vitka. Right, so... Oh yeah, 21 casualties from them. So Vitka's casualties are much higher than ours. However, most of our casualties from that one division that got completely fucked. And EuroLeague has... They've killed him!
Durlwanger has lost again, and nobody's surprised.
Durlwanger has finally bit the dust. The Wangers have finally come to it. They've stopped. The wanging has stopped. When you click on an airfield, each wing is shown below the airfield icon on the field menu. You can click those to select them as you would. Yeah, I know. When you click on that, you click on these. But I feel like, oh, well, these are the units that I'm looking at rather than the small, incredibly small fucking icons here. So I kind of have the impulse to click this, and holy shit, we have an ace. Ivan Ice Sokolov! Iceman! Yes!
God damn it.
We have a fucking ace. Amazing. Good on him, protecting Comey. And it's inspiration to us all. Soldiers in this country enact stricter conscription laws to increase. I'd love to be able to do that. Really, I would, but I have no idea how to do that. Aside from, let's see, industrial army professionalism? I am unsure what to do here aside from stand here like a moron and keep researching things.
That's basically all you can do right now. Check your... What is your reinforcement policy? Like, check your,
What, logistics?
Division... No, check your division, creator.
Yeah, reinforcements are set to highest priority.
Alright, that's why you're fucking... That's why you keep having no, manpower.
You just have literally no manpower. So I suppose what I should do is tone these down. But how?
Three dots on the right side.
Okay, so upgrades, low priority. Then operations, set a priority for equipment going to preparation and execution of operations. That's what it is. Set a priority for equipping going to garrisons. What qualifies as a garrison?
I think that's just if you have units on garrison orders, which you don't, right?
So, I don't think that really actually matters, though. Because we're not really...
You're just perpetually stuck at no manpower because they're always reinforcing the other divisions.
That's not really what's affecting the manpower. It's the state policy he's probably got enabled that's restricting him. Yes, but I can't actually get rid of that. And I can't...
So, yeah, it's not like he can really do anything about that.
Okay, so hang on here.
It's locked in place.
Reformist agenda. Does this actually change anything? Efficiency cap. Okay, decreases the power of... Why would we ever want to do that? But does any of this actually affect me? I don't think it does, and we've already selected this, so... I'm not quite sure what to do other than sit here and wait until, Vatka actually does all the work.
Or Vatka dies.
Or Vatka dies. Well, there is one. There's train our troops. That's the only thing I could do to give us more manpower. That's it. I suppose I wait.
How much does that give?
1,000 manpower plus 5 army experience. Well, I suppose I can continue doing more doctrine. Reserve army training. Defense, organization, recruitable population factor 10. Infrastructure reserve. The national focus icon is saying that there's some focus you can do right now, apparently. Yeah, but it's the other trees, which all end in essentially nothing. But army training, army reserve training. Guns, tanks, and planes only perform as well as the men who man them. Take away the men, and even the most sophisticated weapon system remain as inert and useless as scrap metal. A healthy reserve corps will preclude this scenario from occurring in our armies. Like, these don't necessarily benefit me entirely, but yes, sure, they give me more plot, but at the end of the day, they don't really do very much. So I guess I'm kind of forced to do them. I guess I will just...
Roll out?
There's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing else to do. I suppose this is part of the plot, I guess. So I guess we just...
Well, what's needed for the convention?
We have secured all of West Russia.
Well, yeah, the only thing the other things do is...
Just, it's buffing the other political parties, but...
Which is not what we want.
We have to secure all of that! We have to dive straight into the fucking Reichskommissariat. What's left of it.
No, not the Reichskommissariat. It's just the Russian warlords.
Right. So I have no idea what to do here aside from sit here and research until hopefully we just fuck it.
I mean, if you're feeling particularly ballsy, make a save and just try and get some encirclements going. But again, you really don't have the division to do that.
Right. What I could do is attempt to pin down some of the units, but we could make a save here and just try something.
Well, we can't just sit here. That much is obvious.
This much is
just going to perpetuate. We're going to be perpetually stuck here until one of the other war either beats our ally, or semi-ally, and then declares war on us, or just attempt to get some troops around these assholes and then crush them in a pocket.
Are there options in the decisions tab that you haven't looked at? No. I mean, purchase lost equipment, but they don't actually have any. So there's nothing else to really do aside from just kind of poke holes and attempt to right the situation. Which, the PT-676s can attack over the river and potentially help us out here. So if we can pin them down... If we can pin down these forces with these forces, and then just kind of go and we might be able to do this. The tanks will be able to go over the river and probably will not actually suffer. But yeah, really, we just have to throw shit at a wall here and see what sticks.
The save's been made, so we'll see how this goes.
We are actually winning this fight. Or, well, kind of barely. Though, really, at this point, we also need to call out the Kaz again, because, well, right, so, down here.
You did it again.
Yeah, I clicked on them, and then I said it didn't. That unit. More ground crews. Get them out there. I did it again. It's impulse, but I'm learning, slowly.
Well, I wouldn't exactly have tried to pin them down to begin with the infantry unit. Just go around them.
I could, but I don't want to risk the encirclement being too... Well, you saw what happened to the other fucking division. We don't want to lose another division.
Well, at this point, you're just losing manpower.
True, I suppose, but... we need to do something. And push. And plus, pushing this unit up here is... he's gonna get fucking surrounded either way.
Yes, he lacks troops to encircle, but at this point, there's really nothing else.
Oh, for the love of Christ, Svetlana, shut up.
Can't we just shoot her already? Christ. Yeah, call off the attack. You're just bleeding whatever equipment you have.
Ooh. I think we lost a unit.
No?
One went down, so that might actually be... Actually, that might be the Air Superiority Squad, where we did take some losses there. Maybe you can incite rebellion or something. Wait a minute. New air wing. Could it be? Yes! Actually, well, we have one. It did go down one. So, right, so it would be in the air wings itself, right? I'm clicking around like a madman. Click on that. We can't switch that plane out, but add a new air wing. Basic jet cast, yes. One equipment. Yes. One. Unfortunately, we need 20 manpower in order to actually get it through the door, which we don't have.
For what single plane, you need 20 men.
Yeah, this manpower is gonna... It's... I hope those are our units doing that. I really hope so. I mean, we could potentially cancel production of this unit and then have the...
But that's still only 1,000 troops, and that'll probably get filtered into whatever units need it the most right now.
I mean, yes, I suppose, but in the end, I guess that's all we've got. We could use another unit, but these will never be finished in time.
No.
So rather than having this eat our production of manpower, we can have it filtered to units that are actually in the fucking field and can use it. Need to call it a night because of work tomorrow. Can't all-nighter this one. Thanks for stream, Phonto. Alexei lives. Alexei lives. Thank you, Robo. Good night. Delicate bounce of power in the German Civil War continues to shift as Bormann conquers Spheres, Germany. So let's see if it's well, now it's Bormann and Göring. Göring hasn't moved an inch.
Oh shit.
So he's secure. Bormann's clearly winning, but I'm not sure.
And fucking Heydrich is still in Luxembourg.
Yes, he is. Holy, the teeniest, tiniest SS officer. But yeah, no, Göring hasn't moved at all. So this is going to come down to essentially probably a truce between Göring and Bormann that puts Bormann in power, most likely. And also now we're down to 0 manpower, but at least our units at the field,
Again.
our units at the front are just healed.
I mean, absolutely fucking not advised, but you could replace the troop that's across the river with the PT-76 division and try and go for a road trip.
I mean, yes. They would
Because again, we got it saved.
We got
if
it.
we fuck up, we fuck up.
If we got it saved, and really at the end of the day, we got to try something here. We're either going to sit here doing absolutely fucking nothing, or Vatka is going to just win. But looks like,
Vatka is not doing great.
well, actually, Vatka's kind of doing okay, but they're still losing their line entirely. So I'm not exactly sure what the fuck you're supposed to do here.
But again, it looks like Operation Road Trip is.
Attempting to maybe actually punch Zukov straight in the nose might actually work. We could try it like how I actually managed to deal with,
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. While I was playing as Magadan, I actually caused
Well, don't forget to move back that one infantry group to protect
change
the capital.
Change places. Actually, these guys are going straight back, so railroad. No, fuck you. Oh, fuck. I think the South African War just ended. So now the fucking vultures see an opening. But one thing I did do, and actually was able to do, and I hope that's our ace, but one thing I was actually able to do while fighting the Divine Mandate was basically just run rampant to his fucking territory. Good. Okay, we're good.
Go, PT-76.
Go, cross that river. Go! Okay, good. So reinforcements have actually arrived in Siktivar, and now they can sit here and hold, and... Well, Borman... Yeah, it came down to that. Borman won. The boring option, but the safest option. Okay, so it looks like we managed to actually goad them into attacking, which is disastrous for them, as we can see, but they crossed the fucking river. Alright. Where's my fucking close air support? We have to...
Now the fucking PT-76 got cocked.
Son of a bitch. Alright, it's paused. Well, actually, we have no manpower, so... Wait a minute. Actually, they actually managed to get one through! The Su-7 is now in service! So, we'll call off the attack here in a moment, but, right, so... Here, and then... Right. Wait, no, it's this one, and then... Well, yeah, this area... We're already holding this area, but at the end of the day, yeah, no, it's kind of hit or miss in terms of who's doing what. So, right. So we're holding it. Air superiority is contested here, but at least we have some progress here, so... Call off that attack. But hey, wait a minute. No, we can't encircle there, but these guys are actually, wait a minute, they're getting shot to wait a minute, there might be an opening here. I've got a dastardly fucking idea.
You could cross the river from the east. Or that too.
Yeah, this unit's close to breaking. Or though, actually... No, not there. That's only one province. But also, we've got to break through here. So what should we do? I mean, we could just continue shooting at them. Well, that will cause a conflict there, and then probably throw that in our favor. Good job, boys. So...
Well, it's paused, so that didn't actually happen.
Well, it looked cool. It's in the planning phase.
Let's see how it goes then. Because again, there's not really much that can happen.
Right, hang on. Bormann wins the German Civil War. The German Civil War, the most devastating and bloody conflict to ever consume Germany, has finally ended with Martin Bormann emerging as victor. Him and his 7 wives are very happy. Having enjoyed extensive support during the Civil War, many expected Bormann's victory to be the most likely outcome of this terrible conflict. Standing before the Volksschale today, the new Führer promised the German people a swift return to the former glory of the Reich, promising limited reform and ensuring such conflicts never occur again. With the nation in ruins, a collapsed economy, and weary populace, and much of Europe still consumed by chaos, however, the true future of the Reich remains uncertain. Yet, with the great politician leading them, many remain hopeful that Bormann truly will be able to return stability to the Reich. Peace returns to Germany. Meanwhile, war is fucking everywhere else. Currently losing. Son of a fucking bitch. We are winning this battle here, so hang the fuck on here. Actually, what we could do... that way. Roll, you bastards, roll! We can throw them into attack here and get this unit to push back, and then these units are encircled. Come on, get across that river. Go! Go, my tinfoil paddle boats! These units are close to breaking any more pressure put on them, and we might be able to break them and force them to fall back. And that's all we need to do. Go! Go, my boys, go!
The guys in the east stop fighting. Push them north.
Alright, so... they stopped fighting, but... oh, right,
no,
these...
your other east.
This side? Yes?
Yes, there. Push them north and try and get the guys on the other side of the river in the back.
Right. Huh, okay, that seems to be... that'll work out, I suppose. Right, how's our Air Force doing? 8 planes. They still got that one? Yes, they do. Good. Okay, so... this is getting as chancy as it'll ever fucking be, but we might be able to make one unit retreat. Like, yeah, these... come on, crack them open. Oh, the South African War has finally ended. The most controversial and significant international conflict since the Second World War. The South African War has come to an end with today's coming into force of the Treaty of Gaborone. With Oberst Rolf Steiner signing...
wait a minute.
Steiner!
Rolf Steiner? Yeah, no, that's actually... that's his fucking name.
Wait, is that him? Is that literally...
that's the name from Cross of Iron. Rolf Steiner.
Holy shit. He survived and went to Africa.
He became everything he hated. An officer.
Shit. But signing for the German forces, and General Creighton Abrams signing for the forces of the OFN. The development of the war into a bitter and costly stalemate has forced a return to pre-war borders. With the border unchanged...
actually...
What?
This might also be the guy in question.
Now who? Rolf Steiner.
Former mercenary and former Volkster.
Well.
He fought in Africa as a mercenary.
Huh. But right, so with the border unchanged and the terrible loss of lives on both sides, the controversy of the war appears solidified in history, as many now ask whether the war was truly worth it. Now, as the Boer people reintegrate into South Africa, with many within the OFN now fear that the last beacon of democracy in Africa will swiftly return to its pre-war troubles, whilst German Africa faces an uncertain future. Now that the Shield's gamble has failed to secure Africa has failed. Peace at last. We'll see what happens. You know what? Keep attacking, keep them pinned. Even though, wow, Jesus fucking Christ, no. Yeah, that didn't go very well at all. Come on, guys. Yes, good. Good. Progress. Attack! 90%, come on, put him down. Oh, great, that's very helpful. Well, if they're gonna go over there... come on, give me a fucking breakthrough. They're trying to retreat, though. Son of a bitch! I didn't notice that animation in fucking time. God fucking Christ, this is a goddamn quagmire. They move over there, they're not being attacked, fine.
Call off the PT-76 attack.
Yeah, they've retreated for now, and I need to help to secure the borders. Well, actually, what I could do... But then again, that would leave me open to encirclement almost immediately. I suppose what we're gonna have to do is just... Actually, just
hold the line.
Hold the line and just... Say that the casualties are worth it. Because now they've just reinforced their line with new units, and these units aren't going to... They're not gonna hold.
Why not hold across the river?
Well, because then they're encircled and their cohesion isn't...
From where?
Well,
how'd they get through?
Well, they're not necessarily... Well, those guys over there. And then these units are at full force. This is not a tenable position, I think. We need the river in order to hope to hold. However, with that out of the way... Move the tanks over there to maybe potentially hold there. But the Battle of Barcelona. Shocking scenes have emerged from the growing crisis in the Iberian Peninsula as uncontrolled political violence threatens to spread across the nation. Catalonia has seen some of the worst fighting between political dissidents and government forces, who have been clashing all day and night in the region's capital. In scenes eerily reminiscent of the Spanish Civil War, barricades were manned once again, and neighbor was put against neighbor, as ideological leanings took over the lives of the Barcelona's residents. Phonto, you know what, when your war bears wearing satchel charges? Why didn't we think of that? Shit. But for the moment, the radical leftist trade union known as the CNTFIA, Sinfi, and its sympathizers have wrestled control of Barcelona and are now set for a bloody, prolonged struggle against the counterattack of the pro-government forces. It's a tale as old as time itself for Spain, as the nation plays out the bloody, tumultuous years of the 30s once more. Iberia's test has come. Good luck, Spain! Okay, so how's this war going for us? Actually...
Terribly.
Not really. I mean, we're defending. Our losses are fucking horrendous, but we weren't actually attacking beforehand. Vatka, however, is fucked. We may have a problem here. And that problem is Vatka. So we may have to consolidate here. It's about the only thing we can fucking do. Come on, PT-76s, fucking do something. Mud, total attrition unit upkeep 0. Now we're running into problems with not having enough tanks in reserve. Not like they're fucking doing very much, god damn it. Okay, so it'd be production. Right. How are the planes doing at least? They still have one. They're taking losses significantly, but... What's my production? What am I producing right now?
It doesn't matter what you're producing because you don't have anybody to pick up what you're producing.
Right, we need, we're out of guns, though. So at this point, we're gonna have to just abandon the aircraft fucking program now, because this is not going to end at all. You get one due to war shortages. Only one. Okay, and then the PT-76s, because we need fucking something.
Yes, but it's something that won't matter. Oh, God.
I thought I told you guys to fall the fuck back. Oh, Jesus
Apparently you
Christ.
didn't.
It's brought to our attention that domestic black market activity has increased. The criminal syndicates in charge will siphon increasing amounts of armaments production, redirecting it towards the black market. However, should we need it, the presence of the black market also gives the option of quickly binding our stockpile of weapons. It would appear that the best
would be happening. None of this would be happening if Clockman was already in power.
Right, none of this would be happening. So it seems like attacking Zhukov is a terrible idea. Even if he declares war on you, you just fucking sit there. Because if he doesn't want to do anything, this is an endless fucking quagmire, and trying to actually... The exact thing that we wanted to see if was possible, kind of poking him and see what he would do, it does not actually, now that we know, does not actually pay dividends at all. You. Shoot, shoot, bang, bang. They're at critical loss there. Or rather, they're critically low on supplies. Do fucking something. Christ. Wow, okay. Well,
click on the division icon, not the infantry.
The division?
You know, the actual icon for it. Like, on the map, not the... Because you were clicking the 3D model.
Oh well, right, I suppose I was clicking the man, and I expected that to be enough, but no, we actually have to click that. I hope that's our plane. I really hope that's our plane.
It isn't.
Well, they're really the only... We're starting to... we're gonna have to go around the Kaz planes. The air wing. Hold air wings. I don't know how to select the specific one and have it set back to base. You aces keep fucking flying, because you're actually doing something. Poke them. But now
Where's their units go? Where did you... Scroll out.
What?
Where did their units go?
That's a... wait a minute.
Fuck it, Goon. Hail Mary. Hail Mary from the center.
Actually, yeah. Go, boys, go. Actually, what we should do is... Fuck it, boys. Okay. Right there, right. I can't... no, I can't railroad into enemy territory, my bad.
Also the guy in Kotlas.
Actually, Dutchland has declared war on Duitsland?
The remnants of the Netherlands.
Keep shooting them, pin them down. Yes, good. Oh, great! That guy's just dead now. Isn't that nice?
Which means you're about to have people coming in from the south. You're dead.
Wait, no, I might be... come on. Go back there. Of course. Call off the attack. Retreat! I wanted to reclaim the lands and nothing else. If I couldn't actually encircle, I didn't want to do anything else. And yeah, no, that's Great, now we're gonna be fighting from both sides.
No, it's...
Well, we have a save before we did all this stupid nonsense, right?
Well, a save from before you decided to do it. Before... Well, no, sorry. There's a save, but after you decided to attack Zhukov.
Well, we have a save from further back there.
Okay, then good.
We can revert...
But until then, it was an honor serving you, sir.
Let's see how far we can push this, because we can at least hold our capital. We have one single sliver of territory. The AI basically decides when it's over, though, unfortunately. So, don't actually set off Zhukov, just stare at him. That's the only thing you can do. Okay.
Until you have the ability to actually push forward.
Unfortunately, they've taken the airfield. What a shame.
Oh fuck! That means they have the SU.
So hang on. Yes, they got the prototype. Oh no. Actually, we're not going to read these because we're probably going to revert to save and get them anyway. But actually, hang on. Most of these battles that are going on in the front are actually in our favor. See if we actually win any of them. Congratulations, Pakistan. This timeline's being abandoned, though. Right, right. Tabby's just like Homer, though. He'll just go back in time until he saves Alexei. Oh. Magadan is dead, too. Well.
You have to wonder, what kind of bullshit do you have to actually pull off in order to beat Zhukov?
It's a good point, but fighting him directly or encouraging him to attack and breaking up your defensive line doesn't seem to work. But yeah, we're dead. The dream falters.
Didn't help that we had Army XP, but
we couldn't use it because we don't have any manpower.
Yeah.
So, this is a bit odd, but directly attacking Zhukov definitely isn't actually the way to go here. But that's... Okay, so we have... Okay, so November...
August, shit, that might be,
1965, we have one from the previous year.
Try August 1964?
Yeah, so 1964 and 63. So one of these will get us out of here.
Well, 64, definitely. But I'm just trying to think of how far back that is.
Right, as long as he's not actually attacking, we're fine. Offers to lend-lease Phontomen 300 animes per month. This will use 3 convoy. Thank you, Zest. I'm ingrained in this game enough to get that reference. But so... Okay, that didn't work. Trial and error, I suppose, with this sort of thing, but no, we're not giving up. Oh! This is a save right before we did... Ow! This is a while back, but no, this is right where... Piss off Zhukov? Or not? So do we want to go back that far?
What? Okay, so begin the talks.
This is what... This is the...
Yeah, we got the save.
So yeah, that didn't go to...
Begin the talks.
Right. A letter of court. We'll begin the talks. And now, at least we now see that Zhukov is a better ally than Vatka. Vatka eventually crumbles. So, we wait. Unfortunately, that did not go very well, but now we'll create a brand spanking new fucking save.
But one that doesn't override the last one.
Right, so we'll say that's Timeline B.
Or just, yeah.
Call it Timeline B. So, yeah, this is way before... So where are we right now? Draft the Constitution. So we're here before we did Serov's line. His Serov's line of thinking.
So now we know, Goon. Don't do the fucking Air Force!
Yes, that didn't really help out. It didn't really help out at all in the end. So we're just going to cut that program now. I mean, it was looking like it was going, but unfortunately, by the end of it, it really didn't actually help anyone. We don't even have the SUs. So, oh well. So production. Yeah, just, we'll just keep this and just leave the Air Force as it is. Unfortunately, without any manpower at all, shit don't work. But the problem is, we can't actually increase manpower. Also, as we didn't do the talks before, we don't know what the talks would have entailed beforehand. Yes, we didn't have any reason to trust Zhukov, but right now, we see that we could still hold him at the line, because he didn't do anything. He just kind of stood there like an idiot. But setting the AI off and potentially, setting the AI off by attacking him didn't reward anything at all. So just leave Zhukov as he is, I suppose. There's really no, we couldn't actually breach his line, and by attacking first, we ceded the advantage, which was a risk, but it's the thing that actually wound up happening. So yes, maybe we can pretend to be allies, or pretend to be peaceful towards each other. Even though we're totally bringing back the Tsars. And I suppose what we should probably do is just bring up clearly better infantry, and just spec harder into infantry because we need infantry. However, unfortunately, we don't have any fucking manpower. But however, what we can do is just passively increase the infantry's ability to do fucking anything.
I will be back in a few minutes. I gotta go run down.
Right, so the Constitution is there, and then we'll just get focused on the methods, which is the other thing that we could have gotten. That's still bugged, and... get rid of Cyril. Hey, this has been a learning experience about exactly what not to fucking do when you have no manpower. I suppose so, but it feels like we're scripted here. But additionally, the AI honestly this is kind of, you can't really, we had superior troop numbers, but the river is just, it just ruins any kind of plan. So the AI didn't attack, and now we know why, because the AI wouldn't have been able to win either if he'd actually started attacking first. So, well. I guess we'll declare war and then not do anything. Return to tradition. But I suppose we could take a break here as well, because we're closing in on 1 o'clock, and we've had to go back. I'm not going to give up on the save, clearly, but we have an issue, and that issue is when the AI doesn't want to do something, it's probably for a pretty good reason. So as we did before, I suppose, we actually neglected to do this, we should spit this unit out. And send it there. Yeah, just send it there, and that's the defensive line that we created. Yes, Tabarsky. We chose that before. So we're still going hard for, hard on for Clockman. Interesting choice of words by me, but yeah, no, still, Clockman all the way. But yeah, so this is our line, and with this, if Zhukov decides to fucking do anything, he can't move. However, unfortunately, because we were tied up with Zhukov, we also couldn't stop Zvatka from destroying itself, really. It's on the methods. So here, I think it's probably a pretty good idea to make that save. But we'll go on for a little bit more. And there's really nothing that we can do. We can research this, but that doesn't do anything. Yes, means to an end. We read that already, so we can skip through this a little bit more. But so we had enough. We had a significant, advantage when we dug in. So basically, what we're going to do now is we're just going to dig in. Hopefully, initiating talks with, Zhukov, it does something positive. I guess. We just have to kind of lie and pretend we're friends with literally everyone. As a statecraft, I suppose. Want to help the Vec out with our air forces again? I suppose it doesn't really hurt, and, well, they're better way better being used over there. So where's the fighting taking place here? Over there. Right, so we can make this go a little bit easier, I guess, for them. And gain a little bit of XP. So, send them to the Urals. Well, I just sent them both up there, right? Right, good. Alright, so... Well... So... Right, where's...
Alright, back.
Okay, so... air superiority, that's good. And then... close air support, right. I didn't send them out there with an objective. You're not in the war. Well, then how can I send those units over there? I think I am in the war. Oh, right, the cold arms. Right, there. Right, good. Forgot to click that. But... okay, then. So there's that. You guys go nuts and gain some XP.
Whatever they're worth.
So Zhukov is still massing at the fucking border, the asshole. But now we know, no matter what he does, we actually went to the talks with him and tried to discuss things calmly, but if he decides to shoot us again, we don't actually move. We just stand there, we look at him, we smile, we wave, we don't actually do anything. Maybe we take a pop shot at one of his officers from across the river at some point, but don't actually do anything. Manpower. Maybe Vatka will do better against the other guy this time around. I hope so. That doesn't really do anything for us, but oh well. There's the Gorky Tank Brigade. Perhaps they will actually wind up doing something, but I suppose at the end, there is really nothing we can actually really do aside from repeat the same line, but it makes Taborowski a little bit stronger in the end, I suppose. But now we just sit here and wait and see what the fuck happens, because there's really nothing else we can do, and try and trace our steps up to 1965, and, you know, by the end of the war, we'll actually stop and re-examine the situation. Rather, by the end of the German war. That's really bugged. What does the focus under Russia awaits require? That we basically have... well, actually, we're at peace currently. But no, wait, no. Wait, what? We are at... oh! Huh. Actually. We'll have to wait, but actually, we could bring the St. oh! Because we're not technically at war with Zhukov, we could bully St. George into helping us, which would assist our plans there. That could potentially be an avenue.
It would also, widen your front, though.
It would widen our front, but they would be attacking yet another enemy, or, well, we could ask them to integrate. Oh, actually, well, there you go. And then they immediately declared war on that. Well, how about that shit? Thanks, Zhukov. Research. Land doctrine. I think the other focus might annex them into your territory. It'd be nice to actually have effects there, you know, some kind of effect there, but it seems as though Zhukov is now gone for that. So, actually, well, they're in a war, but Christ, that's kind of silly. Well, actually, oh, no, well, hey! Zhukov actually did us a favor there. Thanks, Random C. We bypassed that shit entirely. So, actually, because we entered talks, he attacked them first. So we just bypassed that shit entirely. Okay, well, hang the fuck on here. That's peace. Okay, so... Anti-Bolshevik maneuvering. His focus will cancel. Okay, gain basic political power. Okay, so what does this do? We lost basically all of this shit. The West Russian Revolutionary Front to our north represents the greatest threat to our state. Okay, so here's what we should have done. We got stuck in this because we actually joined the... like, we had the war declared on us, or rather we joined the war or support for Vatka, and this kind of fucked us all up. So we had a sequence that we actually had to follow, but we didn't follow. But we're actually... and the funny thing is we're in war right now, and this is still okay. The West Russian Revolutionary Front to our north represents the greatest threat to our state. and the successful creation of a Russia free from communist influence. However, the likelihood that we will be able to cast it down right away is insufficient to make our generals entirely certain. To this end, we must determine a policy towards our consolidation of the regime, securing the barrier against the front's expansion, before striking it down or launching a preemptive attack while the front is distracted with other matters. However, this did open rather large hole in the side of our flank.
Yes, that is true.
Okay, preemptive strike. Okay, gain strike at the front, which grants the division recovery rate. We could potentially strike at him immediately. Consolidate the block, which grants the division recovery rate. Neutral state of Volgoda. Attack bonus against country 15%. Okay. Ultimatum to the neutrals. Okay, so we invade Vogoda. Okay. Seize Vogodan wealth. Huh. You're not in war. Vodka killed them faster this time. Oh, good. Okay, so. See. Shatter the front. This focus again. Okay, so Ustalisk declares war on the Russian Revolutionary Front. Purge the remnants. Owns Yukta. This focus will cancel if the requirements are not met. Gets the event Reds on trial. This slightly decreases coring time. So we can either, well, as we've gone, we've aligned. We can either continue to align with Zhukov, which, well, now we didn't really have the river. So, So we either... This presents a strategic conundrum, to say the least. But attacking Volgoda will give us more power here. I say consolidate the neutral states? I suppose so. We could have gotten... We could have gotten, what was it? The Order of St. George, but they're fucking dead. So, thanks, Zhukov. I suppose in this case, if we keep going forward, we could always go back to that save and try again, but the smartest idea is probably just consolidating the block at this point.
I mean, that's true, but on the other hand, well, then again, things can change quickly.
It would seem so, but now he's...
Because you currently don't know, now you're getting troops on your border again.
True, but this is the thing, if Zhukov pulls this shit again and we get stuck in the same situation, then we go back to 1963 and uptick towards the situation, and we make gains towards the order there to get them on.
They're still not on your border.
We could do the let's see. Jesus Christ. Okay, Presidium of Soviet Supreme declared war on the transmitting policy. We have basic cast now, but we don't want that. We need to improve our infantry at all costs. Entrenchment. Improving general infantry statistics or just the infantry itself. That's two.
You also have the support weapons.
Yes, I do, but they don't have any armor, so there's no problem against that. So I suppose we'll put in for the first support weapons because it does actually affect. I think you might be saved due to talking to talks, I suppose.
If you can get in,
that's new.
Good. If you can get in good gains really quickly at the onset, you might actually stand a better chance. At the very least, you could try encircling some of the border units.
Apparently, all we need
faster.
Apparently, all we need is Yukta, so that's apparently all the AI actually expects us to actually hold. Formerly, Algeria was under French ownership. Anyone with even a basic knowledge of worldwide politics, however, would know this is no longer the case. Divided by foreign settlers from both Iberia and Italy, the area has been left in a state best described as anarchic. This is poised to change after recent events. After a conflict in the partitioned colony, it would appear that the Iberian settlers have claimed victory and wrestled control of the entire country from both previous owners. The new Algerian state, led by the infamous Plead Noir Yves Serek, I have no idea how to fucking say that, has announced in its gratitude the cessation of the area around the city of Oran to the Iberian Union. International observers label this as a decisive show of Iberian military prowess, or at least an Italian lack of preparation. What will become of Algeria? Okay, so delete your current line and make towards Volgoda to then draw an offensive line. I suppose that would be way easier than actually dealing with half of the shit, so that would be sensible, I suppose. Well. There. Well, that didn't delete. That wasn't deleted. The 9 divisions in one fucking spot. Yeah, no. Okay, talking with him is probably...
You didn't actually set the divisions.
Did I not?
No, it says no divisions on that line.
Well, I said this division, you fucks. Hang on. Well, that's because... Oh, right, because I said it, and then I set the other one for everyone to go into one single fucking spot. So. Huh. Okay, so now refocusing, because we can't actually fight Zhukov yet. But if we consolidate over here, we might be able to stand a chance at actually fighting him. Drescher wins Ostland again. But so we've got... Consolidate the block. We must choose to delay our strike on the front and instead target the neutral state of Volgoda that lies to our west. By striking Volgoda, we will be able to lock down everything south of the front's current territories, starving the communists and preventing them from bringing any more of Russia under their hateful influence. Additionally, we will be capable of using the resources of the city for our own purposes, for the future reclamation of the West. Okay.
Also, make sure to check how much influence Tabby has, because I don't know how far back we were.
Right, so we'll see about that one, but I'm pretty sure it's essentially fucking absolute by this point. Yeah, nah, 100. He's good.
Okay.
Okay, so we could actually do the offensive line and just say, yeah, no, the whole fucking country, so. Not over there, you fucking idiots. Why is this not... Right.
You don't have to do, like, that far out already. You could start out with a smaller line forward and then...
I figured the entire thing would say, hey, this entire area we want captured, go get it.
Yeah, but again, you're making your forces go too thin.
I suppose so. I suppose what we want to do is...
Go for their capital district first, if anything.
Yeah, so... The offensive line is... Okay, so we'll draw it here. So, we'll say... Here. This area.
Yeah, and from there you can spread out if needed.
Right. Father is doing his things. And also
Or
this...
start out from the south to get those smaller towns and then force your way up.
Right, I suppose so. Right, but here's the thing as well. We would have gained a bonus against Zhukov going down the street. However, we were stuck there because he declared war on us first. But we were always in a permanent state of war thanks to fucking Vodka. But now he seems to have gotten peace. before he and got the other got Samara involved in his own fucking war. Okay.
Fuck!
What?
Really? You don't see it?
What? What? I missed what? Because I'm just I'm assuming we're seeing evidences, things that we already have.
Zhukov just ate fucking Vologda.
Vologda? Oh. Oh! Zhukov, you said... Okay, okay. Back it the fuck up. Back it the fuck up. We're going back even further! Tabby into the time machine! Okay, so we need to do this entire... This is a really weird sequence of events that we need to do perfectly, or we're just gonna fucking die. This is not, getting Tabby in power. This is actually being able to stay playing the game. So, yeah, no, we have to go all the way back to 63.
Unfortunately, in that case, I'm gonna have to dip for the night because it's late.
Okay, so this is actually, funnily enough, basically where we started. So we're gonna have to write off this entire fucking stream. But at least we know where we're kind of going here, so we can make this a little bit more expedient. But hang on here. Okay, so we know what we need to do here. Actually, we haven't even made the front line. So basically, this is at the start of our fucking stream 7 hours ago.
It is.
Okay, so
it is.
We know what we need to focus on, and we need to do it fucking quick. Actually, Zhukov hasn't even moved yet, so now we kind of know what the future holds here. We did the fucking Homer rack the shield and go all the way back. Our friends are still alive. We still have a chance to kill them first. So, yeah, no, that was. This is this game sometimes, I suppose. I mean, Hearts of Iron is probably a little bit better about this because we could have actually fixed things a bit better, but in the end, this game is very scripted and we need to follow the scripting in order to find the way out. But now we know we need to take St. George. We need to get Vologda.
Fuck! Val, help us out here.
Vologda. Yes.
Vologda.
Maybe you should have started with the base game. Might have been better for learning this. One kid, yes. However, I wanted to play Hearts of Iron specifically to play this mod. So I kind of just gotta fall on that grenade to get what I want. So, yeah, enough with this memery, haha, funny Clockman bullshit. You just need to actually survive. We've already assured Funny Clockman's gonna win anyway, so really we don't even need to go down that fucking tree yet.
No, we gotta do that again, but probably we'll be able to do it later.
Vologda. Right, got it.
Vologda.
Right.
Vologda.
So, yeah, we need to do all that shit again. Everything that we did today is just a write-off now. We need to do all that shit again. However, we know where we need to move and how fast.
Yeah, so we'll blitz the military tree first.
Yes, we'll do all of this before war breaks out because we need to. And the political tree, I thought we were going to have time. We didn't. So we've learned that this is important. Ignore this, it's kind of irrelevant. Haha, funny Clockman memes, yes. We will get to that. However, this is somewhat irrelevant. This is really what's keeping us alive. So, we need this. But, right. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Unfortunately, we kind of had to run this into the ground to learn. And this game is, if nothing, a learning experience. Really, this game is quite the mess of articulating things to the player, even in the base game. It is easier to learn than the previous incarnations of the series. However, this is a game where, you're gonna smash your head against the wall, you're going to lose, you're gonna learn why you lost, and you're gonna try it again, and maybe you'll win, or maybe you'll find a new and exciting way to lose. But, so yeah, we're gonna call this one a mulligan. Yeah, just do-over, but Tabby will return. Funny Clockman is... I want this. Fuck you, I want this. I survived until the mid-1970s as Himmler. I can do this. But this is going to be a very delicate balancing act. And from what it seems as though what it seems like, it's not necessarily our ability that matters so much. It's that we need to do a certain sequence of actions to play and do what the game wants us to do. And without completing those sequences of actions, we will not be able to we might be given the resources or the power to actually overcome the challenges. So more or less, you're given a QuickTime event, but you're not really sure what button you have to press. Now we know. Like the lore itself, TNO shows no mercy to the player. Pretty much, yeah.
Yep.
You have to learn what the game wants, and if you do what the game wants, then it rewards you with its story, which is, but at the end of the day, sure, fine, we'll work with it because I like this game's writing and I want to see where it goes. But this is going to be something to figure out and poke at. But until next time, ladies and gentlemen, I have been your host, Phontomen. Thank you for joining us here. It's been 7 hours, which I can go really long with Hearts of Iron. We can do this, and, well, with me and Martin here, I'm hoping our commentary is entertaining. But, so, Martin, say goodbye to the nice folks before we disavow all knowledge of this experiment.
Bye, everybody, and the next time you hear me, I will probably be next to him physically.
Yes, consolidating the power and planning everything right here in front of us. I mean, hell, you could play this and run simulations!
Yeah. Simulations, that's what they are.
It's very entertaining, don't worry. Well, I'm glad, but ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Enjoy the rest of your evening, though it's 1:30 at night, please go to bed. I can't,
because I forgot to actually run my dryer, so I had to start that when I went downstairs.
Well, but
I couldn't switch the loads.
Damn it. But, well, and for those of you waking up, good morning. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll start planning next week, though this week's going to be busy for me again. The cat needs to go to the vet. There's going to be a couple of important things I need to do, but I should be good by Thursday, and we should be able to roll on to things like Cyberpunk, actually playing KDM, and of course, coming back to Funny Clock Man. So, this has a certain swagger to it with all these waltzes here, don't you think?
I need to find a larger collection so it's not just the same 20 every time.
Yes, we need to work on that one, but we'll be back, ladies and gentlemen. So, see you next time. And yes, hopefully we will reunify all of Russia. Tune in next time to see how Tabby fucks up this timeline. Remember, Alexei will survive and reclaim his throne. However, we have to also be alive in order to actually have the throne. It's a two-way street here. We'll do it, though. See you later, everyone.
Good night.